Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is the death and life of Erza Scarlet in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 106, La Distancia para un Duelo 3. The ground shook and shattered as Idrid's fist impacted the street. All around them, forces on both sides had scattered far back, eager to get away from the calamitous destruction underway. The parts of the street not wrecked and ruined were reduced to melting puddles of lava, red-hot even where they had started to cool off. Idrid had used his Volcanica to the best of his ability, refusing to let the Shinigami lieutenant regain his bearings. Kira was weaving and dodging well so far, but he was running out of places to run. Idrid was in the process of turning the street into molten slag. Kira's ability would be difficult, maybe even impossible to counter in a direct battle, so Idrid had decided that he didn't need to tackle him directly. Kira jumped over another shockwave, muttering an incantation under his breath. As he landed on his feet, he cried out, "Heta 33, Sukatsui." Blue fire washed over Idrid's frame. It stung, but its heat was gone all too briefly. "Fire, Vice Captain!" Idrid bellowed mockingly. "Fire, against me? I care nothing for your petty heat." Kira did not respond, instead making a dash toward Idrid, jumping and skipping with grace over the ground, finding little pockets not yet molten and burnt. He brought up his blade for a quick strike, and reluctantly, Idrid skipped back, evading the blow. The Shinigami pushed the attack, deftly moving forward. Idrid dodged one attack after another, knowing that his bulkier frame could not win this exchange in the long run, not if he wanted to avoid an attack. In a split second, he made a decision. Bracing himself, he brought up an arm, parrying a sword strike directly. In the same instant he counter-attacked, slamming his fist into Kira's chest. The blow connected, and the vice captain let out a gasp, coughing horribly as he staggered back. That he did not lose his footing was, in Idrid's mind, a testament to his skill as a fighter. He nearly stumbled into a pool of lava, stopping himself at the last moment. He forced a few deep breaths into his lungs, looking harrowed. "Damn," Idrid muttered, holding up the arm he had used to parry. The bone had cracked a little, but that was a petty concern. The huge, hulking form of his left arm was heavier now, twice as much as usual. "Just one or two more," Kira wheezed, still catching his breath. "Just a few more, and you're done." "I could say the same for you, Shinigami," said Idrid thoughtfully. "How many bones did I break with just the one punch? I might move slower now, but so do you. We'll just have to see who lasts the longest, then," said Kira. Idrid stood on his knuckles, eyeing the Shinigami carefully. He was used to moving freely in his body, but now, it weighed heavier. Carefully, he moved his other arm. To his relief, it was still normal. As he had thought, the effect was localized, unable to affect his entire body at once. Slowly, he began circling the street, heedless of the magma burning at his feet, singeing him. Kira moved in turn, always keeping his eye on the Aaron car. One more hit to the same arm, and he'd barely be able to move. Two more, and he might as well be immobilized. Whatever the case, the next hit would be decisive. They both knew it. Kira took a deep breath, steeling himself. Idrid did the same, both warriors forcing themselves calm. They looked each other in the eye for what felt like forever, and then, in an instant, Kira dashed forward. Idrid skipped back, his bulky form clumsier than before now, and evaded the first strike. Then, to Kira's surprise, he surged forward, bulldozing right into the Shinigami. He felt the sword impact with his left arm again, and almost immediately he felt it grow heavier, but the Shinigami, caught unawares, was knocked off his feet. Before he could rise, Idrid swept at the man with his lighter arm. The blade rose up to meet him, and Idrid caught it in his bone-armored hand. It, too, grew heavier, but not so heavy he couldn't lift it. With great effort, he moved his left arm, putting his palm over the Shinigami's chest. The sheer weight of it easily pinned him down. "The thing about abilities like those," said Idrid, "is that if you're not careful, they can really come back to bite you. My own magma could burn me to a crisp if I make too much of it. You should have been more careful, Shinigami." Kira struggled in his grip, but it took almost no effort to keep him pinned down. Pushing down was about the only thing he could do easily with that arm. He let go of the blade, and made a fist. Heavily, it came down on Kira's skull. As he pulled back the arm, he realized the Shinigami's head wasn't mashed to a pulp. His head was intact, although he looked unconscious. What's gotten into me? Idrid thought. Had his new master's values gotten to him that far, already? Sighing, he decided to let it be. If nobody else finished the job, then the Shinigami might live. He had already finished his objective. All right. He bellowed, as a cheer went up from the hollow lines. He stood up, with some effort. The effects still lingered. If they would lift with the Shinigami out of commission, it seemed to take a while. For now, he would have to just direct the battle. Pointing toward the Shinigami lines, he roared. The Aaron car needed little urging, resuming their wild charge. Only, when Idrid looked toward the lines, he saw fresh troops rushing to the defense lines, wild warriors looking to be from 11th Division. Discipline was holding. Despite their leader being down, the line was not broken. Idrid sighed deeply. So much for quick resolution. Orium took a deep breath. The Aaron car was right in front of her. She was pretty in a vicious sort of way, an air of malicious elegance around her. Her black hair, running down to her waist, was held up in a ponytail. She held a long blade in her hand. Her mask fragment covered her brows, trailing down around her eyes in long, needle-like spikes. Short pants accentuated her long legs, and a pair of bracelets made of bone adorned each of her wrists. Well then, she said with a cruel smirk, are you one of those adorable auxiliaries I keep hearing about? I have looked forward to seeing what some petty humans can do. The Shinigami must be pretty desperate if you are all they can send to defend themselves. Not rising to the bait, Orium assumed a stance, remembering the karate lessons Tatsuki had given her. Not one step further, she said firmly. This is as far as you go. And, I'll give my life to protect them, I refuse to let them down, yada yada yada, said the Aaron car with a mock yawn, grinning wickedly. You'll soon sing another tune. I am Virus Perantat, one of Lord Aizen's soldiers. If you do really well, I might keep you alive as a pet. I might flay some of your skin off, but it's a fair trade, don't you think? A soldier, said Orium, shaking her head. I've seen soldiers. You aren't like them at all. Soldiers are disciplined, and ready to die for something bigger. If you're anything like your hollow comrades, you'll turn tail when you start losing, when you think you can't win. Vera cocked her head, looking amused. Oh? So, she does have teeth. I'd actually be surprised if Aizen even knows your name, said Orium. He's thrown you all in a meat grinder. You're just another tool. Vera's face hardened. You know what? She said, spinning her blade around. I don't think I'll spare you after all. Not an instant passed before she dashed forward, blade raised for a lightning-quick attack. However, just as she did so, Orium cried, Shitenkoshan. A small explosion rocked the street where they stood, and Vera tumbled back, barely keeping her balance. Orium charged before she could recover, slapping aside a clumsy strike with her left arm and thrusting a palm strike at the Aaron car's nose. Disoriented, Vera staggered back again, and Orium followed up with a fist to her solar plexus, ignoring the ache in her hand as it slammed into the Aaron car's thick hide. She charged a little Ryotsu into each attack, but even so, it was no easy feat to bruise Aizen's creations. It did the trick, though. Vera bent over from the strike, mouth agape with surprise. Orium went for a kick, slamming into Vera's midsection. The Aaron car fell, but with the quick reflexes of a true survivor, she turned the fall into a roll. Before Orium could follow through, the Aaron car got to her feet and executed a clumsy step of Sonito, moving away in a hurry. Standing some 10 yards away, she took a few deep breaths to recover. She gave Orium an incredulous look. You actually hurt me, she said, her voice in between disbelief and anger. She actually sounded offended, as if the battle should only ever have gone one way, as if any other outcome was totally unacceptable. I'm only human, said Orium, but that doesn't mean as little as you thought. Vera's face twisted with anger. She swung her blade around, keeping it low. That's not very good, actually, said Orium. A good swordswoman doesn't show off. She just uses her blade as effectively as possible. You're not very used to this, are you? What the hell do you know, huh? Snarled Vera, charging again. You don't even have one. Orium raised her left arm, and at the last second a glimmering orange shield manifested, parrying the blow. With her right arm she slammed a fist into the Arrancar's throat, following up with another palm strike to her nose. She surged forward, well inside the Arrancar's guard, and raised a knee as she jumped. There was a gratifying crunch as it connected with Vera's face, and once again the Arrancar staggered back. Vera flailed around wildly with her blade, and Orium skipped back a few steps, unwilling to risk a lucky hit. I might not have a sword, said Orium, but I know someone who does, and she taught me a lot of things. Most of all, she taught me not to give in to cruel, cowardly people. I'm not an expert, but it looks like you are not too used to the blade. Why else would you be losing? I'll tell you this now, she continued. If you go somewhere else, I won't chase after you. I'm only here to help the wounded. If you want to fight some actual soldiers, then do that. But, if you decide to stay here, I'm not going to hold back. I don't like fighting, and I hate killing, but if you threaten these people, then I'll do what I have to do. Orium's heart was pounding heavily as she realized what she was saying. She was prepared to end this woman's life, to undo all this woman was. And, she felt no hesitation in the matter, not here, not now. Are you mocking me? Vera snarled. Her nose had broken, and blood flowed freely from it. One part of the spindly mask fragment had broken off, and strands of her hair had come free from her ponytail. She looked unhinged, furious, and people who were angry were unpredictable. They also made mistakes. I don't make fun of people, said Orium. Go. I don't want to take this any further. Vera's lips curled into a condescending sneer. Figures, she spat. You are a weakling, after all. I didn't make it all this way to chicken out because some stupid little human got lucky. No, I'll stay here. I'll kill you, and then I'll feast on every last one of these weak assholes. I'll grow strong, and then Lord Eisen will recognize me. Orium sighed. She had done all she could. She had given the Arrancar a chance. She took a stance, waiting for the next attack. However, it didn't come. Orium, although far from an expert, sensed the surge in Ryotsu as the Arrancar raised her blade, and knew what was coming. She took a sharp breath, knowing that she did not want to face the full power of what was coming, not with all these injured people nearby, not here. Envelop dash, the Arrancar started, but Orium was ahead of her. Tsubaki! She cried. The vicious little sprite surged out at speed, and the next moment, Vera's blade fell to the ground, half her arm still attached to it. Vera screamed, staring in shock at the bloody stump that was her right arm. Tsubaki returned to Orium's side, and she took a few steps forward. You've only lost one arm so far, said Orium, so leave. I'm not telling you again. Vera's face twisted with rage. You think you can talk down to me? To me? She snarled. I've warned you enough times, said Orium. I'm not through here, snarled Vera. I don't need two arms to release my sword. Just you wait, I'll get it and then you'll be sorry, you human bitch. Wild-eyed, she stumbled forward to where her arm had fallen. Don't, Orium warned. Tsubaki hovered in front of the Arrancar like a large, red, angry bee. But, Vera didn't listen. She took another stumbling step, bending over to grab at the sword, blood dripping in her wake. Orium took a quick look at the field hospital, sparing a thought of the hundreds of people inside, and said, Katan-zan-shun. Vera's eyes widened. More blood slid down her body. She could see it drip over her left arm, still trying to grab at the sword. She looked down, her eyes widening as she saw the hole in her chest. She slowly turned her eye to Orium, giving her a hateful glare. I have to kill you. She gasped. I have to be noticed. I have to. Whatever she had to do would never be known to anyone. With a wheeze, she slumped over, lying still. Orium breathed heavily. She could save her, still. She could take the sword, then kneel down and save her. She could. She wanted to. But, she wouldn't. There was only so much energy she had left in her, and so many more wounded people who needed her help, wounded people who wouldn't try to tear her throat out when she healed them. It was one of the hardest things she had ever done, but Orium gave the Arrancar's body one last look, then turned around, forcing herself to not look back as she walked back toward the field hospital. Momo had seen all kinds of brutality, in her life and on this day alone, but what she was looking at right now took her aback still. Before her eyes, the three Arrancar each grabbed hold of their left arm, near the shoulder, and squeezed. Mila Rose's came off first, bone snapping and flesh tearing. Soon after, Sun and Apache's limbs followed. There were spurts of blood, and their faces twisted a little with the pain. Momo took a step back, disturbed. She had not seen self-mutilation like this. It seemed so bizarre to do that to oneself, in the middle of a war zone where there were an abundance of things that would happily dismember one anyway. What made it even more disturbing was the grim, determined silence. Not a single cry of pain passed their lips, there was only a sharp sense of focus. As one, the three tossed their arms forward, up into the air. Even knowing that there had to be something else to it, some wicked hollow sorcery, Momo was surprised to see them not fall down. Instead the three severed arms gravitated toward each other, crushed together in a fashion most macabre. They spun together, the flesh and bone seeming to mold into one, forming a bloody orb. There came a bright, red glow from it that made her turn her eyes away for a moment, and when she turned back, there was no blood or bone to see, only a growing matrix of raw power. Moving past her shock, Momo focused. There was a huge influx of Ryotsu emanating from the orb, greater than any of the three Arrancar, greater than all three of them combined. Momo stole a quick glance at the three Arrancar, in case they attempted an attack, but they were all three perfectly still, staring with absolute focus on the orb as it started to take shape. This magic was strangely sophisticated for any hollow. The wounds on the stumps where their left arms had been had already started healing, the blood congealed. Before Momo's eyes, it took form. It went from an orb of bright red to something a bit more elongated, and then it had the crude outline of arms, legs, and a protrusion that looked like a head. This simple mold grew more complex, and within seconds it had become real. It was huge. At least 5 meters tall, Momo estimated. It had legs with short, stubby fur, ending in cloven hooves. Its chest was chiseled muscle, with the abdominal features of an Adonis statue. But, there the similarity to humanity ended. Its muscular arms were covered in fur, too, and it sported a stately, serpentine tail. Its head looked like the skull of a deer, antlers, and all. It was grossly out of proportion to the massive body it directed. Elements of each Arrancar had been fused together in this vile golem of a creature. Its eyes were orbs of red, glowing with malicious intent, and Momo felt a twinge of fear shake her resolve. "Ayon," said Mila Rose, her voice lacking the anger she'd shown before. "It's done," said Apache, sounding calm, almost exhausted. "And, so are you, little Miss Vice Captain," Sun said. Momo did not wait for it to act. She sensed its raw power, and with this being the ace in the hole for Halibel's fractions, she could hold nothing back. She skipped back as far as she could, muttering the chant for an offensive Kidu as she ran. "Heta 63, she cried, pointing 2 fingers at the creature, Reikau Erhau. A huge orb of lightning flowed from her fingertips, its bright yellow energy perfectly formed and guided. It struck the creature dead center, exploding with tremendous force. It rocked a little, but barely seemed to have noticed. "Wake up, you lazy asshole!" Mila Rose cried, some of her earlier zest coming back. "Kill her!" The creature Ayon looked at Momo, as if noticing her only now. What sort of monster was he to not even feel a fully chanted, higher-level spell like that? Ayon braced itself, and then with one springing leap, it was upon her. It had closed the distance in the blink of an eye, as if its massive bulk meant nothing. Momo redirected her path through the air with a quick Kidya blast from her palm, enough that a massive fist missed her by a hair's breadth. She felt the airstream of its massive paw moving where her body had been a moment ago, and her heart thumped madly. One hit from that thing would be the end of her. She wasn't indomitable like Kenpeke, or armored like Erza. She was a caster of spells, and if she was struck, she would have nothing to protect her. She dashed through the air again, desperate to put some distance between her and the monster. It had already spun around, making toward her with great speed. At the last moment, Momo channeled 2 jets of Kadu-powered fire through her palms, abruptly twisting her up and to the right. The creature stopped itself, but Momo noticed it took a moment to do so. It couldn't spin on a dime. It was fast, but only in a straight line. She nodded to herself, and took a deep breath. Predictability. That meant she had an opening, after all. As the monster turned about again, Momo zigzagged through the air, before letting a burst of flame summoned from her palms twist her out of the way of its path. Ayun overshot her by a good margin, and Momo quickly muttered her way through another incantation, pointing both palms at the creature and crying. Hada 71, Sauren Sukatsui. Great gouts of blue flame washed over the creature, but though Momo could smell the stink of burnt fur in the air, the creature didn't give any sign of stopping, or even of pain. It simply turned around, enduring the firestorm as it made another dash toward her. Just like before, Momo dashed away, twisting and turning, avoiding being hit at all costs. She jumped over a jab from the creature, letting a quick Kadu blast launch her far up into the air. Even as she started climbing higher, she was muttering through the next incantation. With the grace and precision of an expert, she turned midair to face the monster only to find that it was moments away from catching up. Flustered, Momo nevertheless kept her calm and finished the spell. Hada 78, she cried, spinning her Zanpakuto around in a wide arc, Zhang Aaron. A wide arc of energy formed around her in a ring, and she flung it right at the creature. Either mindless or uncaring, it didn't even try to dodge. The blast hit the beast straight in the chest. On impact it exploded furiously, the shockwave nearly made Momo lose balance. Ayun was stopped dead in its tracks, a nasty explosive wound on its chest. The monster started to fall, and for the first time, Momo felt a sliver of hope. It was short-lived, however. Before it even hit the ground, the monster righted itself and regained control of its form, halting midair. It looked up at Momo, eyes glaring maliciously. Frustrated, Momo charged a massive fireball into her Tabayum, launching it right at the monster. Before it even connected, she followed it up with a veritable firestorm of Kadu artillery, launching every last ounce of stored Kadu energy on her skin. The barrage could have leveled a city, and concentrated on one spot, it should have dealt tremendous damage. Yet, all it did was slowly push Ayun down, singeing its skin but not much more than that. Momo made a fist, gripping her blade tightly. This was insane. It should be dead. But, it isn't. So, what will you do, master? I don't know, Momo muttered under her breath, wondering why her Zanpakuto spirit would bother her mid-combat. Everything I've tried does nothing. I used all my reserves, and it did nothing. Raw damage doesn't seem to be enough. It doesn't feel pain, it doesn't stop, and I'm not hurting it fast enough. So, will you lie down and die? No, Momo said, shaking her head. There has to be something I can do. I just haven't figured it out yet. You wield great magical power. What is that compared to brute force? I'm not strong enough yet, muttered Momo, dashing aside from another furious charge, narrowly evading a monstrous hand threatening to grab her, to snap her in two. But, you are. How, exactly? Momo snapped, doing her best to put some distance, any distance, between herself and the inhuman thing coming at her. I would grant you the power. Momo's heart skipped a beat. Under any other circumstance, she would have stood there dumbstruck. Almost reflexively, she let a burst of red fireballs fling from her Zanpakuto, momentarily stunning the monster. It's not ready. She said loudly. You told me so. I'm not there yet. It is not a matter of ready. It is a matter of knowing my true name or not knowing it. But, I don't. Momo cried, running for her life as Ayun recovered. I don't know it yet. You do. Look inside you. Breathe. Think. Against her better judgment, despite the adrenaline, the stress, and the fear, Momo briefly paused, looking inward. She could halfway see it, the absurd landscape that was Tabayum's realm. The trees, the peach blossoms that were and were not actual blossoms. She looked, and for a moment all she saw was the landscape, the realm. She looked back, and both saw and did not see Ayon come toward her as if in slow motion. She saw her past, all her hard work leading up to this point, all her self-reflection, all her insecurities and suffering and pain. She saw her present, the battle of Karakara raging. She saw her future, splintering into infinite possibilities. Ayon, laid to waste and turned into ashes. Herself, broken and bloodied on the ground. Herself, weak, paralyzed and feeble under Aizen's thumb. Herself, alone and grieving after the war. Which one of these will come true? Said Tabayam, appearing beside her. Which one will you make reality? We cannot choose our futures, said Momo. We can only act in the now to the best of our abilities. The future is just a result of that. Action and causality. Yet, the future can be predicted. And, the further you go, the harder it gets. Tell me, said the spirit, what do you see in this future now? Ayon had edged closer. It was perhaps 20 yards away, a distance which would take it less than a second to close. It was almost too late to move. Death, said Momo, or if I find something I did not know I had, a sliver of hope for victory. You already see it, said Tabayam. Find the vision. You can see them all already. Find the one you want to become reality, and you will have done it. Momo focused, trying to sift out the innumerable potential futures. Death, death, victory, Pyrrhic victory, misery, they were infinite. How was she supposed to find one that was right? With but seconds to spare. Then she realized it was futile. It was designed to be futile. She closed her eyes, and focused. Envision it. So she did. She imagined herself powerful, in full command of power, Ayon buckling under her power. Her power, brought forth for herself, by herself. She could see it now. The new vestments of power, the strength that came with it. Bankai, Meijutsushi Sekao. Sarkres Supreme. It took a few seconds to register the words she had spoken. She looked up, and in a fleeting instant she saw the infinite futures replaced by one, and only one. She could see it all. She knew how she would be defeated. She knew how she would defeat it. She knew what to do, and what not to do. Ayon came crashing in, but to the monster's surprise, if it was even capable of such an emotion, a great, golden barrier blocked it. Momo stood tall, pushing back against it. The monster strained, its muscles bulging, but it was no use. With a gentle flick of the hand, Momo shoved him back, an invisible wave of force causing the monster to stumble. Let's try this out, shall we? She said. Momo stood tall now, transformed in a far more elegant manner than the brutish monster before her. Gone were the black shirt and pants of her uniform. In their stead, she was wreathed in robes of a dark blue hue, a great cape flowing from her shoulders. It was tied around her neck with a gilded clasp, and floated freely in the air, as if moved by a gentle breeze that wasn't there. She still held a weapon in her hand, but it was different from Tabayam's normal shape. It looked more like a staff than a blade, and its prongs were longer and more plentiful. Radiant energy crackled from its tips, and Momo's eyes seemed to glow with power. Ayon, seeming momentarily stunned from this discharge of power, stared her down and went for another mindless attack. This time Momo held her ground, and as the beast made a fist to strike her when it charged, she raised her hand and made a fist of her own. Tendrils of raw, dark blue energy wrapped around the monster, and its movements slowed to a crawl. A great orb formed around it, the tendrils taking physical shape as they restrained its limbs. It struggled against them, tearing one apart, two apart, but with each one it snapped, two more were ready to take its place. A hand shot out, grasping at Momo. She did not move an inch, did not even flinch, as it nearly grabbed her. The creature's arm fell short, just inches out of reach, before it was forced down. Bound and held in place, Ayon simply let out a deafening roar. Momo's coat fluttered wildly, this time from a real wind, but she remained in place. Slowly and deliberately, she aimed the staff at Ayon, grasping it in both hands. Currents of force traveled through the weapon, which hummed with power. An orb of bright blue and red formed at its tip, charging up slowly. You seem pretty tough, said Momo, her eyes narrowing as she aimed the weapon straight at the creature. Let's test just how tough. She grit her teeth as the power continued to build up. It was raw, and she could feel how unrefined this was, how little control she had over this, how much there was left to learn, how much power was going to waste purely from her own ignorance. But, the plan did not change. Take that. She snarled as the orb discharged, striking home with a blinding flash. There was not much technique to this, essentially just a supercharged version of what she could normally do with an emphasis on super. The explosion rocked her, nearly making her lose balance. As she recovered, she could see she was not alone. Further away, the three Arrancar were reeling from the attack. At ground level, the nearby streets were showered with shards of glass, and a great cloud of dust had been kicked up where Ayon had landed. Ayon! Cried Apache, suddenly concerned. She couldn't have. Mila Rose said in disbelief. I haven't, said Momo, shaking her head. It is still alive. I have seen it. This won't be what kills it. What do you mean? Said Sun Sun, sounding surprised at the confidence in Momo's voice. I have seen it, said Momo simply, with the verbal equivalent of a shrug. For some reason. I can see it now. The future. Several of them. She's mental. Apache sneered. Just because you pulled a Bankai out your ass, it doesn't mean dash. 3. 2. 1, said Momo, and as she finished speaking, Ayon stood up from the ground, a mighty roar pushing the dust clear from where it had fallen. The monster was badly wounded, blood flowing from a nasty injury on his chest, but it seemed to pay this no mind. It balled its fists, and jumped up. I told you, said Momo, this won't be what kills it. The three Fraxions just stared at her, wide-eyed. What was this? Briefly, Halibel and Erza split apart, still keeping their guards up. The great flash of light had surprised both of them, and Halibel looked toward her servants. She couldn't help it. You care about your own, said Erza with a respectful nod. I always liked that about you. Where did that confidence come from? Said Halibel irritably. My own will be just fine. 3-1, with Ayon released? Your vice-captain is as good as dead. I would have been very afraid for her until just now, said Erza, nodding in acknowledgement, but, it is like I hoped. I always felt she was close to it. I guess she finally found that last piece. I hope they make it, Halibel. But, judging by the power of that blast, I can't guarantee they will. Halibel's eyes narrowed, and she scoffed. Worry about yourself first, Erza Scarlet. If they fall, I will punish her with furious vengeance after I've killed you. Then try harder, Erza shot back, a slight smile on her face. Gritting her teeth, Halibel came in for another strike, and their deadly dance resumed. A massive fist slammed down onto her, but the shield held firm. Momo was thrown back a good 20 yards, but it was controlled. She was sliding, not falling, coming to an elegant halt mid-air with her free hand raised. Ayon opened its mouth, charging a massive zero. As the energy peaked, Momo finished a few arcane hand movements, and a glimmering shield took the hit directly. When the flare of the blast was gone, she stood there unaffected, as if it had passed right through her. Gimme a break. Apache said frustratedly. What kind of bullshit hack magic is that? She can just no-sell anything he does now. Momo only wished it were that easy. The subtlety of her new Bankai astonished her, but she was being wasteful and she knew it. If she'd had the time, she would have stopped to marvel at the ability. She hadn't just blocked the attack. As it came in, she had made the flow of the spiritual particles bend around her, like water bending around a stick in a river. It had taken a fraction of the effort it would have taken to block it outright. It had happened just exactly as Tobiam had shown her, just as she had foreseen. That was how she had known to use the technique, when and where exactly. It was playing out like a movie in real time, knowing every step to take ahead of time. Was that even moving according to her own will? A fist crashed down toward her, and she raised her staff, deflecting the blow with a spark of energy. But, there was a sudden movement, and the monster lunged right at her, its jaws snapping. Already aware of it, Momo rolled to the side, but to her surprise, part of her cape was stuck in its teeth. She wrenched it free, ripping the fabric in the process, before sending the monster reeling with a blast to its skull. As it recovered, Momo breathed heavily. She had not foreseen that. In her vision, she had seen herself move away gracefully. She hadn't been seeing the future, like she'd thought. She had been seeing a possible future. Nothing was really written in stone, and this vision could only be trusted so far. Now you're getting it. Momo shrugged off the self-satisfied voice of her Zanpakuto, and launched herself further up into the air, muttering an incantation as she did so. Sajusabaku! She cried, and great chains wrapped around Ayon's arms. Supercharged through the sheer power of her Bankai, they pinned its arms for the time being. All right, she muttered. I guess that was too good to be true anyway. All right then, let's try something else. She aimed her staff down. A bright, green light manifested at its tip. Gaki Rekao! She cried. She didn't even need an incantation. She could feel the Kita currents, manipulating them into readiness with thought alone. This Bankai was incredible. At her command, 10 rays of green light extended out to form a sort of circle around her staff. A moment later, 10 beams rained down hellfire on Ayon, bombarding him relentlessly. A faster opponent might have had a chance, but Ayon didn't even seem to have the cognition required to evade. The barrage hit home, halting a charge and, across several seconds of sustained fire, hammering him into the ground again. Momo let the barrage end, breathing heavily. This was draining her quickly, and force alone did not seem to matter, not until Ayon ran out of steam, and gods knew when that would happen. She had to get clever. Could she maybe trap it in warped space, slow it down? No, even now, such a measure was still restrained to her Ryotsu against its own, and it was nothing if not powerful. This was not a problem that required a creative solution. It required damage, lots and lots of damage, applied efficiently. It was already lunging toward her. Momo remembered her vision, it was still largely true. She still knew the right sequence. As the monster closed, she spun her staff in the air and generated another spell, perfectly executed at a mere thought, then cried, Hyuga Siren. A blast of cold struck Ayon, who ran right into the summoned blizzard. Momo skipped away, narrowly avoiding a paw grabbing at her, until it slowed down entirely. Slowly becoming encased in a sheet of ice, Ayon stared at her with its unnatural, cruel eyes. It floated in the air for a second of its own power, before plummeting to the ground. This wouldn't keep it down long enough for what she needed. Another spell was required. Channeling red-hot energy into her staff, she pointed its tip at the falling monstrosity and cried, Kongabaku. A raging inferno, contained in an orb no larger than a watermelon, slammed into Ayon before the beast even hit the ground. Upon impact the spell exploded, and Momo was glad it hit before Ayon came close to ground level. The explosion rocked her from afar, rocked the nearby buildings to their core. The blast was massive, growing from an instance of fiery orange to a yellowish white, obliterating everything it touched in a 50-yard radius. If it had struck at ground level, it would have leveled the whole block. As it was, Ayon made a massive crater where it fell, kicking up dust. She could sense it moving. Almost unbelievably, the creature was still active, still moving all its 4 limbs. But, the grievous fire damage, along with how the ice had slowed down its movements, bought her some valuable time. This had to be perfect. With great care, without rushing, she started to speak an incantation. By the time she was nearly finished, Ayon stood up again. Its body was a mess, filled with great gouges, seared skin and fur meshing with blood drying from the heat. Muscles lay exposed, in some places even bones. But, it was moving, and its wounds were starting to knit together slowly. She could see why the 3 Arankar had been so sure of her demise. However, it was too late for the creature, now. Bakuta 79, she said fiercely, Kuyushibari. 8 dark orbs manifested in a circle around Ayon, glowing with a very dark purple. A 9th orb manifested in the creature's chest, and the orbs grew in size, their dark glow nearly obscuring the monster entirely. These were essentially black holes, a Kita-powered gravity well that could hold nearly anything in place once set up. It was slow acting, but now that it had been cast, the monster was at her mercy. Ayon roared and thrashed, or rather, it tried to, but the roar became a mewling whimper and its thrashes were weak, trembling motions. The oozing crest of corruption, Momo began, grasping her staff with both hands, focusing on Ayon completely. The arrogant vessel of madness. Deny the seething urge to let things stun and flicker. Disrupt the sleep. The crawling princess of iron. The eternally self-destructing doll of mud. Unite. Repulse. Fill the earth and know your own powerlessness. Heida 90, Kuro Hitsuji. The spell folded into existence with absolute precision, obscuring Ayon completely in its darkness. The great, black coffin encapsulated it, shredding the binding spell in the process. It had done enough. The Heida faded, gone almost as soon as it had appeared. As the blackness faded, Ayon let out a gurgling noise, blood erupting from every part of its body. Kurohitsuji was a brutal spell, manifesting thousands of cuts in an instant. It could bring even a captain to their knees immediately, and Ayon, as powerful as it was, seemed to be reaching its limits. Sinking to its knees, it raised a shredded hand, staring at it dumbfounded. The sight almost made Momo feel pity. Then, against all reason and belief, Ayon struggled and groaned as it started to stand up. It wouldn't die. This she had not foreseen, either. The creature was so strong that even her visions couldn't seem to match it. No matter. Breathing heavily, Momo began to charge up the last ace in her sleeve. Glowing with power, her cape fluttering wildly from the discharge of power, she grasped the staff in both hands and aimed it like it were a rifle. Great rings of runic script appeared around it in wide, large circles, great layers of spells forming at her command to power the next strike. This had to work. Vanish, she said under her breath. Then, loudly, she cried, Tengoku Hakai Ha. Heaven Destruction Wave. It was hard to describe it. There was a bright light, so bright that neither Momo nor even the three Aaron-Car watching could see what was happening. A great wave of force struck at Ayon, pounding the streets to fine sand. There was tremendous heat, like that of a desert sun, and then suddenly the light was no more. Momo, swaying on her feet, blinked. The world was spinning, and she was barely keeping herself upright. Looking down, as the world slowly started to make sense again, she slowly started to see it. For a moment, her heart sank. There was the figure of Ayon, in the same position it had been a moment earlier. But, as the lights dancing in front of her eyes started to clear, Momo saw it. Ayon had turned gray, and before her eyes it started to fade. Its body dissolved into ash, briefly revealing the remains of a great skeleton, before the bones, too, became ash. Collapsing under its own weight, Ayon was reduced to fine powder. Ayon. Sun said, looking baffled. No fucking way. No fucking way. Apache snarled. Mila Rose just gaped. Apache balled her one remaining fist. I'll fucking kill you for that, you bitch. She snarled. Come on, you guys, let's get her. She can't have much left in her. For Halibel. The rallying cry seemed to snap Sun and Mila Rose out of their dazed state, and together they surged toward Momo. Exhausted, Momo still faced them with confidence, speaking an incantation into her staff. As they came at her, three great, golden chains extended, wrapping around the three Aaron-Car and restraining them. They growled and squirmed, trying to wriggle out, but the chains held fast. It's true that it took a lot out of me, said Momo weakly, but I'd say the same is true for you. Slowly, the chain ends still attached to her staff, Momo descended toward a nearby rooftop with the three fractions secured. Fuck. 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 Apache spat. You goddamn bitch, let us go. I'll kill you. Sun let out a sigh, as Momo gently set them all down. It's over, Apache. I didn't think anyone could take on Ayon, but it's done. We're beaten. She turned to Momo, looking her in the eye as she stretched herself out, lying still. Just make it quick, Vice Captain. That's all I ask. Quick. Said Momo, puzzled for a moment. We're in a war, if you didn't notice, said Mila Rose irritably, and we just lost. We weren't going to be merciful to you, and I wouldn't expect that from an enemy, either. Momo shook her head, resailing her bankai, but keeping hold of the Kata spell that kept them chained. I don't know what you think we're like in the Godii, she said, but I'd never kill somebody who couldn't fight back. We're in a war, sure. That makes you prisoners of war. Are you serious? Said Apache angrily. Erza would never forgive me if I did, said Momo, and I think you understand what it's like not wanting to let somebody important to you down. Trembling at the knees, Momo sat down, watching over them. She was severely drained, running very low on spiritual energy, but still, she had managed. She had actually done it. Blade against blade, neither one of them were masters of it. It was an awkward battle, but Nozomi fought her hardest all the same. The pink-haired, bespectacled Arrancar had come in the wake of the first attack waves, when the dead littered the streets in droves. Nozomi had lingered in Urahara's lab for some time, finishing up battle preparations, and had come out just in time to see him kneeling over a dying Shinigami. He had casually slit the man's throat with a scalpel, and before the corpse had even stopped twitching, he had torn up the man's clothes and started examining the body. Servant Arrancar were already stacking corpses on a cart behind him, directed by their master in picking and choosing from the dead. Zanpakuta were piled up and bound in leather straps, flesh and metal both catalogued like they were just things, like they had no worth except as the subject of study. That had made her snap. Nozomi had spent a lifetime loving science. She had been created for it, and she had turned that background into a part of her identity. But, unlike her amoral maker, she had known that science without ethical limitations was just cruelty. That's why she had run right in, crying out in anger, her fist connecting with Sail Aporo Grand's cheek. She had pressed him hard at first, but he had proven himself deadlier than she had expected, adapting to her furious assault with cool, calculated precision. Fascinating, he said, parrying another strike. Your spiritual structure is unmistakably Shinigami, yet radically different from any I've ever looked at. Harmonious. I'll have to pick you apart and see what the trick to that is. You won't have to wait, Nozomi said. Holding up her offhand, a flap of skin folded away, and a small dart fired right into a cut the Arrancar had taken before. He looked surprised for a second, before he let out a cry of pain, skipping back and yanking the dart free. It was too late, though, already the wound was growing, sizzling and bubbling. It's acid, she explained, advancing on him. It's a new upgrade, you could say. Took a while to get it all finished, but it's ready now. Since you wanted to treat me as a test subject, I think it's only fair I use you for the same purpose. Don't you? Sail hissed with pain as he charged the energy of a Zero into his palm, cauterizing the wound before the acid could eat away at him further. I take it back, he said. Although his face was twisted with pain, he had a disturbing smile on his face, as if intrigued. You're not a Shinigami at all, are you? I like to think of myself as an advanced version, Nozomi shot back. Blade raised, she charged forward. With some effort, Sail brought up his blade for a parry, and Nozomi pushed down on him, as if trying to overpower him. Advanced or not, Sail said, staring her down with a hint of triumph in his voice, you've come a bit too close, haven't you? His offhand was charging up a bala, and Nozomi knew she had but a moment to react. Rather than trying to dodge, she raised her offhand, charging a load of spiritual energy into her forearm. It jabbed forward with surprising speed, slamming into Sail's chest 5 times in the blink of an eye. Her arm worked like a piston, in no small part because that's how Kisuk's new design had been made. The upgrade was ingenious and powerful, the only drawback was the lack of control. However, as Sail staggered back with his smug grin gone, gargling with pain, she realized the flaw hadn't even mattered. She had hit his wound, and the pain had nearly overwhelmed him. That's enough, he hissed, gritting his teeth. I think it's time you learned the place of a subject, little Miss Advanced Model. Nozomi knew what was coming, she could sense his riotsu building up. Knowing the danger, she charged toward him, but 2 burly fractions barred her way. Frustratedly, Nozomi blocked a powerful swing from a bestial Arrancar, knowing this was a fight for her life. Failure would mean a fate worse than death. The ritual was commencing. Aizen ran through the spell components with the smooth ease of a man who had them perfectly memorized. The spell was taking shape without issue. He had practiced it 100 times before. His arms moved almost by themselves, the words spoken without even requiring thought. It was easy enough that Aizen could keep an eye on Jin and still let his attention drift elsewhere. Far beneath his feet, far down in the city, the battle was commencing just as he had planned. Far away from him, far away from disrupting this ritual, the Arrancar were giving their lives for his plan. Something caught his attention in particular, though. As he finished off a verbal component, a curious set of events finished unfolding. He could barely see it from here, but he sensed it quite clearly. "Wouldn't you know it," he muttered, realizing he had spoken the thought aloud. "Was it?" said Jin. "Nothing of consequence, really," said Aizen, his tone the verbal equivalent of a shrug, "but it seems my former vice-captain just obtained Bankai." "Lil Momo." "Yes. I never thought she had it in her." "Interesting." "Yeah, almost sound proud, sir." "Don't be ridiculous, Jin," said Aizen. "I have a ritual to finish, and this is no time for your little quips." But, as he started his incantation for the next stage of the ritual, his thoughts lingered on Momo. She had always possessed extraordinary intelligence and drive. In an odd way, he was pleased to see her prosper. Perhaps she could be made to see reason. He would need a decent lieutenant after Jin had been dealt with. Chapter 107, La Distancia para un Duelo 4. He was a truly repulsive sight. The pink-haired Arrancar had had a predatory handsomeness to him before his transformation, but it was gone now with his twisted change. Once he had released his blade, Fornicaras, he had become something vile and even more dangerous than Nozomi could have anticipated. 4 tentacles sprouted from his back, each one with purple little tendrils every 2 feet or so. He wore what looked like a plain dress, except it looked to be part of his flesh, and its billowing sleeves and folds held the same kind of repulsive tendrils. It was like some deep-sea nightmare, venomous and vile. His mindless servants stood to the side in anticipation, watching. They need do little else. Nozomi was on her knees, clutching her gut. "And that's, Estomago next, said Sale smugly, his voice quite cheery. He held in his hand a round little box with a set of pills in cheery bright colors. Each one had a word written in Spanish on it. Liver. Kidney. Stomach. Gallbladder. She knew because he had read them out loud to her. She had let herself get grabbed by one of those tendrils, and through his foul ability, he had created some sort of connection between them, a voodoo doll to control her organs. "Perhaps that would finally put a stop to you. I've already crushed your liver and one of your kidneys," he said amusedly. Propping herself up on her blade, Nozomi shut off her pain receptors. Being a mod soul came with its perks. Although her biology was identical to a Shinigami's, it was also superior. Most people couldn't control their body functions at will, but she could. It was this, she suspected, that had kept her alive. Although completely under his power, he seemed too interested in her resilience to finish her off. "You are so very curious," said Sale amusedly. "Serious internal hemorrhaging ruptured vital organs, yet subject retains approximately 56% motor function. Appears largely immune to pain. I cannot wait to dissect you, little girl." "Then you'll have to beat me first, bastard," Nozomi said, trying her best to sound defiant. It came out more like a wheeze, and she knew it. "Let's try a field test," said Sale, raising his palm. A zero formed, slowly growing to a very precise, very controlled amount of energy. "Go on. Roll out of the way. I want to see how quickly you can move if you have to." However, as it fired, Nozomi raised her Zanpakuto, crying, "Razom Shiger." Her Shikai released, the blade absorbed the energy completely, and before Sale could react, she swung it back at him. The impact knocked her off her feet, but as she struggled to get up, she could see the attack had taken him by surprise entirely. His white dress was singed and burnt, and there was a smell of charred flesh. Lifting himself to his feet with his tentacles, Sale gave her a vicious glare. He had a blackened mark on his chest, and his hair was unkempt, but he was far from finished. "I do believe," he hissed, that I'll have to try a few more tests until you learn your place, Shinigami. Nozomi collapsed, only glad she could not feel the full pain of her crushed organs. She was breathing heavily, forcing herself not to panic. This was a war zone. There was nobody else nearby, and even if there were, it would take somebody of a captain's skill to defeat him. Well, came a cheery voice. Nozomi went from despair to elation in a heartbeat, looking up at the familiar figure. Hat and clogs, green and white coat, blonde hair, there was nobody she would rather see right now. You. Sale said, seemingly unsettled. Urahara Kisuk had arrived seemingly out of nowhere. Nozomi assumed it had to be whatever training he had left over from his days in the Stealth Corps. I think introductions will be unnecessary, he said cheerily. I've kept tabs on Aizen long enough to know that you're his chief henchman in the science department, and you will undoubtedly have read up on every figure of note if you consider yourself a scientist. Urahara Kisuk, Sale hissed, suddenly sounding cautious. Oh, yes, I do know you. You're the failed scientist who ran away from your post in 12th Division. Oh, yes, said Kisuk, former head of the science department and captain of 12th. He turned quickly to Nozomi. Don't you worry. I'll have this sorted in a minute or two. It'll get scary, but don't lose hope. Okay. Oh, okay, said Nozomi, perfectly happy to lay back for a little while. Now, said Kisuk, positioning himself between Nozomi and Sale, you're throwing a bit of a wrench in my schedule. I have important things to do, and the less time and risk invested, the better. Walk away now, and you'll live. Take your pick of the dead for your experiments. I won't stop you. Do as you will, but leave here now. His voice was carefree and confident, but there was a hard edge under it. Sale, though, did not seem impressed. Leave? You Shinigami really are soft-hearted. Does it amuse you to come charging in like the knight in shining armor? Oh, trust me, said Kisuk, nothing about this has the first thing to do with chivalry. Espada or not, you seem quite dangerous, and today is the culmination of a very, very long time of planning, and I'd rather not fall short because some over-ambitious, amoral monster playing at science got in a lucky hit. If you're so concerned for risk, said Sale, looking down on Kisuk, speaking slowly as if assessing the man in real time, then step aside. I have my prize. It's all I need. Unfortunately, she's quite the useful assistant, and it would take a lot of effort to train a new one. Enough, said Sale, lashing out with a tentacle. Suffer the risk if you're so invested, you fool. Kisuk somersaulted over the sweep and dashed back a few paces. Pulling his sword free from its cane sheath, he flung a series of Kitty blasts at the Aaron car, keeping him on his toes. Two beastly Aaron car lunged at him, two sword cuts, and a moment later they collapsed, blood pooling where they fell. Sale's tentacles shot out, aiming to catch him. All four worked together in deadly tandem, filling up the street. Kisuk dodged and weaved, sailing gracefully through the air. Nozomi's heart pounded, with awe rather than fear this time. As he slid through a narrow opening between two appendages looking to lock him in, casually cutting two of the lesser tentacles off their parent limb, it was clear to her that he was in his element. Kisuk was a brilliant scientist, but by the looks of it he was just as brilliant a fighter. Landing nimbly on his feet, Kisuk somersaulted over a tentacle limb and rushed forward, weaving left and right to evade a forest of wretched appendages, each one making a grab for him. Careful! Nozomi cried. Don't let them touch you, not even once. Kisuk nodded, too focused to give a direct reply. Sale was weaving an intricate web of limbs now that Kisuk was taking the offensive, leaving no openings. Kisuk flashed back and forth in a breathtaking display of shunpo, but there were no openings to take advantage of. Nozomi cursed under her breath. He had to find a way. There was no way he wouldn't. Then suddenly it happened. A limb managed to wrap around his wrist, and Kisuk slammed into the pavement. Before he could free himself he was enveloped fully inside the tentacle. A short while later, he was spat out onto the street. Nozomi's heart skipped a beat, watching on in shock. How could this have happened? It had gone so fast, a single mistake happening before anyone could do anything about it. Kisuk stood up, blade in hand, but Sale already held the doll in hand. The great Urahara Kisuk, the Arankar hissed, gleeful triumph in his voice, my own plaything. Imagine that. Kisuk raised his sword, moving to charge forward, but Sale quickly opened the doll and grabbed one of the small pills, crushing it between his fingers. Kisuk gasped, falling to his knees and clutching his chest. Don't worry, Sale said with a chuckle. You'll survive with just one lung. It's amazing what a Shinigami can survive, how little they need to just function. No. Nozomi cried, tears in her eyes. She reached a hand out, crawling forward. No, don't hurt him. You can't. Please, stop. Stop, I'll come with you, and dash. Tears were trailing down her cheeks, and she was stuttering incoherently. Nothing about this was acceptable. It couldn't be real. Kisuk, of all people? This couldn't be happening. You're not in any position to negotiate, said Sale smugly. You know what else you only need one of? A kidney. He crushed another one of the brightly colored pills, and Kisuk let out a grunt, clutching his side. Stop. Nozomi cried. Stop it, already. You need him alive, don't you? I do, said Sale. I'd like nothing more than to study him. So, let him live. Nozomi cried desperately. But, he's also very, very dangerous. Even Lord Aizen considers him a risk to his plans. No. I think I'll settle for you, little girl. He took up another pill, bright red, labeled Corazon. Nozomi could not read Spanish, but she understood it well enough. Farewell, Urahara Kisuk, said Sale. The pill shattered between his fingertips, and Nozomi cried out with grief, cried out with the anguish of somebody losing a loved one. Sale turned his gaze toward her as if to gloat, but that was when his smile disappeared, and his eyes widened. Nozomi's scream trailed off, and she stared at the Arankar in confusion. A blade had erupted from his chest, running him through entirely. Behind him stood Urahara Kisuk, holding on to the sword firmly. Urahara Kisuk, said Kisuk, exiled scientist and former officer of the Stealth Corps. Why you, how? Sale said weakly, turning around to look at him. It was over. No matter what his limbs would try to do, he would die before he tried it. What makes a fellow dangerous, said Kisuk, isn't how well they swing a sword, but how they approach battle. That dummy over there, he said, pointing at the ruined figure on the ground, looking exactly like Kisuk himself. That's a combat Jigai. Modified to look and act just like me if necessary. None of the real tricks, of course, but convincing enough to an Arankar with an incomplete database. I just needed you to lower your guard for a second, which you were nice enough to do. You must understand me, Sale said eagerly. I am a scientist like you. All I want is to unlock the mysteries of the universe. Benihime, said Kisuk, and in the next instant there was a spray of blood as Sale's chest split open. Cut nearly in half, there was a last, wheezing breath as he fell to the ground, quite dead. I'm sorry, said Kisuk, wiping the blood from his shikai with a handkerchief before sealing it, but I really don't have time to listen to your tired, self-serving speech. I hope you understand. He walked toward Nozomi, who was trembling with pain and emotion. It's really you, right? She asked pleadingly. You didn't die. He kneeled by her side and put a hand on her head. I told you it'd get scary, he said, and I'm sorry about that. But, I had to make sure. I knew what he could do, and I couldn't risk it. Of course, Nozomi said. I'm just glad you're not, that you came for me. Well, said Kisuk, I couldn't let him do that to my lab partner, could I? He smiled, and through the pain and terror, Nozomi felt it fade just a little. Now, are you badly hurt? He crushed some of my organs, she muttered. I'm functioning. Not well, though. He nodded, and gently picked her up in a bridal carry. I'm taking you back to the lab, he said. The field hospital is no place for you. I'll set you up with some painkillers and regeneratives. You'll be back up in no time, although probably not before this is all over. But the fight, she protested, you have this big, important thing to do, don't you? I'll be fine. You don't have a lot of time. I have enough time, he said plainly. With that, he hurried back the way he'd come, toward his labs. Tatsuki had, on some level, thought she was ready. She had prepared mentally for the idea of her hometown becoming ground zero for a real battle for months now. She had figured that she had been through a lot of battles already, and, well, it would just be on a larger scale, right? She had always known that would be an oversimplified way to look at it. Running sweaty, tired, and afraid through the streets, running for her life, she only now realized just how wrong that idea had been. She had seen hordes of Aaron Carr smash into formations of Shinigami, and she had heard cries of pain suddenly snuffed out, silenced forever. She had seen the utter chaos and thrown herself into it until the squad she had joined had been killed to a man, and she was the only one left standing. She had crushed the last Aaron Carr in the wave, torn through what was left with relative ease, but it couldn't undo what she had just seen. Then she had come. A higher class of Aaron Carr had followed behind the chaff, apparently deeming Tatsuki worth the effort. They had fought bitterly, Tatsuki's measured style against the savagery of her opponent. Sairachi Thunder Witch, she had called herself, a former Espada displaced by Aizen's recent arrivals and looking to prove herself. Using her staff and superior mobility, Tatsuki had proven to be more than a handful, and eventually, out of frustration, the Aaron Carr had released her Zanpakuto. So, Tatsuki had run, because the sheer range of the Aaron Carr's attacks, now airborne, was beyond her limited range. With Galandrina released, Sairachi resembled some nightmarish hybrid between avian and insect, large, buzzing wings, a feathered mane sprouting from her head, and long, spindly limbs where her arms used to be. The wings sounded like a particularly large, nasty bee was chasing her, and it was terrifying. Come on, think. Tatsuki thought to herself, jumping away from another swooping dive. There's got to be some way. But, she can fly, and I can't. There was something, though. She hadn't popped her power yet, relying on the basics so far. If she could find a way to surprise the Aaron Carr. But, what good would a burst of speed be against somebody this fast, this mobile, and with wings to boot? Tatsuki leaped aside from another swooping strike, dashed up against a wall and sailed over the Aaron Carr briefly, before landing on the ground with a quick roll and getting to her feet again, resuming her mad dash. As she ran, she realized that even if she couldn't fly, maybe she could still find a way to compensate. In an open plain she would have been well and truly screwed, but this was central Karakura, populated by tall buildings wherever they went. It gave Sairachi less room to move about, and more importantly it gave Tatsuki some options. Sensing Sairachi closing in once more, she took a hard dash to the side. Raijin! She cried, enveloping herself in a sizzling field of yellow lightning energy. She vaulted up in the air, and kicked against the wall, hard. She had only a split second to figure out where Sairachi was, to adjust her direction and aim a punch, and she could only hope she wouldn't run right into those wings. Thankfully, Sairachi seemed entirely caught off guard by the sudden burst of speed. Tatsuki sailed through the air, slamming a charged punch right into the Aaron Carr's chest. Sairachi gasped, her arms flailing as her wings briefly stopped fluttering in shock. She was thrown to the ground, slamming into the asphalt with Tatsuki landing only a few paces away, fists raised for another go. She closed the distance in an instant, slamming a fist into the Aaron Carr just as she started to rise again. Sairachi tried raising a limb to block, but the long, spindly arms were too awkward to use effectively this close. Tatsuki was inside her guard, hammering her with a series of rapid-fire punches, each one letting loose a discharge of lightning. Tatsuki wasn't thinking much, focusing entirely on the fight, but it seemed easy. Sairachi was no close-quarters fighter, it seemed. However, it could only last so long. A few seconds later, Sairachi managed to gather herself and her wings flickered to life, and with a burst of air she lifted herself back. The wings batted against the ground, and the flight was clumsy and short, but she had put distance between them. I think I figured it out, said Tatsuki. You're not that great at anything when you're not hitting me from afar, or swooping down on me with those claws of yours, are you? You sure got a mouth on you, human, Sairachi sneered. How long do you think you can keep that little glow running? Raijin was flittering a little, and Tatsuki cursed under her breath. The technique was powerful, but it ate up spiritual energy like there was no tomorrow. Her opponent, for her part, seemed to have an abundance, and had probably had a lifetime to perfect using it effectively. This was not a fight Tatsuki could afford to prolong, or she'd collapse of exhaustion before she had any chance of finishing her opponent. "Come on, then," said Tatsuki. She let rage and power down to a bare minimum. She couldn't afford to let it run at full power until she needed it. "Show your lord how hard it is to kill a simple human girl. I'm sure that'll impress him." Sairachi made a face, and hovered in the air, her wings humming something frightful. She made a pass over Tatsuki's head, soaring high into the air before making ready to swoop at her again. Tatsuki held her ground. Running wouldn't do her any good, not anymore. She would have to turn this to her advantage instead. Sairachi would have one opportunity to strike when she came down, and if she missed, she'd be wide open. Time seemed to slow as Sairachi came at her again, gaining speed. Her long, clawed arms were outstretched, and she had a look of triumph on her face. In her mind's eye, Tatsuki could see those arms hit her, envelop her with their claws impaling her from every direction. One moment. One good hit. She was gambling everything on timing this correctly. Only at the last second did she focus her lightning aura, letting it flare up to full power. Time seemed to slow even further, and Tatsuki realized it wasn't just a trick of the mind. She hadn't realized it yet, but the technique sped up her reaction speed to such a degree her body didn't quite keep up with her mind. She saw the claws spread out wide, saw as Sairachi came within striking range, arms stretched out. The claws would reach her, grab her, and then... Now! In a flash, Tatsuki launched herself into the air, somersaulting over the claw strike and coming down on Sairachi with an axe kick. Her heel slammed into the back of the Aaron car's neck, and Sairachi slammed into the street, rock, and broken asphalt spraying where she came to a halt. Tatsuki landed, instantly calming the output of her aura. That one attack alone had eaten a lot of her reserves. She estimated she had one, maybe two good hits left in her before she was through. "Damn it!" Sairachi snarled, propping herself up. Her arrow seemed to have protected her for the most part, but dust and grime had still scraped against her elegant face. As she started to get to her feet, Tatsuki put her aura on full blast, going in for a charge. She moved like lightning, closing the distance in a near instant. Not a hollow elite for nothing, Sairachi had already managed to stand herself up, albeit on wobbly feet, when Tatsuki started to close the distance. "Alla Cortadilla!" Sairachi snarled, extending her wings like great blades. Tatsuki sailed over the first row of blades and went into a slide under the other, gliding across the street. Sairachi lashed out with her clawed limbs, but her balance was still off and Tatsuki weaved to the side with ease, rolling forward and sliding right inside Sairachi's guard. Making a fist, Tatsuki stood up, channeling all her remaining power into her fist. Coming in from below with a massive sucker punch, she slammed her fist right into the Aaron car's jaw. There was a massive discharge of power, and in the instant her fist hit home, a massive surge of electrical force ran through Sairachi's body. The Aaron car was lifted off her feet, and as her aura started to fade, Tatsuki saw her sail through the air in graceful slow motion, her body arching back, wings splayed out. For a moment, it looked like art. Then the lightning faded, reality started to work normally, and Tatsuki sank to her feet from exhaustion just as Sairachi hit the ground. Breathing heavily, Tatsuki supported herself on her knuckles, down on all fours while the world spun around her. Her reservoir had been drained almost entirely, and she felt as if she had just run 2 marathons back to back. She was dangerously low on spiritual power, and if the Aaron car was still battle-ready in any way, this would be over. Taking a few deep breaths and shaking her head to try and shake the dizziness off, Tatsuki looked up. She wasn't dead yet, which was a good sign. Painstakingly, Tatsuki stood up, nearly overbalancing several times. Barely managing not to fall over, Tatsuki blinked and tried to focus. Sairachi was lying still on the ground, twitching a little. Little bursts of lightning still coursed through her, a last few sparks evaporating into the air. "Did I do it?" Tatsuki muttered. To her shock, Sairachi's hand twitched, then shot out to brace against the ground. Spasming lightly, the Aaron car managed to prop herself up in a sitting position. You, bitch. She snarled. Will, kill. Tatsuki's heart sank. She could barely stand herself. If she got up. But, then she saw it, at the same time as Sairachi. The Aaron Carr's resurrection was fading away into nothing. Sairachi had become too weak to even maintain it, and beside her, the battered form of her Zanpakuto lay. The Aaron Carr shot her one last hateful look, then fell onto her back, breathing heavily. Tatsuki drew a breath of relief. It looked like she had done enough damage, after all. Neither of them could move, and that would be good enough for now. The holographic display flicked once or twice, and Sasaki thumped the engine with his fist, lightly at first, and then a little harder the second time. It worked, somehow. The image of Karakura as a battleground became stabler, at least for now. It was a little strange, and a little irritating, that Urahara Kisuk's primitive advice on how to operate the device was actually correct. There, sir, said Sasaki. We should be able to see the battle unfold from here. The venerable Captain Commander had remained in the headquarters to observe and give out orders, directing and redirecting troops, sending in reinforcements where it was needed and ordering retreats where the lines were at risk of being overrun or encircled. So far, their soldiers were holding. 6th and 5th Divisions were successfully holding the center, bolstering the demoralized lines of 7th Division. 1st and 3rd were holding the right flanks, whereas 4th ran support operations. 2nd and 11th both ran specialized combat support, the former in the form of surgical strikes whenever a weakness presented itself, and the latter in the form of brutal counterattacks or reinforcements to whichever lines needed them most. Every division was doing their part, directed by the Captain Commander's vision. Thousands of Shinigami, clashing with hundreds of Aaron Carr, this was a battle that would echo through the ages, the greatest single combat the Godai had seen since the Quincy Wars. Sasaki quietly tried to recall any single battle with the Quincy's that had been this fierce. Of course, this was further complicated by the fact that they fought in the middle of a human-populated area. Dozens of bystanders had died already, and the humans were fleeing the battleground in droves, panicked and confused. Buildings were being severely damaged, sometimes leveled. Even if they were triumphant, this would be a nightmare to smooth over with mortal authorities. Yet, these concerns felt secondary, distant even, compared to the intensity of combat. The very fate of the Godai was at stake, and this battle. Sasaki could not help but have mixed feelings. The operation into Hueco Mundo had been a disaster, yet at the same time, the battle was unfolding in their favor for now. Yet, Aizen was out there, enacting his plan. Speak plainly, Sasaki, said Yamamoto gruffly. I said nothing, Captain Commander, said Sasaki firmly. The battle goes as planned, under your direction. You need not say it, said Yamamoto dismissively, his hands clasped over his cane as he stared out at the holographic map. There was the outline of the city, abruptly cut off where the map ended. There were the streets, the buildings, the rooftops, and thousands of little blue dots clashing with little red dots. Some dots were larger than the others, signifying captains and higher-ranking Aaron Carr. Sasaki found it hard to look as the dots faded away, one by one. It is written in your face. Why does he not intervene? Why does he wait here? Why does he hide in his hall after the folly in Hueco Mundo, after throwing away so many lives for nothing? I've seen it written in all your faces. I do not blame these sentiments at all. I would never, Captain Commander. Sasaki exclaimed, the words all but exploding from his mouth. I know better, sir. I know the extents of your power, and I have never doubted your wisdom. You may think you have erred, sir, but I have faith in your wisdom and your power. Do you? Said Yamamoto, turning to look at him. Muttering under his breath, he said, more the fool you then, perhaps. Sir, Sasaki said, struggling to keep his tone at a professional level of calm, if you were to intervene directly, our own people would die in droves. Your blade is not a weapon suited for combat near any of your allies. I know and understand this. So do your captains. So do your soldiers, sir. And, if you went out there, then what? It would escalate the battle. Aizen's hand would be forced. He would be made to reveal whatever ace he has up his sleeve. Or it would lead him to create yet another distraction, another deceit. No, Captain Commander, you must not intervene until it is absolutely necessary. Of course, Sasakaibe, said Yamamoto calmly. Yes. You are right, naturally. Yet. There is no room for doubt or hesitation, sir. I know it, and so do you. Of course. The old man turned to stare at his vice-captain. You have been a good aid to me all these years. I could not have asked for better. Thank you, sir, said Sasakaibe uneasily. He felt as if the old man was saying his goodbyes. He had never seen him like this before. He had served the man faithfully for centuries, and he had never once known Yamamoto Shigekuni Genryusai to doubt himself or to act as if he might die. What was the world coming to? All that aside, said Yamamoto, I am sure there is something that concerns you in particular. The ritual, sir, Sasakaibe admitted uneasily. If it is completed. I took the time to study Urahara Kisuke's notes on the matter, said Yamamoto gruffly, and I consulted our best Kita specialists. To enact a spell of that magnitude would be intensely complex. It might take hours to complete. We will monitor the energy readings Aizen puts out, and intervene when necessary. If the arrogant young fool expects that simply throwing his armies at us haphazardly will be distraction enough, he is sorely mistaken. Sasakaibe nodded. We are holding, sir, but it's by a thread. If we lose too many at once. Yamamoto nodded. If they went below a critical level of Shinigami, the flow of souls between worlds would be disrupted. They had lost 1,000 men to Hueco Mundo already, and if they lost 1,000 more, they'd be at half strength. How many more could they stand to lose before his hand was forced? Uriah's arm was starting to grow weary. Although he had no love for the Shinigami, it had suited him fine to take position on a building near the central battle line, charging his arrows and picking off one Aaron car after another with precise, high-powered shots. He had counted to 21 dead before he had attracted the attention of two more potent enemies. They looked like handsome young men both, one with dark hair and what looked like the skull of a saber-toothed cat for a mask fragment, the other with long, fair hair and a thin sliver of bone covering his right eye socket, a slit of yellow in the place of an eye. Joe Vega and Finder Carias, that was how they had introduced themselves. Both of them, naturally, were close combat specialists with speed to spare, the worst type Uriah could have asked for. He had been forced to fire wildly, retreating every which way across Karakura's rooftops. One-on-one he might have handled it, but with two powerful Arrancar on his tail, there was hardly ever an opening. Uriah somersaulted over a sideways swipe from Finder, instantly bending backward in anticipation of the follow-up thrust he knew was coming. The stab passed over his face, but Uriah was already moving, spinning through the air, narrowly avoiding an axe kick from Joe. He had fired off a hail of arrows before he landed on his feet again, and this close, he knew they couldn't have missed. Sure enough, Joe was knocked back with a few new holes in his jacket, but Finder was already on him. Uriah weaved left and right, evading stabs coming at him like bolts of lightning, before kicking the Arrancar in the chest. He channeled the blood artery through his body as he did so, and his foot connected explosively with Finder's torso. The Arrancar was thrown back in surprise, the breath momentarily taken out of him. Uriah was already aiming his bow at Joe, the momentary reprieve allowing him to fire off a massive burst of arrows with more accuracy. The cat-like Arrancar was already charging him, of course, but Uriah took a step of Hiran Kyaku to the side, resuming fire the moment he had an angle. 1 hit, 2 hits, 3 hits, Joe was taken aback and sent sprawling across the rooftop. The hits would not be powerful enough to do a lot of damage, but they did pin him down for a moment. However, a moment was more time than Uriah had. An out-of-breath Finder was already coming at him, blade swinging wildly, and Uriah was forced to relent, once again dodging attacks that could each one be fatal. No great deed is ever easy. It was one of the many wisdoms Hashwalth had passed down to him. If there was ever a baptism of fire, this was it. More than ever, Uriah appreciated the Quincy emphasis on speed and skill he had been keeping up with two high-level Arrancar, who had not yet landed a hit on him. Speak of the devil, no sooner had the thought slipped by him than Finder pushed him just a little too hard, Uriah lost his balance, and a sweeping blow came in that he knew he couldn't dodge. Stumbling back, Uriah instinctively raised an arm. The blade struck his arm, but to Finder's surprise, it stopped there, clattering off his skin as if it had struck steel. "What?" said the Arrancar, baffled. "Blood venet," Uriah said. Raising his bow quickly, he fired a high-powered shot, striking the blonde Arrancar in the chest. Finder let out a gasp, stumbling away and falling on his back, a red stain dyeing his white jacket. Uriah looked at his arm. A stylized, lightning-shaped pattern emerged across his skin where the blow had been turned away. That had been dangerous. The technique was far from perfected, and a single misstep could have ruined him. "Well, I'll be damned," said Joe, slowly circling round. "He got me pretty good, and then he went and shot you, too, Finder. I figured he was just some human we had to deal with before we could advance the battle, and we can't even catch him between the both of us." Finder got to his feet, clutching his chest. "I did hit him," he said irritably, "but it didn't do anything." "I am Ishida Uriah," said Uriah, "the last of the Quincy's in Japan, and this is my home. If you want easy prey, you'll have to look elsewhere." "He's got guts, I'll give him that," said Finder with a smirk. "A Quincy, huh?" said Joe. "I thought they were all dead, or something. Didn't the Shinigami exterminate your kind?" "Not all of us," said Uriah defiantly. "And here you are, fighting their war for them," said Joe, his brows furrowed with curiosity. "Are you sure you're on the right side, kid?" "Like I said," Uriah repeated, "this is my home. I don't choose where the Shinigami make their wars. War is here, on my doorstep, and, well, Quincy's exist to destroy your kind. It doesn't need to be any harder than that." "I can respect that," said Joe, casually spinning his blade around. "I'd grill you a little more, but I don't like wasting time." "Finder." "Yes," said the blonde Arrancar. "All out. Both of us, now." "Are you serious?" said Finder, a little incredulous. "We only just warmed up, and it's one human." "This is the battle of the war," said Joe, "and this is one human we have landed all of one hit on. Take it seriously, or we'll falter." "You're serious, aren't you?" Finder muttered. "All right." Both of their riots started rising, and Uriah knew what was coming. He had been ready for an attack at any moment, for the Arrancar to stop playing around and lash out. He had run through a number of moves in his head while they talked, a number of different scenarios and angles of attack. Unfortunately, they had decided to take him seriously. "Engrave the surface of the water, Pinza Aguda," Finder called. "Bite off, Tigre Estok," Joe called. Neither of the Arrancar transformed in any drastic manner, remaining the same size as before. Finder was wrapped in a large, long set of chitinous bone plates running from his chest and down over his legs. A massive crustacean claw in place of his right hand was the most noticeable difference from before. Joe, for his part, hadn't changed much at all in terms of appearance. His mask fragment remained the same, and a long, black and yellow ponytail hung from his head. Two short blades extended from his forearms past his hands, and his sleeves and pants were lined with fur. Despite the lack of a dramatic change, Uriah knew better than to underestimate them. If anything, it made them more dangerous, because the more advanced the hollow, the less monstrous they would seem. Uriah had already started running the moment they started to release their blades. By the time they stood there full transformed, he had already cleared a distance of 100 yards. Finder, whose chest had healed, reeled back as another arrow slammed into his armored chest. To his surprise, the arrow cut through the plating, cracking it where it hit, fresh blood seeping from a new injury. "Are you kidding me?" Finder muttered, his lips curling into a sneer. The two Arrancar scattered as a hail of arrows came down, shredding the roof they had stood on. "I'll catch up and pin him down," Joe said. "Get in position. I'll create an opening. Quincy or not, he's still only human. He can't lose an arm and just keep going like those damn Shinigami. You sure you can keep up?" Finder muttered, staring at the Quincy, already starting to become a dot on the periphery of their vision. "Please," said Joe with a grin, and landing on the ruined roof, he jumped off with incredible speed. Finder smiled, and jumped after. He had forgotten just how fast his feline ally was. Uriah was firing one concentrated arrow after another on the run, but only one had hit home yet, and the Aaron car hadn't even slowed down. Joe Vega, in his resurrection, was as fast as Uriah, and almost as precise in his movements. Every moment Uriah took to fire slowed him down just a fraction, and that fraction was all Joe needed to start closing the distance. Uriah cursed. The only upside, if it could be called that, was that Finder was lagging behind. Leaping from roof to roof, Uriah tried to think. He could hurt them, but he needed to hit them to do so, and at this velocity, against such opponents, that was easier said than done. Thinking quickly, he made a decision. Transformed, Joe Vega was too fast to hit easily, and too strong to be taken down by a single arrow unless Uriah somehow scored the mother of all critical hits. He had to find a way to target down either Joe or Finder, and then focus on the second one. Firing at a steady pace with precise shots, he slowed down just a little, as if tiring. Joe started closing the distance quickly, and Uriah fired as he went. Each shot was weaker than the ones he'd fired before, much weaker, but Joe would never know, because Uriah was deliberately missing each one. Meanwhile, he was storing more and more power in the wrist of the hand holding his bow. He could feel the energy chafing at his skin, the particles revolting against this forceful concentration of power, but he didn't need to keep it up for long. 100 meters. 70 meters. 50 meters. 30 meters. With Joe closing in, with but a second to spare, Uriah pulled back the string and let the energy he'd stored charge into one arrow, glowing bright with power. Hollering with glee, the excitement of battle getting to him, Joe was catching up, blades raised to strike. As he came in close, Uriah dashed to the side, narrowly evading a dual set of strikes. Sailing through the air, he aimed his bow straight at Joe. Ready to let the arrow fly, he released the string, and Joe was gone. Good try, kid. Uriah spun around, reeling back as a blade raked across his chest. His blood activated, protecting him from the worst of it, but he was thrown onto a rooftop. Joe followed after, a confident smirk on his face. Good trick, he said, but man, imagine putting that much power into an attack and missing dash. His eyes went wide and he sank to his knees, blood spreading from a freshly formed hole in his chest. Guided flight, said Uriah. What? You thought I'd leave an attack like that up to chance? Joe grit his teeth, but Uriah was already moving, knowing he had but seconds to deal with the next threat. Although not quite as fast as his companion, Finder was hot on their heels. Uriah dashed to meet him, firing as he went. Finder raised his claw to block, relishing the chance to come in close. Are you that eager to die, Quincy? He said mockingly, lashing out with his crustacean claw as he came within striking range. Uriah dashed out of the way, reappearing on a nearby rooftop. Finder spun around just in time to take another charged arrow to his armor. It's funny, said Uriah, but I don't think transforming was in your best interest. You think so, huh? Said Finder, aiming his claw toward the rooftop. Tijeras Neptuni. A huge burst of water surged forward, and Uriah moved. The rooftop where Uriah had been a moment ago burst, a splash of water following a wave of total devastation. That's impressive destructive power, said Uriah, reappearing near Finder, firing another arrow. The Aaron car brought up his claw, absorbing the hit with his thick carapace. But, you've grown slower. My arrows can hurt you. I've already cracked your armor. That transformation, Finder carries, was a mistake. You sure are full of yourself, said Finder, throwing a glance toward where Joe had been. I don't know how you took down Joe, but I'm a lot harder to kill than he is. Suddenly, Uriah stood right behind him. Are you sure about that? Finder lashed out with his claw, but Uriah was already gone. Another arrow struck Finder in the chest where the chitinous carapace had already been breached, cracking it further. You little bastard, Finder growled, lashing out with his claw. Tijeras Neptuni. The aquatic shockwave struck air as Uriah was already gone, and the next moment another arrow hit home, then another, the young Quincy appearing in a new position each time. Finder dashed after to chase, but Uriah was always where he was not, always just out of claw's reach. Finally, An arrow embedded straight in Finder's chest where the armor had cracked when Uriah came in from above with a precise shot. The Car grunted, reeling back. "I told you," said Uriah, "you may have become tougher, but you traded for it in speed. Quincy craft is all about precision, and no armor is without its cracks. You son of a bitch," snarled Finder, lashing out with another water blast. No sooner had he complete the motion than a hail of arrows slammed into his back. When he turned around to attack back, Uriah fired a charged shot, again into the Car's chest. Finder's face went pale from shock for a second, and he tumbled down from where he had stood in the air, barely catching himself on a rooftop. Before he could right himself, another shot struck him, then another, then another. He was struck in the neck, in the legs, in the shoulder. Finder fell to his knees, breathing heavily. A final shot struck him in the chest, and the Car collapsed. Uriah took a deep breath. One down. And then there was pain. Uriah found himself thrown down onto the same rooftop, feeling like his back had been split open. He impacted with the ground, his vision blurred as his body was shaken, and not a moment later, a boot was planted on his back, keeping him pinned. Part of the boot ground into the fresh wound in his back, and Uriah screamed out loud with pain. Blood vein needed to be consciously activated, and he had not seen the attack coming, had not prepared for it. Desperately, he tried to form the shape of his bow, anything to avoid lying there helpless. "I'll give you props, you little Quincy bastard," hissed Joe, grabbing Uriah by the hair and yanking his head up. "You're a lot better than I thought. Just not as good as you thought, if you figured I was finished from just the one hit." Uriah could feel a blade pressed against his throat, and knew that it was over. He had come so far, worked so hard, trained until he'd bled, and now he was going to die alone. If this was what a heroic death looked like, it was not what he had expected. The bow formed in his hand, but what was he going to do? Draw the string with one hand and fire at an enemy pinning him down? He was barely keeping himself conscious. "Nice try," said Joe, and Uriah could feel the blade retract, could sense the Car raising a hand for that final stab. "I like it, even. But, this is the end of the road for you." "You think so? I would advise you to let him go, Mr. Car." Uriah, who had only just started to sink into despair, was violently ripped out of the depths he had started to fall into. The voices were unmistakable. The first was crude, direct, cheery. The second was polite, gentle, but firm. "Bambietta. Meninas." Joe looked up, his hand frozen in position. Two more Quincy's had appeared, wearing plated armor, and both of them carried bows, charged, ready, and trained at his head. One had black hair and a fierce expression, the other looking far more solemn. They both occupied opposite sides of the rooftop, staring him down some 3 yards away each. "Well, damn," he muttered. "How many of you are there?" "None ya business, dipshit," said the black-haired one. "Let him go now," said the solemn one, "or we'll have to kill you." "If I do let him go," said Joe carefully, "you'll kill me anyway." "Why wouldn't you?" "Smart cookie, ain't he?" said the black-haired one with a grin, seeming to revel in the situation. "I'll explain," said the solemn one. "We are under strict orders to not engage in direct hostilities with anyone on this battlefield unless absolutely necessary. We do not seek your demise. All we want is the young man bleeding under your feet. He is our responsibility. So, essentially, if you're going to keep on being stubborn, you'll make my day," said the black-haired Quincy. "I hate hollows almost as much as I love some good, old-fashioned violence, so that'd be 2 birds with 1 stone." "Really, now?" said Joe. "Then all the more reason I shouldn't give him to you. No matter how fast you are, I could cut his throat before you could react." "That's so," said the black-haired Quincy. A moment later she stood behind him, the bow replaced with a sword. Its edge rested against his cheek, drawing just a little blood. The mere touch of it seemed to ignore his arrow. Hell, he hadn't even sensed her move. Who was he dealing with here? "Bambi!" cried the solemn one. "I'm making sure the message hits home," said Bambi. "Listen here, fuckface, this can end in you dead, or you alive. The only reason I haven't cut your head off is that I'm not allowed. You may think you're fast, but the moment your arm starts coming down, it comes off your body, and then your head will follow before it's even hit the ground. That's a fact, sure as government's taxing you. I don't think he'll get that reference, said the solemn one. I think I get the gist, said Joe, feeling a bead of sweat trail down his forehead, but then again, if you thought this would solve the problem, you'd have killed me already, and you'd be telling your boss there was no other choice. In other words, you're not sure you're fast enough. Not sure enough to try, at least. So, this is a standoff, as far as I'm concerned. You know, you hollow assholes are always such sly pricks, Bambi muttered, but we don't have time to waste. Eventually, I'll make my move anyway, and then we'll just find out if I'm good enough. Or maybe I'll make my move first, snarled Joe, and then maybe I'll die knowing I at least denied you your prize. You little bastard, Bambi growled, keeping her hand steady. Make them swear. Uriah wheezed, forcing himself to focus. Swear on their honor. Shut up. Joe growled. What the hell does that even mean? Honor, bound. Uriah managed. Quincy's live by their honor. Can't go against it. If they give their word, as knights, then they will keep it. I'm supposed to just trust that, said Joe frustratedly. No choice, Uriah said, panting with pain. Joe cast a glance at Bambi, then at the other Quincy. He did not want to die. Deep down in his hollow brain, the urge to survive no matter what was the strongest instinct he had. If there was a chance. What did he have to lose? Except, well, everything? Do you swear? He snarled loudly, looking back and forth between both Quincy's. Do you swear on your honor you'll let me go? As Quincy's, or whatever. I so swear, said the solemn one, quite seriously. I do so swear, said Bambi, a little reluctantly. But, if you try anything dirty, then I'm dead meat. I got it, Joe said. First things first, back off. Both of you. You back off, and I'll back off him. Got it. The solemn one nodded at her companion, who slowly lowered her blade. After she had taken a few steps back, Joe stood up, expecting to get run through any second, and took a step back. He turned to look at them both. The fuck you waiting for, you chicken fuck? Growled Bambi. Take your boyfriend and get out of here before we change our minds. Hurriedly, Joe walked over to find her, never taking his eyes off the Quincy's, and picked up his unconscious companion. Without wasting another second, he jumped off the building, eager to get away. Menina's was already at Uriah's side, inspecting the wound while Bambi stared longingly at the fleeing errand car. You came, Uriah said, lying face down on the rooftop. His white coat, torn in the back, was quickly growing red. Yeah, well, Bambi muttered, rules are meant to be broken. You think I'm going to put all that effort into you just so you can go and die like a bitch? Uriah laughed, despite the pain. Please, be still, said Menina's. It's a relatively shallow cut, but you've lost a lot of blood. I'm going to try to stabilize you, and then we're taking you somewhere safe. Uriah lay there still, taking long, deep breaths to handle the pain. Physical discomfort aside, he felt an odd mixture of relief and disappointment. He had been so close to handling the situation on his own, but ultimately, he had failed. The fate of Karakura was now outside of his control, left in the hands of the Shinigami. God help them all, he thought to himself. The thunderous charge rocked the city streets as Neelil came ever closer, lance raised. Kenpaki's energy was flaring uncontrollably. The ground around him was cracking under the pressure of the two godlike warriors clashing. Kenpaki had been forced on the defensive, and he was fighting not just his enemy, but the unwelcome, bitter sensation of anger. He hated the situation. He hated having to be the passive receiver, the defender. He hated being forced to think about his next move, hated having to move away from the purity of bloodthirsty instinct. What kept him going now was a stubborn desire to not be bested again, to not be denied the one thing his life had centered around so far, the sheer joy of combat. Pain and death had always been the price for his way of life, and until now, he had been happy to pay it. But now, faced with an opponent he couldn't just lay into, the price had suddenly become much steeper than before. With an agility that would have surprised most, he rolled out of the way of the charge, quickly got to his feet again, and parried a sideways swipe from Nilil's lance. The blow rocked him, but he held firm and pushed back. Holding the blade in both hands, he struck her once, twice, pushing the advantage. Up close, the lance was little more than an oversized club, clumsy and near useless. But, of course, like the last 3 times she had tried it, she elegantly danced back on her hooves, out of striking distance. Snarling, Kenpeka charged at her, but a step of Sonito put enough distance between them that Kenpeka knew another charge was coming. She was something of a one-trick pony, everything rested on that charge. If it hit home, even indirectly, it would do tremendous damage, if not, it left her open for a counter-attack. It was just a shame that it was a good damn trick. The problem, he realized, was that he was a one-trick pony, too. If he'd known his shunpo, like any other Shinigami, this would have been a lot easier. He could have pursued when he evaded a charge and countered. He could have moved out of the way more easily, instead of waiting to the last possible second, nearly getting skewered each time. All he had was his sword, his raw power and his warrior's senses. It was all he had ever needed up till this point. Thinking about it, an exercise that felt slow and unfamiliar to him, he wondered what he could do. Charge? Take the initiative himself? It just made focusing harder. The sheer impact of just one hit had nearly finished him last time. Nilil hit like a truck, and then some. Anyone without his stamina would die instantly. There was the clopping of her hooves again, as the centaur-like espada quickly closed the distance with the tip of her lance raised. Kenpeka narrowed his eyes. Fuck it. Fuck evading, and fuck defending. This would hurt, but hurting was one thing he knew how to do. As Nilil closed the distance, galloping across the street with furious power and murderous intent, he kept perfectly still, holding his blade down and pointed to the right. Then, just as she came in for the finishing blow, he moved his right foot, pushing himself left, holding on to the blade only with his left hand. The next moment he was on his back, tasting blood in his mouth. The shock of the impact was catching up to him, and he forced a couple of deep breaths to control the pain, forcing himself to stand up on wobbling legs. The lance had glanced his ribcage, ripping open a nasty gash in his side and cracking more than a couple of ribs, and his right arm was very, very sore. Hot, fresh blood poured down his side. Nilil, for her part, had a line of red bleeding copiously down her own side. Although his swing had been one-handed, the sheer force of her momentum had helped him cut deep, straight through her arrow. She too stood on unsteady legs, staring him down with hate in her eyes. "You really are a mad dog," she said, gritting her teeth. "Come on, girl," Kenpeka said, flinging the blood off his blade. "Do it again. Let's see which one of us falls first when we trade, blow for blow. You're just going to gamble your life, seeing which one of us dies first," said Nilil. "Don't see no better way," said Kenpeka with a shrug. "Besides, it seems I got you pretty good already. Think you can take another one of those hits?" Nilil's grip on the lance tightened. "You think you understand pain and sacrifice, don't you?" "I understand one of em. I am a hollow," said Nilil. "I rose through the ranks the hard way. Your mad dog shtick might scare a lesser opponent, but I know. You are like one of us, Zaraki Kenpeka, like the worst of us, except you've lived the soft life of a Shinigami. If this is your challenge, I'll rise to it." "Good," said Kenpeka, pointing his blade at her. "So, get running. Let's see if you can nail me this time." Limping slightly, Nilil turned around and galloped away, stopping some 40 yards away. She reared on her hind legs, raised the lance high, and then lowered it as she broke into a gallop. Kenpeka took his blade in both hands, pointing its tip back and away from him, braced himself, and waited. Reacting. Timing his attacks. What a shitty way to fight. Nevertheless. Time slowed. There she was, lance aimed at his chest, thundering right at him. There he was, still as a statue until the last moment, where he jumped into the air, blade sweeping out in a wide arc. It was a gamble. If she stayed her course and hit dead on, she might run him through, but he might still have the reach to take her head. Or, he wouldn't, and he'd just have taken the hit for nothing, and the battle would be done. However, Nilil chose neither of the options. As he leaped, she whipped her lance around with surprising agility, knocking aside his blade. The lance missed, and so did Kenpeke's strike. Unfortunately, her momentum did not slow one bit, and Kenpeke was slammed into the ground by her centaur-like body, sharp hooves goring him as she ran him over. However, this was nowhere near the catastrophic damage her lance would have done, and Kenpeke, thrown around like a ragdoll, turned his momentum into a diving roll, getting to his feet with surprising agility. Screaming out a battle cry at the top of his lungs, he charged, barely keeping his balance. Nilil, still recovering from her own momentum, made the mistake of parrying instead of running away. Her lance caught his blade, but he was inside her guard now, cutting at her furiously. She gracefully stepped over a swipe aimed at her forelegs, parried another with her lance, but she was being overwhelmed. Panicking, she lashed out with her lance like it were a club. Kenpeke caught the blunt weapon with his forearm, even though it hurt something fierce, and brought down his sword. The blade raked across her chest, and Nilil staggered back with a gurgle of pain, blood splattering onto the street. She was not an espada for nothing, though, as Kenpeke raised his blade to follow up his attack, she thrust a palm forward, a fully charged Zero blasting right at the savage captain. Kenpeke was very tempted to just run right into it, to take the damage and follow through, but thought better of it at the last second, rolling out of the way. A few precious seconds bought, Nilil skipped back a few paces and lunged at him just as he came up on his feet. With instincts honed from 1,000 battles, Kenpeke caught the lance head-on, narrowly avoiding being skewered, but Nilil was not going to let the last sequence repeat. Skipping forward with her forelegs raised, her hooves slammed at him wildly. Kenpeke, still recovering from the blow, lashed out wildly, but a hoof connected with his skull. Seeing stars, he staggered back, momentarily stunned. Once more Nilil skipped back, a little further this time. Her eyes focused, filled with anger, she raised a hand. A Zero was forming in it, bright blue, and although Kenpeke was no expert, it was clear this was something more than the average type. "This how you wanna play it?" he said, wobbling out into the middle of the street, his grip on his sword weak. "You wanna just blast me away? What, because it's dishonorable?" Nilil scoffed, her eyes wide with anger. "Because it's unfair? Because if that's what you wanted to do, why'd you ever come at me with a lance?" said Kenpeke, and for the first time since the battle started, he smiled. He was figuring it out. A little, at least. "You got your pride, too, don't you? You want this settled properly. You wouldn't be begging me not to if you weren't so weakened already," she said cautiously. "Why would I give up an advantage like this?" "Because you believe in something more," he said, resting the blade on his shoulder. If he was hit, he might not die, but it would be bad enough that she would at the very least have an opening for a solid hit, and that would definitely be it. And, because if you fire it, people will die. Humans. As if you care. War's war, Kenpeke admitted. People die. What can ya do? But, you care. You got that same look about you. Somebody who fights to end battles, not to keep them going. Now, are you going to raise that lance on me, or are you going to fire? 'Cause I'm getting sick of talking about it. Nilil's angered expression wavered, doubt racking her. The blue Zero in her hand started to fade, until the shimmer died away entirely. "Atta girl," said Kenpeke with an approving nod. "Let's just finish this," said Nilil, raising her lance. As she reared to surge forward, Kenpeke took a stance. Neither of them could keep this up much longer. She had lost a lot of blood, and he couldn't take hits like those. It would all come down to this one, last charge. There was the tagadam of hooves clopping against broken asphalt, there was the furiously determined expression on her face, the red of her blood against the white of her uniform, the dust in the air, the urban landscape behind them, it all came together into one beautiful picture as she surged toward him. Kenpeke held his ground, raising his blade. She slammed into him, lance raised. Kenpeke did not jump or dodge this time. Instead, he brought his sword down in just the right instant. A second later he was thrown to the ground by the impact once more, and Nilil staggered forward, her momentum broken. She turned around, and as Kenpeka sat up, vision dizzy, he saw he had succeeded. A fresh cut, from shoulder to hip, dominated Nilil's frame. Her lance was broken in twain, the ruined bone weapon slipping from her hands. Breathing heavily, in shock, she sank down to her knees. As Kenpeka tried standing up, he realized he hadn't been as successful as he'd thought. The other half of her lance was lodged in his chest, having run him through entirely. He had cut through her weapon, but the thrust of her weapon could not be stopped. "Forgive me, Lord Aizen," Nilil wheezed, staring up at the sky. "To hell with that," Kenpeka muttered, forcing himself to stand. He leaned against a half-ruined building wall. If he can't see the worth of a fight like that, then he's not worth following. Besides, I don't think I'm going anywhere anytime soon. "You're still standing," she said, turning her eye to him. He knew what she meant, could hear it in her tone. "You could kill me. Victory is still yours." "Only just about," he said sullenly. "Hell, I." And with that, he fell down again into a sitting position. He hadn't realized how hard she hit. What a woman! What a battle! It had been different, hard, but he'd figured it out. Somehow. Not far away, a little girl with bright pink hair sat, watching the giant of a man sit there and quietly bleed. It was a familiar enough sight. Yachiru had seen Kenpeka bleed across 100 battlefields, seen him almost die more times than she could count. But it was different this time, somehow. Perhaps, and she hoped very badly this wasn't just wishful thinking, his state of mind had led him somewhere new. She jumped down from her perch, sighing. Time to do what she always did, and bring him in for healing. With Arashi Raigen's twin claws in her hands, Lysina pushed her advantage. She had taken the Decimo seriously, and she had so far been rewarded. The creature was relatively clumsy with a blade, and Lysina's graceful movements had been enough to avoid a hit so far. She dodged under a wide sweep from his blade, dashing forward immediately with both claws raised to strike. Araniro stepped back to evade, but she was too close. His blade came in to parry, but her left hand caught the blade, twisting it aside between the claws strapped to her hands, while her right surged forward, biting into his flesh. She did not cut deep, but she did not have to. One with her Zanpakuto's spirit, her will became reality as her spiritual energy channeled into her right arm, transforming into lightning at her call. Araniro twisted and cramped, staggering back from the shock. Lysina pressed on, determined not to give him the time to recover. He was remarkably resilient, she thought to herself. Her lightning would easily have fried any lesser hollow, but his physique had withstood the attack. He was bleeding and sizzling with smoke at the same time, but he was alive. Araniro lashed out with his blade, still reeling, but Lysina rolled under the attack with ease and closed the gap. Asiro was charging in his offhand, but Lysina would not give him the time to discharge it. She raised her left hand, lashing out before she was close enough to strike. A gust of wind struck the Aran car, keeping him off balance. More lightning channeled into her right arm, and she cried out loudly, raising her hand to strike. Then, the world went red for a second. The Zero had continued to charge, and suddenly fired, but rather than the controlled burst it usually discharged with, it exploded in his hand, sending them both flying. Lysina's lightning shot out into nothing, discharging into the sky and dissipating harmlessly, and she was thrown off her feet and into the side of a building. A wall broke her fall, quite literally, as it cracked badly where she impacted. She had the air knocked out of her lungs, and fell to the pavement with a heavy thud. Her head spinning and her ears ringing, she forced herself to stand, to collect herself and keep fighting before he could retaliate. Every second spent off balance burned in her like a red alert, her combat senses screaming at her, "Get up, get up, get up!" Once she stood, though, she realized she needn't have worried. Araniro was only just now standing up, and his left hand was burnt to a stump. The two skulls in the tank he had for a head were, surprisingly, whole and unharmed. He had to have aimed the blast away at the last second. "Tell me," said Lysina coldly, advancing toward him on unsteady legs, "was that an accident, or are you just getting that desperate? Sacrificing a limb, said the Privian Espada's hollow voice, reverberating across the street, is a small price to pay for the opening one needs. His arm burnt and sleeve shredded. Lysina could see he did not have an arm at all, but rather a writhing mass of tentacles. It occurred to her that she had not seen the skin of his arms at all, only the gloves and sleeves. What sort of cobbled-together monstrosity was he? Devour, cried the Espada, and the sleeve of his other coat arm ripped as well, revealing a mass of tentacles in the place of an arm, gloatin area. It looked like she was about to find out. Jalal Fernandez had thrown himself at Caracara dutifully, his fractions scattering at his command. All he could do was bolster the offensive where it hit the hardest, and he had done so to the best of his ability, cutting a swathe through the first line of defense with ease. He had ended more lives in a few minutes than he had done for many years now, but he forced himself through it. There was no room for hesitation left. Although he had expected a more complex plan of attack from Lord Eisen, he still had faith in the man. When the ritual was completed, there would be no more need for fighting. The war would end there and then, and until then, he just had to endure. Jalal's reverie was interrupted as the corpse of an Aaron car was thrown through the air, right at him. Jalal dodged, and the ruined carcass of a soldier landed at his feet. An arm had been torn off, the throat had been ripped out, and a massive blunt force injury had caved in its chest. The white uniform was stained by dust and blood, and it was still twitching, still in its death throes. Jalal looked from where it had come, and there, right at the center of the Shinigami lines, he saw him. He heard the laugh before he could see him properly, the maniacal laugh of a killer engrossed in his craft and enjoying every second of it. Blue hair, chest exposed, and 2 jaw fragments on his right cheek, moving as he laughed. White clothes, stained with blood. There was Grimjo Jaeger Jacques, having the time of his life killing his own kind. Jalal saw him grab an Aaron car by the head with both hands, bringing the skull down onto his knee before throwing his victim to the ground, curb-stomping him. There was a sickening crack as the skull caved in like a watermelon, blood and brains spraying across the pavement. He hadn't even drawn his blade, preferring to wreak havoc up close and personal. Broken, still bodies clad in white lay all around him. The Shinigami looked at him with an equal mix of fear, awe, and inspiration. The line held here, and as long as Grimjo had his way, it would continue to hold. Jalal could not let that happen. Spinning his blade around, he walked forward, calling out to him. Grimjo Jaeger Jacques. Grimjo was holding a woman up by the neck, a lesser Aaron car. Smiling widely, he looked at Jalal, and his grip on her neck tightened until there was a snap. Throwing her body aside like so much trash, he took a step forward. "Fucking finally," he said, grinning like a shark. It was getting old, butchering these weaklings. Don't get me wrong, it's fun and all, but I was hoping to see something more worthwhile. Grimjo, Jalal said contemptuously, you haven't changed one bit. Neither have you, Lanza. Grimjo snorted. I'd know that self-righteous tone from a mile away. It's Jalal, said Jalal. Jalal, Lanza, whatever, said Grimjo, taking another step forward. Briefly, he turned to the Shinigami, and said, stand back, boys. Don't interfere. You lot will just end up getting killed, or worse, you'll end up stealing my fun. Seeing his wicked grin, the Shinigami line backed up a goodly few paces, picking up their wounded as they went. The few lesser Aaron car left turned and retreated, eager to be out of Grimjo's reach. Ain't this fucked up, huh? Said Grimjo, stopping just 10 yards away from Jalal. You ever feel like we should switch places? You, the bright and noble shithead with grand visions, you'd fit right in with Red. Me, I don't believe in jack except killing and growing. I should be where you are, don't you think? You will never understand, Grimjo, Jalal said, the grip on his blade tightening. You're a base murderer. You kill for the sake of killing. It's like you said you believe in nothing except violence. You're a blood-soaked nightmare. We will never be equals. Grimjo threw back his head and laughed, long and hard. Look at you, he said, after he finally ran out of breath. That uniform of yours ain't clean, buddy. It's just as bloody as mine. The only difference is that you have to tell yourself that when you slide that blade into somebody's neck, when you feel their life ending, there was a good reason you did it. Jalal flinched. He didn't mean to. He had thought he was sure in his purpose. But, you don't even believe that, do you? Said Grimjo, something fierce in his eyes. You're not actually sure Aizen's worth it. Because deep down, you're not as dumb as I thought you was. Deep down, you wonder if you're right or not, if you're actually just a murderer like me or not. Don't you? Shut up. That's fucking rich, innit? Said Grimjo, slowly drawing his blade. I ain't gonna lie, I did some growing while I was away. Being imprisoned with these Shinigami shitheads, gave me some perspective. But, at the end of the day, I don't have to ask myself if I'm a good person or not, and you do. So, when you look in the mirror the next time, what will you see, eh? Murderer or hero? Shut up. You know they're one and the same at best, Grimjo continued, pointing his sword at Jalal as he mercilessly continued. You know deep down that I'm right and you're wrong. That you're a killer the same as the rest of us, that you're a hypocrite. That deep down, you like it dash. Screaming bloody murder, Jalal slammed into Grimjo with an overhead strike, the former espada handily parrying the blow. Good, good, Grimjo said, grinning wide again. Let's tango, you little shithead. I always did want a piece of you, you self-righteous prick. He shoved Jalal back, blade raised. Just one thing, he continued. I ain't like your kind. I don't take prisoners. I'll kill you and eat the meat off your bones when I'm done with you. Jalal grit his teeth. He would not falter, not here, not now, not when it mattered the most. I would spare you if I could, Grimjo, he said bitterly, even if you do not deserve it. Luckily, I doubt I'll have the chance. Just like that, Grimjo lunged at him, and their blades met in earnest. Jalal focused, as completely as he ever had done. Animal, traitor, and scum, Grimjo was still a formidable warrior who had earned his rank the hard way. One of them would not walk away from this battlefield. Chapter 108, La Distancia para un Duelo 5. A vile mass of tentacles he was, the transformed Aranero. Towering and bulbous, there was a horrible symmetry to his resurrection. Two large, toothed maws, one on either side of his rounded body. Large, long tentacles extending from his purple main body, each one thicker than a tree trunk. Boil-like protrusions in the middle of the head, if such an amorphous form could be said to have a head. Resting on top of it all, the torso of a Shinigami, wielding a trident. A familiar figure. Lysina had thought it her imagination at first, but there was no denying it. Somehow, the Arankar had stolen the visage and power of Shiba Kayan. You wretched creature, said Lysina, her grip on the claws in her hands tightening, her tone bitterly angry. What is this? How did you come upon this? How did you loot the corpse of a man like him? I remember you, said Aranero triumphantly, just like I remember everything else he knew. All of the times you spared while you worked under his hind's thrall because you were so desperate to get stronger. I remember you never besting him, no matter your efforts. I know all he knew, little one, including every time he defeated you in the ring. His voice sounded like Kayan's, the same resounding tone she had heard so many times whenever he came over to see his hind during her time in Squad 10, but now it sounded malicious, gleeful, cruel, everything Kayan was not. This monster wore his face, but this was not her old sparring partner, her old comrade in arms. This was a monster. Gritting her teeth, she stared it down. I've hunted a lot of hollows, said Lysina, and I thought I'd finally learned not to hate you. A monster cannot help being a monster, after all. But, looking at you now. I will kill you for this, and I will feel glad to have it done. The corpse or whatever this form was raised his hand, pointing the trident at her. We shall see. Strike her, Nijibana. A wave of water surged from the trident, crashing toward her like a tidal wave. It seemed to summon a small lake's worth of water instantly. This felt like a Zanpakuto, all right. Lysina jumped off the ground, dashing up a wall. Another surge of water came at her, nearly leveling the building. Lysina jumped off toward the next nearby building. The water followed her everywhere. The espada laughed, a disturbingly human laugh, as the water level around them rose. Is this your plan, then, cried Araniro, to run until there is nowhere left to run. No, said Lysina, and suddenly she jumped into the air, lightning crackling from her claws as she made right for the localized tsunami of water. She didn't even have to aim. All she had to do was cloak herself in her own lightning and hit the water. The effect was instantaneous. There was a loud zap and the water, which had been whirling around them spiritedly, started to calm. As Lysina's head broke the surface, she soon found her footing as the magically summoned water drained away. It left her standing there, soaked but upright, facing a faintly smoking Araniro. Water against lightning. She said dismissively. Conductivity is a bitch, don't you know that? A Shinigami might have found a way around it, but you just threw all that water at me, expecting it to be enough. You've stolen the powers of a Shinigami, but you're using them like a blunt instrument, like a club. You don't know what you're doing, do you? Araniro's face tightened with anger. You arrogant. Why don't I show you the true power of a Shinigami? Lysina said coldly, holding the claws up toward the sky, letting her Ryotsu surge with power. Bankai, Arashirajin Kaminari Hebai. There was a radiant flash of light, and when Araniro looked up again, there was Lysina looking down on him, straddling a serpent no shorter than 50 yards, thick and with a set of frighteningly pointed teeth. The colors of the rainbow ran down its back, seeming to shift every few seconds, and a pair of wings sprouted from beneath its head. Above them sat Lysina in a saddle, no longer grasping a sword but a long rod. Blue lightning crackled from around it, from around the whole serpent. Summon your water, she said firmly. Do it. Araniro's revolting body seemed to shift back a little, as if uncertain. I thought so, said Lysina. Forward, my serpent. She kicked her heels into its side and the serpent surged forward with a frightening hiss. Araniro lashed out with his tentacles, but the serpent sailed in under them, quickly wrapping its whole body around the writhing mass of tentacles. The serpent's grasp tightened, and as much as the tentacled body tried to slither away, to break free, to bash wildly at the predator constricting it, its efforts were in vain. Araniro Arururi, said Lysina coldly as the serpent's head lowered and coiled to put her almost level almost with the Espada's torso, I have killed a lot of hollows in my time, but none as revolting as you. Do you have any last words? You arrogant bitch, cried Araniro, lashing out with the trident, falling just short as the serpent's head bobbed back. You think it will be done so easily? It's not over dash. Burn, said Lysina, and a surge of power coursed through the whole of her Bankai. A great glow of blue overpowered the radiant colors of the serpent's back as electricity started to arc through it. Lysina's eyes glowed with radiant blue energy as the first lightning bolt struck from the rod in her hand, electrocuting the Shinigami torso that the Espada had dared to cannibalize for his own use. A moment later, the whole serpent followed suit, and millions of volts of electric power coursed through Araniro's form. The Espada screamed and twitched, his impotent efforts to break free totally halted as his tentacles writhed and spasmed with pain. Lysina let out a furious cry, maintaining the surge of power, electrocuting the Espada thoroughly. The revolting, tentacled body convulsed and shook, its slimy skin crackling and burning. There was smoke coming from the whole body, and parts of it started to fall off, cooked to a crisp. Araniro screamed, helpless to resist. There was no respite, and only when Lysina felt her reserves starting to drain did she pause. A smoking, partly burning heap of tentacles collapsed to the ground, still twitching. The horrible stench of burning flesh filled the air, and acrid smoke completed the hellish picture. But, Lysina felt no remorse or regret as she jumped off the serpent's back, landing on her feet and dismissing the Bankai. Araniro's released form began to crumple up and collapse in on itself, until only the broken form of tentacles with the two skulls remained. No. No. No, one of the skulls squealed, its pretense of humanity gone entirely. It wasn't supposed to go like this. It wasn't dash. Lysina raised a hand, and incanted, Hada 33, Sukatsui. As blue fire consumed the screaming little skull, she took a step forward to find its twin. The second skull stared at her without eyes, seeming defiant before its doom. Without pausing, Lysina brought her foot down on it, cracking it, and grinding it to bits under her soul. Finally, when she was assured the hollow was truly dead, she sealed her blade and spat on the ground. Rest in peace, she muttered, more to the memory of Kayan than to the monster she had slain. Second dance, Hakuran. A great sheet of cold flowed out from around Rukia, in the direction she had pointed her blade. Zhang Crow was buried in an avalanche of deathly cold ice, totally enveloped. In his transformed state, he was not very fast, and she was taking full advantage of it. Unfortunately, although not very fast, he was very, very hot. The ice held for a few seconds before cracking, great chunks of it falling onto the street. A second later the ice burst open in all directions and a blinding cloud of steam spread to cover the whole block. Rukia took a few steps back, the steam soaking her down to her undershirt. Even through the mist, it was impossible to miss her opponent, towering over her in the watery haze. He burned intensely, a giant of black and intense, fiery red. He was a rough shape of rock, barely containing an intense fire. "You're funny," he rumbled through the cloud, slowly dissipating before the sheer might of his Ryotsu. "Ice, ice, ice, how many times have you tried the same thing, woman? My Inferno cannot be stopped by your cold." "You haven't got me yet," Rukia said defiantly. Zhang Crow lunged at her, guided by the sound of her voice, but Rukia was already on the move, and his hand grabbed at empty air. Snarling, he charged forward in pursuit as Rukia dashed down the street, trying to find a better position. Charging energy into his fist, Zhang Crow ran after her in great strides and leaped, trying to catch her with his hand extended. Rukia nimbly jumped to the side, but realized too late it was a feint, that he hadn't meant to catch her at all. As he fell to the ground, his fist slammed into the street with a thunderous clap. A blistering shockwave of heat slammed outward, hitting Rukia almost like a bomb. The street rocked as if struck by an earthquake. Superheated rubble sprayed all over. Rukia was thrown like a ragdoll until her fall was broken harshly by a brick wall. She could feel her back and thighs burning with hot gravel, and the skin on her right side felt like it was cooking. Coughing, breathing raggedly and trying to focus, she tried to stand. Her head was ringing and the world was spinning a little. It was only by instinct that she jumped over the next strike, breaking into a run again. Behind her, Zhang Crow bellowed in anger, and Rukia felt the heat as a stream of fire shot out from an extended palm. Rukia jumped, and mid-air she cried, "Bakudo 81, Danku." The shield manifested instantly, and Rukia felt intensely grateful for its wide berth when the fire crashed into it, spraying to the sides as she sprinted to relative safety. "What the fuck?" said Zhang Crow, sounding more confused than angry. "I figured your abilities were a little strange in the way they worked," said Rukia boldly, assuming a stance, "and I guess my hypothesis was correct. Your fire works more like Kita than conventional power." "So," said Zhang Crow, "I'll still burn you to a crisp." "Second dance," said Rukia, planting her blade into the ground 4 times, "Hakuran." Just like before, the sheet of ice enveloped the Aaron car, but not for long. Soon, just like before, the ice cracked and splintered, enveloping the whole area with steam as it vaporized. Zhang Crow laughed, great gouts of fire streaming wildly into the air as he bellowed in triumph. Good. Rukia wasn't desperately doing the same thing over and over. The steam, for one, continuously gave her good cover, protecting her from the slow-moving fire giant's counter-attacks. Secondly, she had guessed right, his fire was losing power, very slightly. Just breaking loose through raw power was wearing at him, lowering his body temperature. Seeing as her guess had been correct, if she could use Kita to keep blocking his attacks, then she could perhaps wear him down. Direct attack was, after all, not an option. The sheer heat alone was overwhelming, and a hit or two would finish her. She did not have the stamina of a captain. This was the only way, a long and deadly dance hinging on her enemy's overconfidence. She shivered a little, despite the warm mist around her. If she lived, it would be quite a tale. The substitute narrowly dodged away from a sword swipe from the white-skinned Espada. Byakuya followed up on the opening immediately, striking from the side and nearly taking off one of Ulquiorra's fingers. The Espada's reactions were slowed by the dome of blades, and with both of them working in perfect tandem, he was hard-pressed to keep up. Byakuya lashed out with a quick Byakurai, the simple lightning spell striking the Espada in the face. It didn't do more than singe him, but it made him reel back. Ulquiorra skipped back a few paces, only for Ichigo to assault him again, neither of the duo giving the espada a moment's respite. Byakuya felt cautiously optimistic at the notion. Although neither side had played every ace they had, they were controlling the pace of the battle. So far, he and the substitute had proven quite the team, both sides learning to improve on the way they supported each other, played off each other. That was in itself fascinating, in a way. Byakuya had spent so much time perfecting his craft as a singular warrior that the idea of improving as a member of a team had never occurred to him. There was so much strength here, so much power, so much to explore. Then he sensed it, in the distance. Rukia's riot saw, fluctuating wildly. Somewhere not far away, she was fighting for her life. Instantly, he fought the instinct to run to her side. He had a duty to keep her alive. He also had a duty to fight here and now, with the enemy before them. The very deadly, very powerful enemy that had bested them twice already. This was no way to conduct oneself in battle. It was no way to go through life. He had made his oath, and no oath he made he would ever voluntarily break, but if it continued to be a liability, then he would ultimately disgrace himself, again. He sensed another pulse, and identified it as Rukia's Shikai, her ice-based power going off. Determinedly, Byakuya guided the cherry blades to strike again, but this time Ulquiorra slipped away from his attack with ease. Byakuya's eyebrows narrowed, his choler rising. He could not let himself be distracted this way. Rukia was her own warrior. She was strong and capable, and had already proven her worth. Right now, she fought on this battlefield, for her life. She might die. So might he. So might thousands of others, each one doing their best just to live. No one of them was more precious than the others. Not Byakuya, not Rukia, not any of their subordinates. They were all servants of the Godai soldiers, and soldiers did their duty. They followed orders. Byakuya had his. There was no choice in this. As much as he'd rather see to her safety, he couldn't. He wouldn't. He had no choice but to trust her to fend for herself. He would not let down the Godai a second time. If she died, he would not think of such a thing. There was the here and the now, and anything else could wait till later. "Hey, you all right?" called Ichigo, momentarily backing off from his attack. "Something wrong?" "No," said Byakuya dismissively. "Focus on our battle instead of asking foolish questions." "Sheesh, charming as usual," Ichigo muttered. 1-2 punch like before. "Our strategy is discussed," Byakuya agreed. Ichigo charged again, his blade clashing with Ulquiorra's again, and Byakuya focused entirely on channeling his Shikai. There was here, and there was now. Rukia was another concern for another time. Be safe out there. So iPhone weaved back and forth, dodging, blocking, and parrying in a seemingly endless exchange of kicks and punches. Right now, she was deeply grateful for having practiced with the best, for having kept her skills sharp, because Zamari LaRue was as sharp as a razor and fast as lightning. She caught a punch in the palm of her hand and redirected the blow, hoping to pull him off balance, but the espada was much too well controlled in his movements to let that happen. When her knee came up, aiming to catch his face for a stunning blow, he leaned back, evaded the blow, and so iPhone only narrowly bent under the roundhouse kick that followed it. She somersaulted back 3 times, landing on her feet just in time to block an axe kick, crossing her arms to catch it. Her shoulders ached from the impact, but she held firm. Slowly, gently, Zamari pulled back his leg and skipped back a couple paces, seeming to examine her carefully. So iPhone took a moment to breathe, grateful for the reprieve. They had fought to a standstill so far, neither of them yet pulling out all the stops. She had to acknowledge his skills despite his lack of formal training. He seemed to have taught himself enough to have an answer for anything she had to throw at him, yet his style seemed to be focused more on kicks than on powerful arm strikes, giving him a considerable advantage in terms of range and power. "Impressive," said Zamari, after a moment's worth of silence. "I've never met anyone who matched me hand-to-hand before." So iPhone snorted. "Then you're lucky you didn't meet your Yuki. I am but a student compared to the likes of her." "You say that," said Zamari, brows furrowed, "but I doubt there is anyone in the world but she who surpasses you in that respect." "Truly, I respect this kind of strength. You will make a worthy prize when I kill you. Then you will have to work harder, said So iPhone, a malicious smile passing her features. A moment's confusion carried across Zomari's face. Then he looked down. Across his chest, just to the left of his heart, the hornet's mark took shape. Wait, when? He said, shaking his head. As if retracing his steps, he muttered to himself. Ah. I left an opening just now, didn't I? I leaned a little too far forward with my last punch, forgetting the reach of your stinger. Careless. If you know my stinger, then you know that I'm one hit away from winning this battle, said So iPhone. She let her riotsu rise, and prepared the technique. Bankai already? Said Zomari, cocking his head. Are you not playing your hand a little early with such escalation? That's what you think, said So iPhone, flexing her shoulder muscles. She slid her captain's coat off, and a great wind started to blow around her as she forced her energy into the familiar pattern of her technique. Once flawed, her training with Yoryuki had perfected it. Mukua Shunkao, she said, feeling great ripples of energy swirl around her arms and shoulders, kicking up dust around her. She charged, closing the distance in the blink of an eye, throwing a punch at Zomari. Not one to be caught off guard so easily, he caught her fist in his massive hand, but So iPhone had counted on it. The pressurized Kidu energy exploded in his palm, and the Espada's eyes widened as bones broke in his hand, the sheer impact of the strike sending him staggering back. So iPhone followed up with a roundhouse kick, and Zomari just barely twisted out of a direct hit. Her foot still glanced his shoulder, and he spun through the air. Zomari half landed and half fell, and by the time he got to his feet So iPhone was coming at him again, mercilessly hammering down on him with the raw power of her Shunkao. The Octavo still managed to keep up, despite the shock of her attack. Realizing the tables had turned, he quickly went on the defensive, focusing on evading So iPhone's rapid strikes. So iPhone pushed her advantage, pushing the Espada to his limits. One of his hands was out of commission already, and the hit to his shoulder had hurt. All she needed to do was keep pressing until he slipped up. She lunged forward with a rapid set of punches. Zomari yielded ground step by step as he evaded each one. He launched a powerful sweeping kick to give himself some breathing room, but So iPhone raised a hand, and his limb came to a stop inches away from even connecting, grinding against the rapid whirl of air currents surrounding her. Pure Kidu energy, pressurized and channeled around my arms, So iPhone said, confident in her advantage, perfect for both offense and defense. Complex, but simple in its application. I was just waiting for the right time to use it. Fascinating, said Zomari, taking another couple steps back. Despite his disadvantage, he sounded entirely calm, his breathing regular and smooth. Remarkable self-control, So iPhone thought with grudging respect. The Shinigami arts are something else. Perhaps I will not kill you after all. I think I would rather try and learn this technique. A hollow learning Kidu? That really would be remarkable, So iPhone snorted. Her eyes narrowed, she considered her position. The Espada seemed quite calm, and he had not yet unleashed his full power. Whatever he had in store would be quite something, or he just had a good poker face. She had no intention of finding out which one it was. A single hit was all she needed. So iPhone charged, but Zomari sped out of the way, dashing to the side and drawing his blade. Cursing, So iPhone adjusted her course. The winds whirling around her were throwing her off, very slightly. Maintaining the technique was a drain on her focus. Like any weapon, its advantages came at the cost of disadvantages elsewhere. Warp, Esfero de Oscuridad, Zomari called. His power rose, but very rapidly, much more quickly than any resurrection So iPhone had seen, and then, he was gone. Not moved away elsewhere at a hyper-rapid pace, but gone. There was no trace of his spirit energy whatsoever. So iPhone assumed a stance, desperately scanning the area for her opponent. She could sense many signatures here, some quite close, the signatures of enemies and allies clashing, the flaring energies of Yoryuki and Neutra, but Zomari seemed to have stopped existing. He couldn't have gone away. He wouldn't have run. He had released his blade, and turned invisible? That meant she couldn't stand around. She couldn't afford to make herself an easy target. She dashed down the street, her eyes scanning the area still, when suddenly she was hit. A kick landed, knocking the air out of her lungs and sending her bouncing down the street. Gasping for air, So iPhone used the momentum to roll onto her feet, assuming a stance. As I thought. There was Zomari LaRue again, and so iPhone's eyes widened. She could feel him again, his entire being had seemingly come back into existence. No, she had felt it briefly, just when she had been hit. Furiously, she glared at the errand car. He had changed, but it was unlike any transformation she had ever seen. Most of his body had turned black. Not brown, like the color of his skin, pitch black, so black it hurt to look at it. The area around him seemed darker, as if the blackness of his body consumed the light around it. His face was intact, the darkness easing up around his jawline and face, but other than a set of bony little ridges of plain white running down from the base of his skull, down over his arms, legs and chest, he was like a living shadow. Your technique is powerful, but it requires focus to activate, he continued. His voice sounded distant, as if he called out to her from across a great chasm. It could not shield you from an attack you did not see coming. It is not flawless. Then again, who could ever have expected to be struck by a power such as this? You bastard, where did you go? So iPhone hissed. I couldn't trace me, said Zomari calmly. Nobody can. When I step into the sphere of darkness, I cease to exist. This is not merely fast movement, head assassin. My resurrection enabled me to be where I desire to be, instantaneously. So iPhone lunged at him, stinger pointed. She was fast, very fast, and she was but a moment away from finding her mark, but that moment was all Zomari needed to fade away, turning into shadow. There she was again, alone, and cornered, only waiting for the espada to strike. Forcing her breathing to calm, so iPhone dismissed her Mukyushunkao. It would make no sense to focus on something useless to her now. She took a stance instead, glancing around. Not invisible, gone from reality. That would be any assassin's wet dream. Hand to hand she would not be overpowered, but how could she parry an attack she couldn't see coming? Think. It was a riot-based ability, like any other. Although she was no expert on spirit particle physics, she was sure such a power would have to be very draining to use. The problem was that all he needed were a few good hits. As durable as a Shinigami was, so iPhone had killed enough people to know that enough force delivered in the right place could end a fight quickly, and for a captain, she was not the most durable. Taking a deep breath, she dashed back and forth across the street in irregular patterns, moving as quickly as she could. It was tiring, and she hated moving this quickly with nowhere to really go, but what else was there to do? It didn't take long. So iPhone stopped very briefly, so briefly that it could only have been called a stop by anyone as fast as she, and it was all that was needed. A powerful kick caught her in the midsection, rocking her entire body and sending her flying. So iPhone only barely managed to roll onto her feet, the world spinning around her. She breathed heavily, staring down Zomari. The Octavo had emerged again, staring her down with quiet confidence. You're looking a bit shaken, he said. He stood some 10 yards away, more than enough that she couldn't catch him easily. A little, so iPhone admitted, her voice coming out as a wheeze now, but I'm making progress. Progress. I figured out a thing or two, she said, clutching her side. At least one rib was broken now, she was sure of it. Probably more. Like the sheer amount of power it takes to use that thing even once. I can tell from your riot suit. It's weaker than before, isn't it? Zomari had quite a poker face, but the way his brows furrowed subtly told so iPhone enough. Or, she continued, how it takes time to recharge. You can't slip right into it immediately after using it, can you? That's why you're here, talking to me, because it takes a while. And, you hit me when I slowed down, meaning you can't track me when I move at a certain speed. Whatever means of tracing me that you use is limited when you're in that sphere of yours. I'd venture a guess you can't actually see me when you're in there, but that's just speculation. I see your skills go beyond the martial, said Zomari neutrally. We're police, too, said so iPhone. Investigators. Interrogators. But, more importantly, I know what I need to do now. Bankai. Zamari shook his head. I am not so invested in this fight that I would allow you the time to do that. How many more hits can you take, Captain? How quickly can you unleash that power? It might only take seconds, but a second might as well be an eternity from where you're standing. So iPhone shot him a glare. She pulled a couple of throwing knives from her belt and launched them at the Espada, who slipped back into nothingness. The knives clattered harmlessly against a lamp post. So iPhone smiled to herself. These Arankar were powerful, but much too talkative for their own good. Just you wait, she thought. I have a trick or two of my own. She raised a hand, letting her riots arise. Ban. She started, and the next second she was gone, reappearing at the other end of the street. From behind where she had stood a second ago, Zamari came in with a sweeping kick, missing completely. His eyes narrowed in anger, realizing he had been tricked. Clever, he said, but I do not need the sphere to stop you. That's what you think, so iPhone said, and she moved. She ran, quickly, but this time it was different. Her silhouette blurred, leaving an afterimage, then a second, then a third. Four of her appeared to be running around the street at one time, moving erratically. Zamari charged, his fist passing right through an image. In turn, he received a kick to the head from the real So iPhone, sending him flying. Never show your whole hand at once, So iPhone panted, holding up her hand as her energy began to spike. Bankai, sen no Suzumibaki. There was a glimmering blue light next to So iPhone, then another, rapidly manifesting until 1,000 glimmering orbs surrounded her. The glow subsided, and each light took shape. They were hornets, 1,000 light blue ethereal hornets, each half a foot long, hovering around So iPhone. 4 wings sprouted from her back, giving off a metallic sheen. Each one was yellow and black, divided in 2 long lines each. A golden mask with black lines covered her face, giving her a predatory appearance. She pointed her hand at Zamari, the stinger aimed at him, and smiled wearily. Contact established, she said, and Zamari could feel the mark on his chest throb slightly. Target locked. Your fate has been sealed, Zamari LaRue. She lunged forward, the hornets swarming with her as she flew toward her target, her wings carrying her forward with ease. Zamari dashed away, quick as his legs could carry him, putting a good amount of distance between them. So iPhone pursued, but Zamari seemed difficult to catch, always away from her reach. If this is the power of Bankai, said Zamari, still keeping his distance, then I am less than impressed. You are slower than before, head assassin. Your wings are impressively stylish, but they do not carry you nearly as quickly as your legs. You don't understand, said So iPhone, shaking her head. Once these hornets are locked on their target, they will never stop chasing it. This is the end of the line for you. You cannot escape. Can't I? Said Zamari with a smile, and just like that, he was gone once more. Zamari looked at the real world through the blurred haze of his Sphero. The captain had been wrong before, he could see, but interpreting what he saw was always difficult, like looking through a fog of smoke. Moving about carefully, he found a spot. The captain was moving slowly now, fluttering around in the air from one place to the next. She would expect an attack, but she would not see it. No more playing around. One strike to the back of her neck would knock her out, and then the battle would be over, Bankai or no Bankai. Zamari lunged into the air, finding just the right moment to strike, holding up his arm and hand in a stiff, straight position for a chop. One strike. That was all it would take. He struck. But, at the last second, just when he was sure he had managed it, she spun around and crossed her arms, catching the blow. She was sent reeling, only correcting her flight after she had fallen several yards, but she had blocked his strike. How? I told you, said So iPhone, once they have their mark, they will know where you are. They might not be able to track you while you're gone, but, the moment you return, they will find you. Zamari's eyes widened. The hornets. They had turned toward him the moment he emerged, instantly. The captain had to have read that movement and turned around at the last second to block. And, what's more, said So iPhone, you're about to find out what else they can do. Look at your arm, Espada. Zomari looked at the arm he had struck iPhone with, his eyes widening further. One of the ethereal hornets had attached itself to him, and he felt a brief pain as it sunk its stinger into him. Then, the insect dissolved, its spirit energy dissipating as it turned into nothing. I had one in my hand, said iPhone, and it crawled over just as you attacked. One sting, said Zomari. What poison does it deliver that would kill me at once? It doesn't do that, said iPhone, shaking her head. My Shikai deals death in 2 strikes. My Bankai, by comparison, deals out death by 1,000 cuts. Zomari cocked his head, and carefully moved his arm back and forth. He felt nothing when he flexed its muscles. There wasn't even a wound where the insect had stung him. It doesn't seem to be very effective, he said. Let's see what you think about the next 999 doses, then, said iPhone. She leaped forward, the swarm following around her in a wide attack pattern. Zomari blocked her first strike, but was quickly forced to flee as the hornets closed in. An expert step of Sonido took him to safety from the attacking bugs, but not from iPhone, who pursued him relentlessly. As Zomari dodged, parried, and evaded, he studied the ethereal hornets. They lagged behind. They would never have been called slow by any lesser being, in fact, it would probably only take them seconds to catch up. They were slow only compared to warriors like him and his opponent, compared to those who had mastered near-instant movement. Given this, the little captain's aggression was a little strange. If she fought more carefully, she would be invulnerable to attack. Who would ever let themselves be stung directly? Then again, maybe it wasn't so strange. She would never catch him otherwise, and this way, she always pushed him back. He could never stay in one place, because sooner or later they would catch up. Just the threat of these creatures allowed her to set the pace. It was truly a lethal ability for an assassin to have. To think, he had been assured of his victory only minutes ago. She was tired, though. She did not hit as quickly as she had done before. The strikes he had landed had wounded her, and she was slowed down by them. Pain and injury were working against her. Zomari thought back to the instance he had struck last. Could he do it again? It took the hornets only the blink of an eye to lock onto him, but he could do a lot in that blink of an eye. How many more hits could she take? She was frail, for a Shinigami. One more might be all he needed. What other recourse did he have? She had played her final card, just as he had done. Now all that was left was to gamble that his power could trump hers. Suddenly, iPhone's fist struck air as Zomari disappeared once more. The captain did not start dashing this time. Carried by her wings, she hovered in the air just over the street surface, the hornets rotating around her in a repetitive pattern. Zomari moved around, kneeling just by the edge of her protective circle. Ironic, just as when he hid in his sphere, she created one of her own to counter. Zomari focused, forcing clarity to this strange world he had created. The hornets, they moved in a wide pattern, but it was predictable. It did not form a perfect sphere, after all. They moved 2 feet apart, in 3 layers, meaning the captain was almost completely surrounded. Almost. There were a few blind spots, where the gaps were wider. Not by a lot, but large enough that he could slide through them before they could lock onto him. In his mind's eye, it played out. In through one opening, low in the ground. A heavy kick, delivered right to her side, sending her reeling. Then, he'd use that for momentum to get out through another opening, just before they could start their chase. It ached to do it, but Zomari waited. Maintaining his S-furrow was draining, and he had already used it more times than he ever had done at once since Lord Aizen had transformed him. It was like holding his breath for too long, knowing the surface was out of reach. This would eat up most of his reserves, just waiting for the right opening. But, if it gave him victory, then that wouldn't matter. Just wait until the exact right pattern revealed itself, and stake all of it on that. It was a bold and dangerous plan, but Zomari was well acquainted with taking great risks for great rewards. Nobody gained power who did not take such risks. Calm and disciplined, he studied the patterns, waited until he felt like he was burning, his riot so draining to dangerous lows. There it was. The flaw, right in front of him, and further up, his way out. One instant, and it would be over, one way or the other. Zomari dashed. The hit struck So-iPhone right in the stomach, coming in so quickly that although she could see her hornets reacting, she had no time to block it. She was thrown far, feeling her ribs cracking. She slammed into a brick wall, falling onto the ground coughing for air. Forcing her body to calm, controlling her breathing, she stood up. The world was still spinning when she raised her head, spitting out a tooth. Despite it all, her lips curled into a victorious smile. Zomari had gotten a good distance away, and for a second, he had thought he had really done it. In and out, for just one final, victorious blow. Then he had noticed a dozen huge hornets latched to his arms, legs, and torso. He had tried to bat them away, but to no avail. His hands passed right through them as they positioned their stingers, each one delivering another dose of venom. Now he felt it. A burning sensation in his veins, like a rash inside his body. He blinked, the world seemed hazier, his mind heavier. I was wondering, rasped a beaten-up So-iPhone, limping down the street towards Zomari, if I made that gap too obvious. You, let yourself be hit. Zomari said, eyes widening in surprise. In that state. I had to take the chance, said So-iPhone with a shrug. I knew you couldn't stay there forever. You had to make a move eventually, and, well, you can't outrun them. Not this close. Like you just found out. She stumbled forward, clutching her side. Zomari realized, to his horror, that the hornet swarm were surrounding him. Go ahead, she said. Try to run. So Zomari did. He dashed to the side, where the swarm were thinnest. He could still make it out. He might take a few stings, but why was he moving so slowly? He was struck in the back, 7 times, each hit striking just after the other. Zomari collapsed onto the ground, the burning in his body having grown from the sensation of a rash to the scathing pain of being scalded by boiling water. He retched, coughing, gagging, standing on all fours, and when he pulled himself together. When he looked up, there she stood over him, hand pointed at him. Back attacks, she said acerbically. You like those, don't you? Why? Zomari said, his voice sounding distant as he spoke. It was like his tongue was growing thicker, like his mind was drifting away. Why, so slow? An effect of the poison, said So-iPhone, standing right over him. It can do many things. Right now, it just slows you down. Right now, you're feeling the pain of its sting, and as somebody who has gone through that, trust me, I'll be doing you a favor this way. She grabbed him by the neck with one hand, and held up her stinger with the other. Vaguely aware that this was very, very bad, Zomari tried to wriggle out of her grip, but his arms did not obey him, flailing wildly and ineffectively. So-iPhone, without flinching, slid the stinger into the wound she had given him earlier. The death mark duplicated, forming an 8-pointed stylized flower, and Zomari went wide-eyed. He collapsed to the ground, quite dead, and So-iPhone took a step back. She nearly overbalanced, and as she dismissed the Bankai she realized just how exhausted she was. She hadn't had to use her Bankai for years now. It was her fault for not going all out earlier. Stupid. Prideful. She had really thought she might defeat him without it. She shook her head, raising her hand to look at the stinger. I still have much left to learn, don't I? Jelal was the better swordsman, of that, there was no doubt. Grimjo seemed to use his blade more like a basic tool for slashing or stabbing, his form was middling at best. But, his movements were nearly perfect regardless, lightning fast and calculated, adapting to every clash the two of them had in an instant. What he lacked in form, he made up in pure, undiluted skill with his body. I'd never have guessed you'd spent months as a Shinigami's captive, Jelal said curtly as they broke apart for a moment. Whereas he kept his guard up, Grimjo held his blade in a relaxed pose, deceptively relaxed, Jelal knew. How did you even get that arm back? Last time we spoke, you were a shadow of your former self. Fucked if I know how it works, Grimjo said, shrugging with a grin on his face. Some weird Shinigami magic or some shit. One moment you're opening up to some dumbass human girl about how maybe you coulda made better life choices, and the next, You got your arm back. You're full of it. Hey, what can I say? Grimjo said with a chuckle. It's karma for turning over a new leaf. I'm one of the good guys now, don't ya know? Jalal made a face, and lunged forward with a set of slashes. Grimjo took a couple steps back to match Jalal's movements, parrying the strikes before suddenly thrusting forward with the hilt of his blade, catching Jalal in the gut. The air knocked out of him, Jalal staggered back. Before he could recover, Grimjo had backhanded him, sending him reeling back. Not even bothering to use his blade, Grimjo followed up with a punch to Jalal's solar plexus, and the Septimo felt a nexus of pain spreading through his body. Knocked over, he flailed around wildly with his blade, but Grimjo avoided the attacks with ease, kicking Jalal in the midsection. Grimjo laughed, lashing out with one kick after another, sending Jalal flying back a foot or so with each impact. Finally, Jalal lashed out with a set of bala, throwing them in Grimjo's general direction. The former espada stepped back a few paces, although Jalal doubted he'd needed to. Slapping you around is fun and all, said Grimjo, cockily resting his sword against his shoulder, but it's honestly kinda pathetic, too. Jalal coughed, resisting the urge to retch as he pulled himself together, standing up. I don't need any charity from the likes of you, he sneered, raising his weapon. Why did you hold yourself back? Charity. Grimjo said. He threw his head back and laughed. Yeah, I guess that's what it had to be, since I'm one of the good guys now, beaten down one of the big bad enemies of all what's good and right. But, maybe, he said, his eyes narrowing, I'm getting a bit fed up smacking around someone with only half a heart in the fight. Come on, Jalal. Get serious already. Think of all the people I've killed. Think of all the shit I've done and pull yourself together. Jalal's face tightened into a furious scowl. What the hell is up with you? Your resurrection, dumbass, said Grimjo, in a lazy drawl. I don't wanna kill ya like this. Let's fight it out like hollows. You sure as shit ain't beating me any other way. Jalal stared him down. He was being baited, he knew it, but he had no other choice. Grimjo was the more experienced fighter, and there was no reason to hold back. For Lord Eisen, he hissed, grasping his blade tight, for my friends, and for tomorrow. Yada yada, whatever you need to tell yourself. Twist, said Jalal as his spirit energy began to rise, serpient. Jalal's flesh molded like loose clay as the transformation ensued, and he came out leaned on his long, blade forelimbs, his tail stretching out behind him. Grimjo whistled. Not too shabby, he said with a smirk. Now, what say you and me go paint the town red? Grimjo spread his legs wide, aiming his sword backward, dragging the fingers of his free hand across its edge. A mad grin spread across his face. Even at the peak of his power, Jalal found the image intimidating. Cried Grimjo, Pantera. Just like Jalal he changed and warped, but the difference between them couldn't have been clearer. Grimjo's form was lean and lithe, balancing on limber, clawed legs. He was covered in white, bony plate, with a great mane of blue hair extending from the back of his skull. Flexing his clawed hands, the former Septimo gave Jalal a look. Come on, then, said Jalal defiantly, standing on his hind legs as his two blade limbs began to spin in deadly concert with one another, ready to cut through anything foolish enough to come close. That's the spirit, said Grimjo. Then he lunged with the ferocity and speed of a wild animal. He was fast, but even so, the cat-like beast dared not charge right into the range of Jalal's spinning blades. Instead he went up and over, but Jalal had already anticipated the move, lashing out with his tail. Grimjo evaded the swipe with ease, but it bought Jalal time to spin around and lash out, the range of his spinning blade arms easily outranging the short reach of Grimjo's claws. Grimjo weaved and dodged, bending under a spinning swipe and skipping out of range of the next. Feeling hardened, Jalal pressed the attack, lashing out with one arm after the other, never leaving himself open. Grimjo sneered at him, cursing incoherently as he kept on the defense. Then he was gone. Jalal recognized a high-level use of Sonido when he saw it and spread his guard wide, knowing the attack would come any moment, could come from any direction. If he were Grimjo, where would he attack? Wherever the opponent was weak, of course. Jalal's back was fairly well protected under the bony scales, and his front was an unassailable mass of whirling death. That left. Instinctively Jalal leaped over a sweeping kick aimed at his ankle. The former espada, having missed, kept his momentum going and slid in under Jalal, aiming a hand up. Before Jalal could land, the bright red of Acero struck him in the chest, throwing him off balance. His eyes closing against the blinding light, he was knocked back, and he could feel one of his blade arms coming to a halt as it raked against the asphalt of the street, sending rubble spraying across the side of the building next to them. Jalal's armor had absorbed the hit just fine, but that was not the issue. Acero of that caliber was not meant to kill, and Grimjo wouldn't have expected it to. He would not have wanted it to. Reeling back, bright lights flaring in front of his eye from the Acero, Jalal tried desperately to regain his balance, to get both his blades working. Through the haze, through his near-blinded eyes, he saw a streak of blue and white coming toward him. Cursing, Jalal raised his still spinning arm, trying to bring the other one up as well, but Grimjo weaved to the side and slid inside Jalal's guard, raking a clawed hand across his chest plate. Great chunks of bone were torn and splintered, and Jalal knew he had to stop this now, before the panther could start doing damage he could not recover from. He stopped the spin of both his arms, and extended both hands as if to catch Grimjo in a hug, the blade edge of his blades ready to come down. Grimjo, a claw already reaching for Jalal's throat, nimbly somersaulted back as the blades came in, clattering harmlessly against the Septimo's armored plating. Slowly, Jalal positioned his blades up again, letting them start to spin. "So, you're not a one-trick pony after all, huh?" Grimjo said, his grin revealing a set of pointed teeth. "More than you know, Grimjo Jaeger Jacques," Jalal said defiantly. "That's so," said Grimjo, and only now Jalal noticed a tail impatiently bobbing around from Grimjo's back, in contrast to the former espada's relaxed posture. "Let's test that." Grimjo dashed all around Jalal, becoming a blur of speed. Keeping his guard up, Jalal tried to analyze his former ally's movements. He'd never match him in speed, so he'd have to try and predict where he would strike, and counter-attack. There was the faintest warning as Grimjo broke his med dash and surged forward, and Jalal jumped to the side just in time, his reflexes just barely saving him from a strike to his ankle. He lashed out with one of his spinning blades, but Grimjo evaded the attack gracefully. The next second he came in from behind, but Jalal twisted out of the way with surprising agility, lashing out with a foot. Jalal's sandal caught the espada in the chest, and although he could feel the impact all the way up to his hip, Grimjo was thrown off balance. Knowing he would have no better opening, Jalal charged, and a golden glow started to cloak him. It wasn't entirely true, what he'd been thinking. He wouldn't normally match Grimjo in speed. "Meteor," he hissed under his breath, and throughout his body, there was a burst of spirit energy channeling into his veins. There was a brief surge of pain, and suddenly it was as if the world moved more slowly. The technique was a replication of something he had once known, stimulating his nervous system and supercharging his muscles and reaction time. Grimjo, already getting to his feet, had a look of shock on his face as Jalal came at him with furious speed. The cat-like Aaron car had to roll out of the way. Dust and asphalt sprayed into the air as Jalal's blades narrowly missed their target, but the Septimo was relentless, and continued his assault. Grimjo, so confident a second ago, was scraping by just barely, crawling and twisting out of the way of an assault he had never expected, trying desperately to get to his feet. Eventually he managed to twist himself up on his hands, launching himself into the air and landing on his feet, but Jalal had already closed the distance. Eyes wide, Grimjo crossed his blade arms in a defensive posture, the blade parts of his arms chipping and cracking as one of Jalal's blades raked across them 100 times in an instant. Not a former espada for nothing, Grimjo skipped back and found his footing, using a short step of Sonido to get out of the way, but Jalal gave him no reprieve. Only the briefest of instants passed before Jalal caught up, and Grimjo was forced to run again, skipping up into the air. He found Jalal waiting for him there, and Grimjo's eyes widened again as a blade, spinning arm raked across his chest, cutting through his armor and sending a spray of blood flying across the ground. Grimjo was thrown to the ground, violently, and Jalal landed just beside where he had impacted, intent on finishing his opponent. This time, it was Jalal's turn to get surprised. Despite the injury, Grimjo had already gotten to his feet and cleared a considerable distance between him. The armor on his chest, considerably lighter than Jalal's, had been shredded where the cut had landed, and blood flowed freely from a nasty-looking cut. Grimjo seemed not to even acknowledge it. "That's a real nasty trick, innit?" he said, cracking his neck. Jalal was breathing heavily, and held back for the moment. "But, it cost you," Grimjo continued, "or you wouldn't be panting. You hoped that'd be the end of it, didn't ya?" Jalal grit his teeth, refusing to respond. He had hoped as much. The meteoric burst of speed was only temporary, and it consumed a fair bit of energy to use. Grimjo seemed to notice, with the keen senses of an animal. "My turn," said the former Espada, and held his arms out and back, taking in a deep breath. He roared, and Jalal could feel the impact of it physically. He had to dig in his heels to hold on. Around him, every window not yet broken shattered into 1,000 pieces, raining glass down on the street. Walls cracked, pieces of rubble blew around like they were dust, and Jalal had to bend forward and rest himself on his arms to maintain his balance. When he looked up again, Grimjo was gone. Raising his blade arms to get them spinning again, Jalal looked around. Where would the next attack come from? Where was he? Guerra de la Pantera. And there was Grimjo, up in the air, arm folded in an elbow aimed at Jalal. 5 jade-colored darts shot out from the limb, and Jalal tried to raise his blades to form a shield, to throw them off. He was too late, and as he felt the darts slam into his body, he realized Grimjo's ploy. The former Espada had realized that it took time to use the spinning blades, and had used his roar to create an opening. Jalal took a short breath, and braced himself. His body was rocked by 5 small explosions, sending him staggering back and down onto one knee. His chest armor, already cracked, was very nearly cracked open. He had taken a nasty blow to his left shoulder, and worse, one of the darts had struck his left thigh, which was not nearly as well protected. "See," said Grimjo, landing nimbly with a self-satisfied grin, "I ain't the only one with an ace up my sleeve." Jalal forced himself to stand, ignoring the great pangs of agony running through his left leg, like great blossoms of pain. Grimjo's confidence was back, his posture relaxed. Jalal knew why. The time it'd take to get his blades spinning again would be too long. Closing the distance between them would take Grimjo no time at all, and with his armor this damaged, Jalal would get cut open like a clam. In short, the former Espada was sure he had Jalal just where he wanted him. "Good. Tell me one thing, Grimjo," Jalal said, with a raspy breath. "Where do you think you will end up after the war is over? Do you think there will be a place for the likes of you in a Shinigami's world? An unapologetic murderer?" "Actually," said Grimjo, lazily taking one step closer. "Yeah. Red, she's both hard as nails and she sticks by her word. She said she'd watch out for me, and she will." "Red." "Call me stupid, I guess," said Grimjo, "but I trust Erza. Within reason, of course. You ain't going to throw me off this way." "Erza," said Jalal darkly, and with one clumsy motion, he placed one blade arm over the other, in a crossed position. "You're not worthy of even saying her name, you monster." "What do you think?" said Grimjo, sounding almost amused, but then he sensed the sudden spike in power. "Grand Chariot." Jalal snarled. In a circle in front of him, instantly, 7 fully formed Zeros appeared. There was a great, bright, red light, and suddenly there were no buildings around them, only rubble. Jalal breathed heavily, and it took some effort to stand up properly and get his arms spinning again. He was getting tired. Still alert, though, he looked around. Where had Grimjo gone? He hadn't managed to kill him yet, right? "Well," came a familiar voice, and Grimjo's familiar form dislodged from a pile of rubble, shaking off brick and mortar that had collapsed over him. "I gotta say I didn't see that one comin'. Real shame you didn't aim all of those things at me at once, though." Somewhat unsteady in his step, Grimjo walked out onto what remained of the street. He was covered in dust, and his arms were seared with black. He had blocked the hit, absorbing it directly. Even he hadn't had the time to get away. "But, I gotta say," said Grimjo, his wicked smile returning to his face, as the hero here, I'm feelin' real concerned for these buildings you just toppled. I sure hope they was emptied in time, or you just killed a whole bunch o' humans. Jalal stuttered, I did what I had to. I did what I had to do, said Grimjo with a chuckle. See, that ain't so hard to say, is it? You got cornered and you lashed out, doing anything you could to not die. Like a true hollow. Shut up, Jalal growled. I know what you're doing, you bastard. If you think you can break my resolve that easily, then I'll have to disappoint you. I think I already did, said Grimjo. What's the matter, hero? Ain't you sure you're right? He laughed, and Jalal charged forward, gritting his teeth. If he stopped to think, this wouldn't work anymore. Because, Grimjo was right. Jalal had no way of knowing, but he might just have taken innocent lives to save himself for a cause he could not bring himself to believe in the way he used to, the way he had thought he did. Blade arms spinning, more slowly than before to conserve energy, he lashed out at Grimjo. Laughing madly, the ex-espada weaved out of the way of each strike, dancing around them with ease. Jalal felt his breathing become labored, erratic, and although Grimjo was not looking spry, himself, he seemed to have plenty of energy left. Jalal had to find a way to tip the scales, and soon. As Grimjo somersaulted back over one of the blade arms, Jalal took a step back, holding his blade arms up and still, channeling energy in between them. A great, red zero started to grow in between his arms, growing in size and power. Grimjo paused, seeming unsure what to do. Although Jalal was vulnerable while charging this attack, Grimjo didn't seem to want to risk it exploding on them both. That wouldn't happen, but then again, Grimjo didn't know that. All right, then, Jalal said with a bitter smile on his lips. Let's see you handle this. Julizing. At his command the huge red orb, now almost as big as Jalal himself, split into 9, orbiting in a circle around his head. Grimjo ran, taking off into the air. You think you can get away? Jalal cried. The orbs turned into long spear-like fragments, crackling with lightning. Holding this much energy at one time was taxing, almost overwhelming, but it would be worth it. They will find you no matter where you go. One after another, in rapid succession, the blades of lightning fired into the air, snaking after Grimjo. He was off in the distance now, but it didn't matter. Once they had locked on an energy source, they would pursue it until they were consumed. One could not outrun it, only overpower it. As Jalal sunk down onto his knuckles to rest, he felt the first impact, then the second, then the third. Up in the sky, a storm of red lightning ravaged the former espada. Grimjo seemed to be thrashing in there, lashing out at pure energy, as if that would help him. Defiant to the end, that was just like him. Jalal looked down, took a long, deep breath, and made ready to dismiss his resurrection. Once this was finished, he wouldn't need it. Well, ain't you getting ahead of yourself? Resting like that. The dismissive, cool contempt in Grimjo's voice, just near him, made Jalal snap back to reality. There, landing gracefully on the ground, was the former espada. Great, long blue blades of raw energy emanated from his fingers, like impossibly long claws. Descaron, said Grimjo. He was singed, worse than before, and he was twitching. His hair was even messy than before, crackling with leftover static energy. Good hit. But, if you thought I was running, you got me all wrong. Just needed a second to get these going, he said, flexing the energy blades. How? Energy seeks energy, said Grimjo with a shrug. Everyone knows that. Hell of a storm you put out, though. The blue blades flickered and broke, falling away and disintegrating. Now, though, Grimjo continued, cracking his knuckles, I think you're all out of tricks. No more bullshit. So, spin them blades at me, and we'll settle this one good and proper, like hollows. The blades felt heavy as Jalal forced them to spin again. Where normally they would move so quickly they could not even be seen, the blades now rotated only quickly enough to do damage. His breathing was labored, and his whole body felt heavy. That last attack had drained most of his reserves. With it having failed to kill Grimjo, things looked dire. But, he would not give up. He would fight till the bitter end, if only to spite the murderer. Is that what it is now? He thought bitterly. Spite? Is that all I have left? Grimjo lunged, markedly slower than before. He was on his last legs too, it seemed, because one of Jelal's blades managed to graze him, sending the espada tumbling. He got up on his feet though, a fresh wound in his side dripping blood down his hip. Ignoring the wound, Grimjo leaped at Jelal again. Jelal spun his blades in a defensive pattern, but to his surprise, Grimjo curled into a ball, sailing just over Jelal's head. Tired and moving slowly, Jelal spun around to face him, but Grimjo had already landed, gracefully leaping forward. Supporting himself on one hand, he lashed out with a sweeping kick. Jelal was struck at the back of his left knee, and his blade arms were sent off course and into the street as his knee made impact with the ground, adding a new surge of pain to his aching body. Great heaps of dust and gravel were kicked up as his arms came to a stop. Grimjo had already retracted his leg, launching himself into the air. Jelal only just had the time to look up as a spinning axe kick came down, slamming into his skull with tremendous force. Jelal's head slammed into the ground, and for a moment, there was only blackness. When he came to, moments later, Grimjo was squatting on the tattered remains of his chest plate. His tail was wagging excitedly, and Jelal could feel the former espada's claws against his throat. This was it. He could try to move his arms, try fighting back, but it would take Grimjo but an instant to sink those claws into his throat and rip it out. Drawing in a deep breath, feeling as if it would be his last, Jelal finally lay back. He could feel Grimjo slowly sinking his claws into his neck, piercing his arrow with ease. Any time now. But, it stopped. Fresh blood trickled from where Grimjo had pierced his neck, but there was no sudden jerk of movement, no ripping into his arteries, no spray of blood. What are you waiting for? Jelal wheezed. You know, said Grimjo, cocking his head, I actually ain't sure. It would be fun to end you. But, looking at your pathetic face right now, I don't even want to do it. Stop joking around, murderer, Jelal hissed. I'm the self-righteous hypocrite. The one who won't admit to who he is. The one you hate because I try to be more than Hueco Mundo made me. See, that's just the thing, said Grimjo slowly. You still think you're right, even if you doubt it. You don't believe in Aizen, but you still think you're better than me. There was a sting as Grimjo retracted his claws, pulling his hand back from Jelal's neck. This, said Grimjo, standing up so that he was truly looking down on Jelal, ain't charity or mercy, or some dumb shit like that. I want you to live, so when your precious Aizen fails, you get to see you were wrong all this time. I want you to look me in the eye when this is all over, and I want to see you tell me then that this is all good and justified. That's how it ends, hero. You dash. But Grimjo didn't give him a chance to retort. A balled fist slammed into Jelal's face, and the espada went limp. Grimjo usually did not leave enemies alive, and if he was going to start now, then he would definitely not leave them conscious and able to attack. The King Panther stood up, staring into the distance, into the sky. He was surprised with himself. This wasn't mercy, of course, but there was no way he'd have let an enemy live before he'd been taken prisoner by the Shinigami. The hell are you doing to me, Red? He muttered to himself. As he spoke the last words, Aizen breathed a sigh of relief. Above him, a great circle of runes slowly levitated in harmonious patterns. In its center hovered the Hujiaku, directing the spell with perfect accuracy. Invisible to the naked eye, but plain to see for anyone who could sense even basic spiritual matter, was a great vortex of spirit energy forming around it. The first part of the ritual was complete. The matrix would envelop the whole city when completed, and then victory would be his. All he would have to do now was calibrate just what level of spiritual power would be siphoned. With so many strong signatures present, he had to be precise. The spell could theoretically absorb even a high-ranking Shinigami, but the sheer amount of complexity and power that would take would be absurd, even with such a powerful tool as the Hujiaku. No, all it needed to do was to absorb the souls of the citizens of Karakura, a far more manageable task. Why don't you show yourself? Said Aizen to the open air. I can't pinpoint you exactly yet, but in this space right here, it is impossible to hide from me. The Hujiaka lets me sense anything within this matrix. It needs to be able to do what I need it to do. But, you would know, wouldn't you? To his left, as if stepping into this reality from another, Urahara came into view. The scientist had dropped the ridiculous hat he usually wore, a somber expression on his face. The man amused Aizen. A coward to the end, he had shown his hand only at the last moment, when he was forced to. "Come now," said Aizen amusedly. "Surely you must have something clever to say. I wouldn't assume you are the, 'you'll never get away with this,' or, 'I'll stop you,' type, but some kind of witticism must come to mind, surely." "It really is a shame," said Urahara, and Aizen took note of the casual way he held his cane, his weapon, hidden away to look inconspicuous. Typical stealth core nonsense. "What is?" "You're a brilliant man," said Urahara. "Of that there can be no doubt. A megalomaniacal psychopath, a narcissist with a god complex, but you are brilliant. This entire spell is intensely brilliant to look at." "Well," Urahara said with a smile, "it is based on my work, so I'll take some credit. But, even so, it's a work of genius." "I assume you didn't come here to flatter me," said Aizen, in a small way both curious and taken aback. He had expected some degree of moral grandstanding, but the coward's words seemed to show sincere admiration. "I'm here to stop you," said Urahara firmly. "That hasn't changed. But, looking at this, I feel as if you are a tragedy of a man, Aizen Saushik. Imagine what you could have done if you had set out to serve the afterlife instead of seeking to rule it." "Serve it?" Aizen sneered. "You do not believe in that, Urahara Kisuk. You were cast out, and even before that you were an assassin. You have never valued the Godai itself, only your precious science." "Perhaps I don't," said Urahara quietly. "I don't think service is inherently good, necessarily. But, it is a good way to bring focus to the mind, to find purpose and become constructive. The tragedy here is that you will never reach your full potential because you get in your own way, Aizen Saushik." "What do you even mean by that?" "I mean that in the time you spent hoarding monsters and stabbing backs, you could have built great things. Lasting things. Rulers come and go, politics shift, but a mind like yours could have revolutionized everything. I wouldn't expect the likes of you to understand the change I will bring, but be assured it will last through the ages," said Aizen sharply. Urahara shook his head. "Not your way. Not when you seek to control so much at the same time. The world cannot be controlled. It cannot be bent to anyone's will. It is like a wild, flowing river, and the most you can do is steer its course very slightly by working very hard." "Spoken like a man with no vision," Aizen said, shaking his head in distaste. "I suppose that is the difference," said Urahara, slowly pulling his blade free from its faux cane sheath. "You believe in total control, and I do not." "I have indulged you long enough," said Aizen dismissively. "Whatever ploy you have prepared will not be enough." "Awaken, Benihime," Urahara called, and the blade changed shape in his hand. It was unusual in shape, much as Aizen would have expected, and he could sense a great destructive power about it. Undoubtedly, Urahara would have anticipated the superior ability of Kyuka Suijutsu, but what he could do about it was beyond Aizen to fathom. Its ability was unstoppable to all but the blind, and its weakness was known only to Aizen himself. "As amusing as it would be to cut you down," said Aizen, "I have a ritual to finish." "Jin, if you please." In a masterful step of Shunpo, the silver-haired psychopath put himself between Aizen and Urahara, blade already out. "I doubt even somebody as sharp as you will find it easy to shake the likes of Ichimaru Jin," said Aizen, turning his back on Urahara. "In fact, I will be interested in the outcome. Two devious killers like you two would undoubtedly have quite the battle. It will not involve me, however." Turning his attention to the next stage of the ritual, Aizen started murmuring the right chants. This had worked out well. Not only was Urahara, one of the few unknown variables in this equation, now taken care of, but Jin, whose traitorous intent was obvious, would be preoccupied. As he heard the blades clash for the first time, Aizen smiled. It was all coming together. The kingdom of tomorrow was so close that he could see it before him. Chapter 109, La Distancia para un Duelo 6. Kisuk weaved and parried, stone-faced, as Jin launched his attacks. This was becoming a problem. Ichimaru Jin was by no means impossible to overcome, but he could not be dismissed, either. He was a killer of the kind that would have made a hell of a career in the Stealth Corps if he had a bit more self-restraint, a peerless prodigy of murder. Really, I'm disappointed, said Jin. He held up his shinso, aiming the sword using the forearm of his free arm as a stabilizing point. I expected a little more from somebody as important as yourself, Mr. Urahara Kisuk. His Zanpakuto extended rapidly, but Urahara had already read his aim, already sidestepped the attack. The blade shortened and extended again and again, effectively firing lethal arrows at Kisuk, but none of them found their mark. My apologies, Kisuk said, making sure to drip a little anger into his voice, hoping to lull the psychopath into a false sense of security, but I don't have the time to waste on the likes of you. See, said Jin, you're free to ignore me. Try it. Just go for Aizen. We both know that's not true, said Kisuk, eyes narrow. I don't know why you're loyal to Aizen, but I do know I'd sooner trust his word than yours. Loyal? Said Jin, slowly lowering his blade so that its tip fell under the wide sleeve of his free arm. Nah. But you're trying to take something from me. Something I waited real long for. Can't let you do that, Mr. Urahara Kisuk. You want to kill Aizen, too. Your words, not mine, said Jin with a shrug. Besides, I ain't going to say no to killin' the likes of yourself. Always did like puttin' the high and mighty in their place. Just like that, Shinso shot out through his sleeve. Kisuk couldn't read the attack's direction, but he didn't need to. Shinso ran through his afterimage, and Kisuk himself reappeared right in front of Jin, blade raised and crackling with red energy. Jin's eyes, usually almost closed, widened as he raised his short blade to parry. He only barely managed. Kisuk's blade scraped against his shoulder. I realize that you spent an entire life surrounded by people afraid of you, said Kisuk calmly, staring the killer in the eye, and I realize you've spent most of your life being brighter than everyone around you. But, now you need to realize that there's a pecking order. At his will, Benihime crackled with red energy, arcing through Jin's guard and raking across his chest, a bloody cut left where the lightning touched the psychopath's body. Jin staggered back, quickly putting distance between the both of them. Kisuk raised Benihime, feeling her crying for blood in his mind, resisted the urge to let her have her fill, and pointed its tip at Jin. I'm a better killer than you ever have been, Ichimaru Jin, and I am brighter, too. You are beneath me, just like you're beneath Aizen. You think you're going to goad me that easy? Jin hissed, his eyes narrowing as he stared at Kisuk with the gaze of a predator denied. You think that's all it takes? I think I can see you cracking from all the way over here, said Urahara calmly, but thankfully, I won't be dealing with you. Jin cocked his head. Yeah. There was a sudden flash of movement, and suddenly there were two Shinigami flanking Jin, taking up positions with their blades at the ready. Captain Hitsugaya Toshiro, a fiercely determined expression on his face, and Matsumoto Rangiku, a somber expression on her face. I figured Aizen would not leave himself undefended, said Kisuk with a smirk, so I made sure to suggest to a couple of allies that I would need a hand from at a critical time. It seems 10th finished up their fights just in the nick of time. I'll give you this, Jin, I can't afford to ignore the likes of you. But, neither can you afford to ignore the likes of Hitsugaya Toshiro. Traitor, Hitsugaya said coldly, surrender now, and you will be given a trial. Fail to do so, and we will not hesitate to kill. I'm sorry, Jin, said Rangiku, but we're not holding back. Now that's just cheatin', said Jin, shaking his head in mock disbelief. Cheating is how I end up on top when the deck is stacked against me, Urahara said cheerily. Captain Hitsugaya, I'll leave the rest to you. Hitsugaya nodded. Just disrupt Aizen's sickening ritual. We'll take care of him. For a moment, Jin's expression hardened, as if he would take on all of them at once. Then he sighed. It won't do you no good, he said to Kisuk. You'll still lose. The only one that knows how to kill him is me. I'm a man of many talents, Mr. Ichimaru, said Kisuk, and he's not the first man to have underestimated me. With that, Kisuk dashed up and away, shooting toward Aizen. A blade shot up to stab him in the back, but a wall of ice blunted its strike. Kisuk would have smiled if he weren't so sure he might die in the coming minutes. His plan had worked so far, but even the best-laid plans had a tendency to fall apart when they clashed with reality. Renji was controlling the pace. The battle was intense as they paced back and forth across the skyscape, but his hard work with the blade was paying off. Luppy Antiner was dangerous, but his form was lacking and his foppish mannerisms hid a sloppy approach to combat. It felt good to just fight, just go without holding back. Anger burned in his chest, hate, and anger, but it was anger with a purpose. Anger well controlled, molded to be a useful tool rather than a berserker's frenzy. He had been utterly destroyed, annihilated, and humiliated in their first foray into Hueco Mundo, and to face a battle he could more than handle filled him with confidence. Sure, one could say that a young captain faced with the Primero on his very first military deployment was hardly a fair test of his skills, but life didn't care about fair, and Renji didn't care for excuses. Right now, all that mattered was triumph, to not fumble away the edge he was working up toward. His blade rose and fell, and although Luppy deftly managed to weave away from any serious hit Renji threw at him, the espada was finding no openings. Renji intended to give him none. Luppy fired off a set of bala, skipping back a good few paces as Renji dodged them. Flipping around his blade to hold it in a reverse grip, Luppy sighed, spinning his weapon around casually. Peacock, Renji thought. Like a young cadet who had just gotten his blade, and was fixated on how cool he would look throwing it around. It's just that this cadet is also a lethal killing machine with the power to rival a captain's, Renji reminded himself. You're no fun at all, said Luppy, shaking his head. Lord Aizen gave me all this power, and you have to go and take this whole fight thing so seriously I can't even show it off. What are you going to do next, Pout? Renji shot back gruffly. I'm not here to indulge your fantasies. Get serious if you want to defeat me. Now, that would be even less fun, said Luppy, a cruel smirk on his face. I'd hate to just kill you right away, Mr. Junior Captain. Renji's grip on the hilt of his blade tightened, but he refused to rise to such a basic taunt. Instead, he surged forward, blade raised high. Luppy raised his blade for a parry, but Renji feinted, twisting his blade to the side. His sword raked against Luppy's cheek, drawing blood, cutting deep. Luppy shrieked, reeling back. Renji followed up mercilessly, kicking Luppy in the chest. The Arrancar staggered back, nearly losing his balance. Swaying in the air, it was all he could do to avoid tumbling down toward the ground. Renji relented, flicking the blood from the side of his blade. You asshole, Luppy hissed. That was my face you got, you killjoy son of a bitch. Almost your neck, too, said Renji with a confident shrug. But, please, keep going like this. It suits me just fine. You're going to end up dead. Luppy grit his teeth. His free hand went to his face, his palm reddening with blood as he touched the cut. It was a nasty gash, right down to the cheekbone, ruining the predatory handsomeness the espada had had until now. You're going to pay for that, he hissed, all the flippancy was gone from his voice. His riots arose, and Renji matched it, preparing to go all out himself. Strangle, cried Luppy, Trapatera. As the light faded, there stood Luppy. His body was much the same as before, but his chest was encased in a large, rounded bone construct, like a solid ribcage. On his back, a construct of sorts was mounted, and from it sprouted 8 long, rounded appendages, moving about like they had minds of their own. Renji nodded, almost approvingly. That would give the espada some range. Unfortunately for him, range would not be an issue for Renji. Bankai, Renji cried, Hyozabameru. The massive bamboo serpent came to life, its coils loosely wrapping around Renji as its massive head reared up and stared down at Luppy. All right then, espada, said Renji. Let's see what this junior captain can do. Luppy's smile was cruel and joyless. Let's. He lashed out, the appendages on his back lengthening as they surged toward Renji. Unimpressed, Renji flicked his wrist, and the tail end of the bamboo serpent heeded his call. It coiled around Renji, forming an impenetrable wall. The tentacles lashed against the serpent's body, finding no purchase as they clawed at the segments. The serpent's head reared up, and with its jaw open it struck. Luppy skipped back a few paces, meeting the strike head-on. "Boring," he said dismissively, his appendages wrapping around the serpent's neck as it came in. All 8 of them wrapped around the serpent, around its neck and its closest segments, stopping it dead in its tracks. The serpent strained against it, but Luppy strained harder, holding it in place. Then the arms slid into the joints, and with one forceful movement, he tore the serpent apart. The head came off, along with 4 more segments, collapsing to the ground. "Really," said Luppy, "you were able to defend, but the moment you attack, you fall apart. You really are a rookie, aren't you?" The Espada took a few more steps forward, his tentacles writhing gleefully. A triumphant look on his face, he moved them forward to attack once more. But, then he saw it. Renji was smiling. Luppy saw it a second too late. The head was reattaching to the main body, along with the segments Luppy had thought severed, and it came at him again from the side. Luppy began to leap to the side, away from the gigantic serpent skull, but the jaws clamped shut around him, gigantic teeth sinking into his flesh. "Dumbass," Renji said contentedly. "You thought it would be that easy? Putting it back together is the first thing my Bankai taught me to do." Luppy, wincing in pain, let his appendages surge out, clawing at the serpent, trying desperately to break free. Renji moved the tail in his hand, and in response the serpent flailed around, shaking Luppy violently back and forth, shifting the Espada around in its mouth, chewing on him. When Luppy, bloodied and desperate, continued to struggle, the serpent slammed its head into the ground, driving the teeth into his body as deep as they could. Luppy cried out in agony, blood dripping from his mouth. Contemptuously, the serpent flung him away, into a building. Luppy crashed into a wall, falling onto the street. Almost unbelievably, the Espada stood up. He looked a brutally bloodied mess, his white clothes red with over a dozen puncture wounds. It was like he had been stabbed, over and over, by an enthusiastic but not very precise knife murderer. "Nice trick," he hissed, trembling. "Almost hollow-like, deceiving me like that." "Can't help it if you're dumb enough to underestimate your opponent, dipshit," said Renji, eyes narrowed. "Junior Captain. You're not exactly a top-ranked Espada yourself, but I'm taking you seriously. If you'd done the same, you wouldn't be a dead man walking. Now who's being arrogant?" Snarled Luppy, leaping forward with his appendages out, spinning viciously through the air. Despite his grievous injuries, it didn't seem like he had been hurt critically, or perhaps he was just that mad. It didn't matter to Renji. Quickly, he directed his serpent outward, its segmented body coming down to crush the Espada. Luppy screamed with anger, and working in furious tandem, the tentacles slashed and cut at the serpent. Wily and quick, Luppy avoided the serpent's slower movements, severing several segments with ease. Crying out triumphantly, he surged toward Renji, his tentacles keeping the serpent's movements at bay. Renji, despite his best efforts, couldn't stop him. "Fine. Hey-to one, shao!" Renji cried as Luppy closed the distance. As if running into a wall again, Luppy came to an abrupt halt, tossed back a few paces. The brief instant was all Renji needed to reassemble the serpent, which hissed ferociously as it wrapped protectively around Renji. "Kido ain't my strong suit," said Renji, letting the snake's tail rest over his shoulder, "but it don't mean I won't use it. A good captain learns more than one art. The same goes for Espada. Or, are you a one-trick pony?" Luppy shook his head, like an animal trying to shake off a flea, and bared his teeth at Renji. "Shinigami asshole," he spat, and the tentacles started to spin around behind his back, whipping up into a frenzy. "You think you're better than me? You're the one who's all banged up because you're too arrogant to fight like you mean it, so you tell me," said Renji coolly. Still bleeding, Luppy launched himself forward, his battle arms lashing out in a flurry of blows. Hyozabumaru's coils tightened, and the appendages slammed against the hard shell of the serpent's body to little effect. Snarling, Luppy forced one arm through a crack, sending it straight toward Renji. As it surged forward, several sharp, pointed tips extended from the arm, like a set of huge needles. Renji, caught unawares, took the hit right to his chest. He grunted, gritting his teeth against the sudden pain. "Got you," Luppy hissed, twisting the arm, mauling Renji. "Now who's the dumbass?" "Still, you," Renji grunted, grabbing hold of the tentacle with his free hand, yanking it free from the wound. He bled copiously but kept his legs planted firmly on the ground. "Did it maybe occur to you that you got a little too close trying to strike me?" Renji braced himself and tugged hard at the arm. Luppy was pulled closer toward the serpent, overbalancing. As he fell, the serpent broke its protective formation and lunged at the espada, quickly wrapping its body around him. Luppy struggled and thrashed, but the process was over within seconds. He was firmly in Hiyo Zabumaru's grasp now, and it was tightening. "You bastard!" Luppy gasped as the serpent constricted, tighter and tighter, grinding him against the hard edges of its segments. There was the sound of bone snapping as the grip continued to tighten, against all of Luppy's efforts. "I'll kill you!" Luppy rasped, squirming like a trapped animal, desperation coming through his voice. "I'll kill you, you Shinigami Bast-Aar Road Dash!" The air was pushed out of his lungs, and his cry ended in a dry wheeze. Hiyo Zabumaru finally relented, and Luppy dropped to the ground, quite limp. Slowly, Renji approached him, the serpent's head hovering just beside him. He was not about to get careless, not now. Luppy lay there broken, but still breathing. Miraculously, he still seemed conscious. His eyes locked with Renji's in a baleful glare, and suddenly, his tentacles lashed out. Boneless, they had not broken from the embrace. Renji had been ready, however, and leaped back as the serpent began to shield him. They were almost shockingly quick, and Renji had to dodge several strikes. Even broken, Luppy's mental command of these arms had not lessened. "Have it your way," said Renji. At his command, the serpent's head lunged at Luppy, lying helplessly still at the ground. It scooped him up into its jaws, biting down and raising him high up into the sky. The tentacles lashed at its thick, bony segments, but the serpent did not care. It was an impotent, desperate attack, the work of a creature on its last legs. "I will do you this one last honor," said Renji, his Ryotsu building up, "and put you out of your misery quickly. Hikotsu Hao." The serpent's head flung Luppy high into the air, then lunged up after the paralyzed Arrancar as a massive surge of energy surged from the base of its tail to the opening of its maw. The last thing Luppy Antiner saw was a massive beam of red light, overwhelming his entire field of vision. Back down at the ground, Renji stared up. Once he was entirely sure, once he saw the ashes drifting down on the wind and sensed the espada's signature dispersing, he dismissed his Bankai. He nodded to himself, feeling oddly content. But, only for a moment. The city was still crawling with monsters that needed killing, and his division needed him. Junior or not, he would do his best and hope it was enough. The flames were blazing hot, and even from 30 yards away Rukia felt like her skin was ready to crackle. Zhang Crow's flames were pushing her Kida spell to its limits, and she could feel the seal of her Danka cracking. Then again, that was the point. The fire, trapped between her seal and the two buildings in the street where she stood, was expending a ridiculous amount of power for nothing. The street looked like an image of hell, charred and blackened, the ash of everything that had been combustible littering the air. She wasn't sure how many times she had baited the brute this way, but she was sure it was too many. Finally, the spell broke, and Rukia was ready, already preparing her counter-attack. "Hakuren!" she cried, and a wave of ice rushed through the gap just as the fire subsided for a moment. She managed her Ryotsu output with extreme care, making sure not to expend any more of her power than absolutely necessary. The flood of ice crashed through the street, entrapping Zhang Crow and encasing him once more. Unlike before, though, Rukia took the brief moment of paralysis as an opportunity to advance, not run away. Under the cover of the rising steam, as Zhang Crow started to break free, she closed the distance. Zhang Crow smashed the ice wide open with a roar. Mist covered the whole block as he let out a loud, infuriated roar, raising his fists into the air like some kind of ape. The mist blocked her line of sight, but a creature his size was hard to miss. Rukia came in from the side, aiming the tip of her blade at Zhang Crow's chest. "Third dance," she whispered, "Shirafun." At once her blade lengthened. Ice built up to form an extension of her sword, shooting up like an arrow. The tip caught him just under the armpit, cutting through his fiery flesh. The icy blade pierced his arrow with relative ease, and Rukia channeled more of her own energy into it, pumping pure cold into the Espada's body. Son of a bitch! Zhang Crow snarled, twisting his body and lashing out. The connection was broken, and Rukia jumped out of the way, dodging a swipe from his massive arm. She felt the pure ray of heat wash over her as she rolled out of the way, dashing down the street and around the corner. Zhang Crow, finally free again, turned around and chased after her, but Rukia had dashed through a doorway and into one of the buildings. She flinched as she saw the terror the Espada had inflicted. Charred corpses lay still in the hallway, cooked alive. At least it had been quick, judging by the way they had fallen. She forced herself to focus. Her plan had worked so far. Zhang Crow was as much of a simpleton as Captain Zaraki, using brute force as a solution to everything she had thrown at him. It was a little ironic. He had mocked her for doing the same thing over and over without success, yet he had used only raw force and here she still was, alive and kicking. She was worse for wear, though. Even conserving her energy as carefully as she could, it had been nothing short of draining to throw one wave of ice after another at him, constantly having to be wary of a single attack ending her outright. She had expended most of her spiritual power, and she knew she had to settle this soon. On the other hand, Zhang Crow was getting slow. His fire burned much more weakly than it had done before, and his movements had gotten slower and slower. He was running on fumes, too, and so long as she played that game, so long as she kept fighting on her own terms, he would keep wearing himself out. He would keep getting more and more frustrated until finally, he made a fatal mistake. That was the idea, at least. I can do this, she told herself. I can win. I will win. For my brother, and for my clan. The wall behind her crumbled and as a frustrated Zhang Crow, bellowing furiously, smashed right through the building to get to her. Damn it, he had found her more quickly than she had expected. Rukia dashed through a doorway, nimbly skipping down a hall. A furious Zhang Crow, plowing through doors, walls, and a ceiling he couldn't even fit under, followed after. A gout of fire surged from an open palm, but Rukia was already out on the street again, patting out little fires taking hold of her uniform. Behind her, only seconds behind, Zhang Crow crashed through the building walls with an infuriated roar. A second later, Rukia felt her clothes nearly catching fire again as he spewed fire at her, cascading recklessly down the street. Rukia, already double-timing it, added a burst of shunpo to her movement and dashed around a corner. Zhang Crow, breathing heavily, charged after her. His breathing was ragged, and the intense glow of heat that had surrounded him was coming on and off like a glitch in a video. One moment he was radiating heat, and the next all she could see was a charred black body underneath. Zhang Crow came at her, leaning against the building he had halfway demolished as he finally caught up. Just as he rounded the corner, he was struck by a wall of ice yet again. Rukia felt drained as the ice surged forward, but judging by the monster's reaction, her plan was on track. When the fight had begun, he had torn free within seconds. Now he was completely encased in ice, a vague dark lump inside a miniature glacier. Come on, you big ugly bastard, Rukia thought to herself, break free. Use that fire. Use the last of your power. She took one breath, then another. She could feel her heart thumping in her chest like a jackhammer. It was a deafening sound, even over the cries and moans of battle in the distance, even over the fire burning around her. Come on. Come on. He was still for some time. The smart thing, Rukia knew, would be to try to break himself free by force, starting with the weakest point. If he came out of this still standing, how much fight would she have left in her? Enough? She was doubtful. Certainly not so much that she dared use another Hakuren. This was the last blast she could give with what she had left. As the seconds went on, she took a few deep breaths, forcing herself calm. Blade raised, she stared at the ice. She couldn't let her anxieties overrun her, not now. The longer this went, the better it was for her. This ice, even an Espada would eventually die if he was encased in it. She saw the first hint of steam, and felt almost relieved to realize he wasn't dead yet. He still had fight left in him, but he was running on fumes now. He had to be. There was a crack in the ice, and even more steam started to spring out. Without hesitating, Rukia leaped on top of the long streak of ice she had created, and rushed forward. Zhang Crow cried out with fury, smashing the ice open. A burst of fire shattered his cold shackles, but it petered out almost immediately. The blazing inferno he had meant to create had ended up a petty spark. How had it come to this? He was tired. Tired, and cold. He was so weary that even his anger felt muted, weak. He just wanted to lie down and sleep, to recover. Later, after he had slaughtered that Shinigami girl. When he got his hands on her. The battle cry rang out like that of a small but very spirited rodent, comically petty. But, it caught him completely off guard when the Shinigami ran right toward him, through the steam, blade pointing forward for a simple stab. Zhang Crow tried to raise his hands, lash out and grab her, but he was too late and too slow. He felt the length of her blade slide into his chest, down to the hilt, and his eyes widened. She held onto it, feet planted against his chest. Shocked, he staggered back a few paces and slipped on a piece of ice, falling onto his back. "You, what the hell?" he said, giving her a hateful stare. He felt nothing from the stab. Nothing, at all. In fact, his body was starting to go numb. Deathly, cold. "It's over," said the Shinigami. "The hell it is," snarled Zhang Crow, desperately raising an arm to grab her. His survival instincts were kicking in somehow, some way. This weak little girl had brought him low, brought him to death's door. Unless he got her off him now. "Bakudo 8, Seiki!" cried Rukia, and Zhang Crow's hand was thrown to the ground. She was kneeling on his chest, feeding Ryotsu right into her blade, letting its icy magic freeze him solid from the inside. His fire had died now, leaving him with coal-black skin. He raised his other hand to strike her, but Rukia was already preparing her next spell. "Bakudo 9, Gaki!" she cried, forming a seal with her free hand. The spell completed, and a red glow encased the espada. Zhang Crow's hand came to a stop only inches from her head, a shimmering red field of paralysis keeping him still. How?" he wheezed. "Just be quiet," Rukia said. "It'll be over faster that way." "Never." Zhang Crow spat, mustering a last burst of heat. Steam rose from his chest, but after a few seconds it died out. Slowly, he started to cool. Slowly, the flesh around Rukia's blade started to freeze solid. Rukia looked him in the eye as she slowly killed him, slowly turned his insides into ice. The defiant look never left his face. There was no fear there, only anger and disbelief. He was defenseless now, but Rukia did not hold herself back. How many innocents had he killed? No, it was not revenge. It was self-preservation. If he got up, if he somehow managed to fight again, then she was sure she would be all but helpless to fight back. She was on her last leg, her Ryotsu output dangerously low. She had drained herself almost completely. "I will give you purification," she muttered, as if to convince herself. "I will put your soul to rest. Keep telling." He wheezed, drawing a last, gasping breath. Zhang Crow died mid-sentence, frozen solid at last. Rukia sat there leaned against the hilt of her blade for some time. How long, she didn't know, several minutes, at least. Her Shikai sealed without her even noticing it, she was so low on energy. When she was sure he was dead, truly gone, she wrenched the blade free. She fell off his body, tumbling onto the street. After taking a minute to catch her breath, she sat up, pointing her blade at his mask fragment. She was going to be a woman of her word. She would purify him. That much she would grant him. Briefly, she wondered if her brother would be proud. As she thrust her blade down, her thoughts went to him, and to Ichigo. Live. Neutral lashed out again, but for the umpteenth time, his heavy poliarm struck air. The woman was bouncing around like a rubber ball, always anywhere except where he would hit her. "Stand still, you bitch!" he cried. He was past losing his temper. He had spent 10 minutes chasing her now, and not once had he come close to striking her. She laughed at him every time, which only made him angrier. How dared she? That bitch, always out of his grasp, always evading him, always making him feel worthless. Is this what Karaka's defenders are made of, huh? He sneered, lashing out in a wide arc against his enemy. She somersaulted over his blade, a grin on her face. He came in with a low backswing, but she went into a split and the blade sailed harmlessly over her. Before he could even take a step forward to follow up, she was fully on her feet again. "Cowards, all of you," he hissed. "No fucking wonder you're crumbling." "I'm not sure I'm the one crumbling," said the purple-haired bitch, a cocky smile on her face, "and I must be doing something right." "You know, we heard you were supposed to be hot shit," Neutra hissed. "You're a Harakisuk and Shihoin Yoryuki. Ex-assassins, ex-captains. Real deadly. But all you can do is run away, can't ya? You're all hype and no fight. Why don't we test that?" The arrogance of her tone nearly drove Neutra mad. Who was she to look down on him? How dared she? Letting out an animalistic snarl, he lashed out again with a wild swing, coming down on her. To his surprise, she remained where she stood, taking the hit. To his even greater surprise, she caught the blow. Her knees buckled a little, but she held firm. Neutra grit his teeth. She held a short blade in her hand, little more than a knife. A knife. She had blocked his strike with that puny blade? "Don't feel too bad," she said, as if reading his mind. "That's my Zanpakutu. You have a decent kick to your hits, I'll give you that. Don't fucking condescend me," spat Neutra, pulling back his massive polearm and swinging it around for another attack. This time she went on the attack, neatly charging in under his wide swing, lashing out with her blade. Neutra could barely even follow her speed. In the blink of an eye, she had sliced across his chest a dozen times, following up with innumerable punches. The impacts of her fists sent him stumbling back a little, and a kick almost made him overbalance. Sliding back and regaining his balance, it was Neutra's turn to grin. "Ouch," he said mockingly. "Yeah, you sure fucked up my jacket there. Dunno how I'll recover from that one." As intense as her attacks were, he had barely felt them. Her knife had turned his jacket into rags at the front but hadn't even scratched his super thick arrow. Grasping his weapon with renewed confidence, he sized her up. "You got enough strength to block one hit." "So what?" he said triumphantly. "You can't hit for shit. And, eventually, you're going to get tired." "If you say so," said Yoryuki, casually shaking her hand. "Yeah, Aokis. Your skin's pretty tough, isn't it? It's about the only thing you've got going for you. All I need when you can't even hurt me." He took a step forward, bringing up his weapon for a heavy, two-handed swing. Yoryuki flipped over it, landing with one foot on the hilt of the weapon, her other lashing out with a fierce kick. Her foot impacted with his nose and Neutra felt his head spin, reeling back, momentarily stunned. When he shook his head to clear it up, he saw her face right in front of his, smiling mockingly at him. She was balanced on the hilt of his weapon, standing as firmly as if it were solid ground. "Just like I thought," she said, smiling, "you've still got your weaknesses. I wonder if that eye of yours is as hard to pierce as your skin." "Bitch!" screamed Neutra, lashing out with one hand. Yoryuki laughed as she jumped away from his strike, and the espada charged after her in a blind rage. He would kill her. He would break her bones and eat the marrow, and he would do it while she was still alive so he could wipe that fucking smile off her face. But, she was always out of reach still. She had stopped jumping around, though she moved away, but she seemed different now, contemplative, as if looking for an opening. Well, let her look. There was a sudden burst of energy, and the woman's shirt shredded to pieces as raw energy emanated from her shoulders. Jumping forward, she somersaulted over another swipe with ease and delivered a devastating kick to Neutra's head. There was something explosive about the hit that hadn't been there before, and Neutra reeled back, stunned. Yoryuki went on the offensive now, landing on her feet. She lashed out with several heavy blows, jabbing quickly and hard. Each hit rattled him, shook him to the core, and only now did he realize how skilled she was. She kept hitting his joints, his throat, his solar plexus, every single weak spot that would keep a body stunned and destabilized. Unlike before, Neutra could feel these hits. Unfortunately for her, he didn't have any weak spots. Although overwhelmed at first, Neutra lashed out with a backhand. She couldn't have expected it, because it caught her right across the waist, sending her tumbling back. Neutra threw his polearm at her with a triumphant cry, but with cat-like agility she had landed on her feet and leaped out of the way, landing gracefully. She folded an arm over her midsection, breathing heavily. Neutra grinned. "Yeah, that's what I fucking told ya," he gloated. "You can't hurt me, you dumb bitch. Was that you gettin' serious? 'Cause it ain't gonna cut it." "You know what? You're right," said Yuki. "I was testing you before, but even Shunko doesn't seem to do much. I guess I don't have time to play around." "Play around?" Neutra sneered. "You still think you get to act all high and mighty after failing like that?" Yuki stood upright and held her knife-sized Zanpakuta pointed down. She crossed her arms, getting into a stance. "Call the thunder, Raidera," she said. The mirth was gone from her voice. There was a brief crackle of lightning, and in a flash, the blade was gone. In its place were thick wrappings around her wrists and fists, held together by what looked like golden ropes, studded with large, round beads over the hands. Neutra's eyes narrowed. She was, maybe 6 yards away? Easily within striking distance. Suddenly he reeled back. Forced to take 1-2 steps back, Neutra shook his head. What had happened? She had punched the air, from all the way over there, and it had hit? The air crackled with static electricity, and the beads on her still raised fist glowed a light blue with electric sparks. "Like I said," Yuki stated, stretching herself a little and cracking her knuckles, "I don't think I can play around with you anymore." "You dash." What would have been a profanity-laden tirade was cut short as she lashed out. Taking a few steps forward, Yuki boxed at the air, each strike bypassing Neutra's defenses and hitting home like a fist to the face. There was a hiss in the air with each hit as electric power discharged each time, making his vision white out and momentarily stunning him. He managed to raise his polearm, but it did him no good. Yuki simply walked around him, calmly dishing out a series of punches, each one forcing Neutra back a step, each one sending waves of pain through his body. He wasn't sure how long it went on, but at some point, he slammed into a wall. There was a brief pause, and Neutra breathed heavily, raising his head just in time to see her flying through the air with a spinning kick, releasing a huge blast of electricity with her foot. Neutra screamed as thousands of volts coursed through his body. Every fiber of his being was rife with pain. It was only by supporting himself on his polearm that he kept himself upright. "You see," said Yuki calmly, and how he hated that calm. It was worse than her laugh because now he truly felt she looked down on him. "Armor is all well and good, but it doesn't do a whole lot against pure force." "And," she said, clacking her fists together to release a burst of lightning, "I've got plenty of that." She stepped up closer, and although Neutra tried to raise his blade to defend himself, he was much too slow. She rained down punches by the dozen, her arms moving more quickly than his eyes could follow, and each one was a blast as strong as any he had taken before. Neutra's body was ravaged by the electric shocks, twisting and convulsing. The wall behind him started to crumble as he thrashed and cramped against it, the espada forcefully pushed into the brick and mortar by the sheer power of the assault. Neutra was helpless, only finding respite when she finally decided to relent. Shocked literally and figuratively, Neutra collapsed to his knees, then fell flat on the ground. The woman stared down at him for a few moments, carefully inspecting him. Was he through yet? "Pray," he hissed, clutching his Zanpakuta desperately. "Santa Teresa." Cackling joylessly, Neutra stood up. His power surging, there was a brief glow as he transformed. With his 6 bone-covered arms, each one holding a scythe, he felt on top of the world. His injuries had healed, and his weapons wouldn't move slowly anymore. "You're in for it now, bitch," he hissed. She stood still, staring him down, seeming unimpressed. It was infuriating. Screaming with anger, Neutra lunged for her, all 6 arms at the ready. Each one lashed out in tandem, 6 scythe blades cutting right through her. Right through an afterimage. Only for a moment did Neutra get to think he had actually hit. The next, she reappeared just out of reach. Attacking in a frenzy, Neutra was like a whirling dervish of blades, the scythes moving like some sickening death machine. Anybody facing it head-on would have been overwhelmed. That was how things worked. And yet, she was always just where he wasn't. Little streaks of lightning were all he caught, the afterglow of her presence, of Yoryuki always being where he was not. "God damn it, you stupid bitch!" he snarled. "Stand still. Fucking die already. Die." Frothing at the mouth, he continued, uselessly, to try to catch her. How long it went on he wasn't sure, but he was sweating, driven near to emotional exhaustion with anger and frustration. Pathetic. It came from behind him this time. Neutra spun on his heel, a scythe cutting through where she stood, but she was already gone. "You're a mad dog." She stood to his left now, just out of range like always. Just 3-4 yards away, yet still as distant as the moon. "Shut up." He spat. "I'm sorry I haven't ended it sooner," she said, and the pity in her voice reignited Neutra's anger, "but I had to make sure I didn't mess up and get myself hurt for no good reason. I'll try and make it quick." Neutra's arms trembled, and he raked 2 blades against the ground. "That's it, you condescending bitch? You think you can just end it, without even using your bankai?" "Yes." The sheer confidence in her voice was a greater insult than any he had ever received, and Neutra lunged at her again, mindlessly, even though he knew he couldn't reach her. Unlike before, though, her disappearance was followed by a sharp pain. Before he even knew what happened, Neutra was down on one knee, 2 hands on the ground just to prop himself up. She had hit him in the knee joint from behind, he realized, and he hadn't even sensed it happen. Ignoring the white-hot pain in his knee, ignoring the pain from the electric shock, Neutra stood up again. But before he could stand fully upright he was hit in the side and stumbled, nearly overbalancing. Before he could right himself she came in again. He saw her this time, if only because she was right in front of him. Blue, electric sparks, a blur in the shape of a person, and a heavy punch to his solar plexus that made him gag and spit, and then she was gone again. Then came an axe kick, hitting him in the back of the neck, driving him down to his hands and knees. The next kick caught him in the side, throwing him to the ground. As he lay there she came in again, driving another axe kick into his gut. The air knocked out of his lungs, Neutra still tried to catch her, lashing out with all 6 blades at once. She seemed to flicker out of existence, only to reappear a little ways away. Neutra, too stunned to even let out his rage, tried to get to his feet. He got onto his knees before a fist caught him in the temple, and the electric shock made him black out. He woke up again moments later, flailing on the ground. Yoryuki had straddled him, one hand around his neck. Electricity flowed through his body in intervals, shocking him repeatedly. "I'm sorry, but that'll take a bit," she said, sounding genuinely regretful. "You're a tough nut to crack, I'll give you that. You buy dash." She cracked him in the face and another jolt of electricity ran through him. The punch slammed the back of his head into the asphalt, and he saw black for a moment. He opened his eye, sneering at her. There she was, that bitch of a woman, looking down on him. Too fast, too strong. How dared she? There was another crack, and things went dark for a moment. He looked at her one last time, her fist raised. The last thing Neutra Gilga saw was Yoryuki, fists crackling with lightning, looking down on him. Then, it all went dark one final time. He was truly relentless. Byakuya and Ichigo made a formidable team, smoothly supporting one another, each emphasizing the other's strengths while mitigating the other's weaknesses. Where Ichigo's blade was insufficient, Byakuya's would defend. Where Byakuya's arm lacked the strength to deliver a powerful enough blow, Ichigo would lash out and cut deep. Whenever one of them engaged the espada, the other would quickly find another angle of attack to push him back, never allowing Ulquiorra the time to counter. Most espada would have fallen before this onslaught. It would have taken an absolutely monstrous difference in power and skill to defeat. Yet, despite all this, Ulquiorra held firm. He had taken wounds, yes, he had been slowed by Byakuya's dome of blades and cut by Ichigo's Getsuga, but they could not hurt him so quickly that he could not regenerate, nor could they pierce his defenses quickly enough to pile wound upon wound. With flawless, unbelievable speed and skill, the espada was constantly keeping up. He had been pushed to his utmost, with great wings spreading from his shoulders and great horns protruding from his helmet-like mask fragment, and a long spear in hand, but his utmost was more than enough. And, they were getting tired. Byakuya had already expended more than half of his dome of blades, and he felt the effect of the Bankai's ability drain on him. He hadn't used it for this long since, ever, actually. Ichigo, for his part, was breathing heavily. Neither of them was slowing just yet, but soon they would. And, when one of them took an injury they couldn't recover from, when one of them fell, then the next one would fall in short order. Byakuya and Ichigo knew it, and Ulquiorra knew it. There was another lightning-fast exchange as Ulquiorra surged forward, stabbing and thrusting with his bright lance. They held firm, but he was the one taking the initiative now. When the fight had begun, they had pushed him hard, the espada just barely keeping up with their rapid attack pattern. Now it was they who were only just keeping up, only barely fending off his ferocious attacks. A thrust came just millimeters short of piercing Ichigo's guard, and he could feel the thrust as if it had slid into his flesh, the little burst of air that told him he had just had yet another intimately close brush with death. The rapid set of thrusts ended as suddenly as they had begun, and both Shinigami took a step back, breathing heavily. "I must admit one thing. Last we met," said Ulquiorra, as dispassionate as ever, "I said you were unworthy of this." He flexed his free hand, clawed and deep black, to indicate his resurrection. "You were, once. But, no more. You have risen to face me and pushed me farther than any Shinigami I can remember. You have made yourselves worthy of dying to the tip of my spear, and for that I congratulate you. But, you will die here, today. You know it as well as I do." "It matters not," said Byakuya, short of breath, "if we live or die. All that matters is that we do our duty honorably. If I die, I will die as I lived, serving the Gotei." "I agree," said Ulquiorra, "it does not matter." "Hell," Ichigo muttered, less inclined toward grandstanding, "we're not beating him this way, are we?" "Obviously," said Byakuya, eyes locked on his opponent. "Nothing for it," Ichigo muttered, "I'm going to pull out all the stops. I just hope it won't backfire." "Whatever it takes," said Byakuya. Ichigo curled his hand in front of his face, and pulled the mask on. He had conserved its use, having only so much time to utilize it, but now that wouldn't be an issue. Because now, Ichigo's skin started to turn white. Now, his fingernails grew longer, forming claws. Now, his mask was plain white with two thick, irregular red lines running from top to bottom over the eye holes. Now, he was more monster than man. Ichigo felt the darkness creep into his head, and it took all his willpower to force it to go only so far. It was like walking a tightrope in a storm. Unlike normally, when the hollow had a small presence constantly held in check by a well-practiced wall of willpower, the hollow was taking over and he was letting it, having to fight it every moment. In retrospect, he should have used this from the very start, before he had started to grow tired, but he had feared using it. Besides, it was too late for regrets now. He shot Byakuya one last glance. "Make the best use of this that you can," he rasped, his voice reverberating with a deep, cruel overtone, "and if I can't come back, do your best to take my head." Byakuya wasted no time on emotional pleas, he simply nodded. Ichigo felt grateful. His friends would have tried to reason with him, and if they tried to reason with a monster it would get them killed. Byakuya understood, more than anyone, the cost of defending what was worth defending. Ichigo lunged, blade in hand. His attacks were savage and fast, overwhelmingly powerful, and Ulquiorra suddenly found himself pushed back. He evaded the first strike with ease, his lance sliding through the monster's guard for a clean counter-attack. It pierced his side, cutting deep, but Ichigo only laughed, a piercing shriek of glee. With one hand, he grabbed Ulquiorra by one of his horns with one hand and cut a deep gash across the espada's chest. Momentarily stunned, eyes wide with shock, Ulquiorra stumbled back. Not a moment later, Byakuya's Senbonzakura cut across his back. Blood sprayed in both directions, the espada truly injured for the first time yet. It didn't last, of course. A black cirrho formed instantly at his mouth, and the bestial Ichigo had to twist out of the way. Byakuya barely parried a thrust as the espada spun around, seemingly unaffected by the pain of his injuries. He moved back in an instant, catching a series of clumsy, careless swings from Ichigo, laughing maniacally with each hit. "What have you become?" Ulquiorra said, eyes narrowing. "This is more than that paltry mask you had before. What are you?" "Come find out, big boy," cackled Ichigo. Byakuya, for his part, was only a little less concerned than Ulquiorra. He had known about the boy's hollow powers for some time now, of course, but although they seemed unnatural and revolting he had not questioned it. Ichigo had exercised enough control that Byakuya had not spent much time thinking about it, but here and now, Ichigo felt more like a hollow than a Shinigami, radiating malice. Yet, the power he commanded was undeniable. As Ichigo lunged at Ulquiorra again, the spear stabbed him several times, but he seemed not to even notice, preferring to reap an equally bloody toll on Ulquiorra in return. His injuries were closing over quickly, just like the espadas. Ulquiorra, realizing his attacks were taking no effect, was forced on the defensive. Byakuya's eyes narrowed. Monstrous or not, this presented a golden opportunity. Muttering an incantation under his breath, he prepared a spell while the espada was occupied. "Bakuda 63, Seijo Sabaku," he cried, pointing two fingers at the espada. From his fingertips a band of yellow sprung, quickly wrapping around Ulquiorra's chest. Glowing chains bound the espada's arms tightly. Normally, Byakuya wouldn't have expected much even with a fully chanted spell taking effect. The espada was simply too powerful to be restrained for very long by anything but the strongest of binding arts. But, with his arms suddenly bound, locked in a lightning-fast exchange with a monster of his own caliber, it spelled disaster. The chains, which would normally have broken from Ulquiorra's own strength, were cut to shreds one by one as Ichigo laid into the espada, wild and heavy swings from his black blade cutting deep into Ulquiorra's flesh. As the chains shattered not a second after being cast, Ulquiorra staggered back. His white skin was stained red with blood, his torso a bloody mess. It looked like a drunken butcher had gone mad and just hacked at a piece of meat blindly. Yet even in this state, Ulquiorra had the presence of mind to fire off a zero, momentarily forcing Ichigo aside. In that instant, the spear lashed out, impaling the half-hollow. His face fiercely determined, Ulquiorra twisted the weapon in the wound while pushing Ichigo back, and the half-hollow cried out in pain for the first time. As Ulquiorra wrenched the spear tip free, Ichigo immediately went on the attack, but Ulquiorra parried and moved in close, his claws raking against Ichigo's neck. There was a spray of red and Ichigo gurgled, staggering back. There was a momentary break. Ulquiorra, breathing heavily, clutched his gut. Byakuya could see he was trying to stop his entrails from spilling out. Ichigo, for his part, was clutching his throat. Both of them were expending a lot of spirit energy all at once, boosting their healing abilities. They were both of them letting their unnatural constitutions do their part, repairing damage that would be fatal to just about anyone else. "He's real badly hurt," Ichigo croaked, and it was as if the hit had restored some humanity in him. "Think you can do that again?" "He handles himself incredibly even when he's taking mortal wounds," said Byakuya. "I think I will need to do better." "But, yes, Kida will do." Ichigo nodded. "I don't got long," he croaked, sounding desperate. "The darkness is taking me." "I do not need long," Byakuya assured him. Ichigo nodded. "He's all but gone," Byakuya thought. But, already a plan was forming. Ulquiorra looked up. His torso was still horribly scarred, skin scraped off or torn beyond helping, but he was holding himself together, the red and bloody mesh now no longer bleeding. Ichigo, likewise, seemed to have healed the deep gash in his neck. Then there he went, charging in with a maniacal laugh. Ulquiorra met the attack with measured strikes, now taking care to defend each strike without overextending. The battle was slowly turning in his favor again, now that the shock of facing such a furious enemy had passed him. The sheer recklessness and fury of the half-hollow was no longer enough. Ichigo still got his hits in, but they were fewer, and he was taking more damage in return. The time he was buying them was measured in seconds. Carefully drawing on his draining reserves, Byakuya held up 2 fingers, focusing on Ulquiorra. Seeping crest of turbidity, he started, arrogant vessel of lunacy. Boil forth and deny. Grow numb and flicker. Byakuya could, objectively speaking by any reasonable standard, be called an expert on Kido. He understood both its theory and its practical application in depth, and not only practiced what he knew but regularly made an effort to broaden his understanding of the subject. Only a handful of people in the Godai were better than he at the demon arts, but even he felt a great hesitance to use this spell. It was complex and dangerous, and he had never executed it in battle before. Grow numb and flicker. Disrupt sleep. Crawling queen of iron. Ichigo was skewered deeply, thrown aside with a gurgle. Ulquiorra turned his eye toward Byakuya, sensing the energy building up. Byakuya's eyes widened, realizing he might only have a moment to dismiss the spell and defend himself. Stubbornly he continued, knowing he might die the next instant. He had to trust Ichigo. He had no choice. Eternally self-destructing doll of mud. Ulquiorra lunged forward. Byakuya steeled himself, ready to be run through, but suddenly Ulquiorra stopped dead in his tracks. A white, clawed hand had grabbed at his ankle, holding him in place. Ichigo was grievously wounded, run through in several places. A great, black burn gash on his shoulder spoke to Asiro caught point blank. "We're not finished, you bad freak." He cackled. "You stubborn creature, just die already." Ulquiorra snarled, spinning around to lash out with his spear. Unite. Repulse. The spear caught Ichigo in the chest once, twice. Ulquiorra was stabbing at him frantically, desperate to break free. A third stab did it. Ichigo's grasp finally came loose. "Fill with soil and know your own powerlessness." Ulquiorra broke free, stumbling away from Ichigo. In that very moment, darkness enveloped him. "Heida 90, Kuro Hitsuji!" Byakuya cried. It was imperfect. Byakuya knew it the moment he felt the spell complete. It lacked power and precision, inferior to any of his earlier attempts when he was at his best. But, it was complete. It was functional. The cube of darkness covered Ulquiorra and faded but a moment later. Blood poured from every part of the Espada's body, ravaged by destructive energies. He stumbled, barely keeping his footing. Ichigo, himself wounded, lunged at Ulquiorra with a mad howl. He had lost the grip of his sword now, just clawing madly at the Espada with his hands. The spear caught him in the chest on the way in, but Ichigo kept going, tearing into the Espada. Reeling back under the maddening assault, Ulquiorra nevertheless resisted, stubbornly pushing back the half-hollow. He twisted the spear with one hand and grabbed Ichigo's neck with the other. Slowly, ignoring the deep, red gashes cut in his flesh, he wrestled Ichigo down. "This time, I will kill you for good," he hissed, "you and your entire misbegotten kind." "Misbegotten he may be," came Byakuya's voice, "but he will not die this day." Ulquiorra looked up. The dome of blades was gone. White, blinding energy radiated from the base of the captain's blade, taking the shape of 2 great wings spreading out behind him, a halo framing his very being. "Shukiai, Hakuti Iken," said Byakuya, grasping the blade in both hands, charging forward. Ulquiorra tried to stand up to face the captain, but Ichigo's clawed hands wrapped around his weapon hand, holding him down. The Espada kicked at him, trying to break free, but Ichigo only laughed. "You're gonna get it now, big boy." He cackled. The blade struck true, cutting through the Espada's shoulder and carving through his torso, through his spine, until finally it stopped inside Ulquiorra's body. Byakuya poured everything he had into the blow, knowing that if this did not do it, then nothing would. Ulquiorra's arms hung limp at his side. The spear dropped from his hand, falling to the ground far beneath them. Ichigo, bloodied, stood up and grabbed the Espada by one of the horns of his helmet. "How did you?" Ulquiorra said in disbelief. "That's easy, dipshit," said Ichigo. "We just ripped and tore till it was done." Even at death's door, Ulquiorra seemed to have no fear, only mild surprise. "So, be it," said the Espada. "Lord Aizen, we'll take all of your heads anyway. The plan will continue. It is out of your hands." Ichigo turned to Byakuya. "What are you waiting for, dumbass," he said gleefully. "Finish the job." Although he was loath to take orders from a creature such as this, Byakuya needed no more encouragement. He raised his blade, and with one clean sweep he severed Ulquiorra's head from his shoulders. The body tumbled down toward the ground, but Ichigo held onto the head. A Siro manifested in his hand, and with a contemptuous motion he threw the severed head into the air, obliterating it. "Just making sure," he cackled. Byakuya, breathing heavily, stared Ichigo down. His skin was plain white, and his aura was deeply vile, evil. But deep down, he sensed the core of a human. The question was if Ichigo still knew it was there. The hollow flexed its claws and stared at Byakuya. He was wounded, certainly, but Byakuya, himself, was near total exhaustion. If it turned on him, there was no it. He chided himself for thinking that way. Before him was a comrade in arms, in need. "Kurosaki Ichigo," he said sharply, "return to your former state at once. This is disgraceful. Unbecoming." The half-hollow cocked its head, but there was a twitch in one of its arms, an involuntary move. Byakuya lowered his blade. "Do you not remember the family you fought to defend? The honor with which you have carried yourself? Remove that mask at once, or I will be forced to conclude I was right all along." Ichigo raised a clawed hand, as if to strike, but paused mid-move. Deciding to push it, Byakuya continued. "That you are but a mere commoner after all, incapable of overcoming your natural inferiority. That your victory over me was a fluke. Listen here, you stuck-up noble bastard dash." His voice was fluctuating, going in and out of the deep reverberation as one hand shot out, grabbing Byakuya by the collar. "You are a weakling and a coward," said Byakuya dispassionately. "Unhand me. You are not fit to walk the ground I walk." The clawed hand, still raised, jerked and suddenly grabbed at the mask. "No!" cried the deep voice. "No, I'm so close. We can be strong dash." With inexorable force, the hand tore at the mask, cracking it chunk by chunk. Suddenly, as if it had never been there, it cracked and vanished. Ichigo's skin turned a healthy shade of pink, and his claws vanished. Still holding on to Byakuya's shirt, he stared him down. Slowly, he let go. "Thanks," he muttered, "you stuck-up noble prick. I assumed it would take some strong emotion to stir you," said Byakuya, his tone the verbal equivalent of a shrug, such as the contempt of a nobleman. "It seems I was right." "Yeah," Ichigo muttered. It was real close. I almost lost." "You would have had the strength to come back." "I have never met anyone with such willpower as yours," said Byakuya earnestly. "I merely expedited the process." A bit taken aback, Ichigo just nodded. Then he looked down, where Ulquiorra's body had fallen. "Fuck me," he muttered. "We actually did it." "Yes," Byakuya said, elation rushing through him as he realized the espada was finally gone, that he had finally done something right. "Yes, we did." Chapter 110, La Distancia para un Duelo 7. It was total pandemonium. Ryukin had always been good at controlling his emotions, but looking out at his city now stirred things inside him that he found difficult to manage. Central Karakura had been turned into a war zone. Buildings were crumbling, dust was kicked up all around the place, and the cries of the dying filled the air. Worse than that, most of those cries came from living human beings, fleeing in terror from enemies they couldn't even see. Ryukin was not a hero. He had made a point of not sticking out his neck for others, to only mind his own business and conduct himself professionally as a doctor, to simply live his life as he saw fit. But, everyone had their breaking point, and when he had become aware of the chaos about to ensue long before anyone else he had given some sharp orders, opened the doors of his hospital, and prepared emergency space for a flood of wounded refugees. The hospital director had protested, Ryukin had punched him in the face and continued. He would probably get fired, he noted, but that was assuming he would live long enough to see those consequences. Right now, the hospital was overflowing with frightened people, many of them wounded. There was talk of a terrorist attack, something Ryukin was happy to let them believe. It made more sense than explaining the truth to them. The hospital was pushed past its maximum capacity several times over, and many of the wounded would die within hours without even receiving so much as a painkiller, let alone real medical attention. The real point, Ryukin knew, was keeping safe those not too injured to die yet. With the hospital overcrowded, large numbers of people were huddled outside, barely kept in check by a panicked security force who had signed up for, at most, the odd drug addict or mentally ill patient, not these massive crowds of people scared for their lives. Everything hung by a thread, and Ryukin felt icy cold anger as he stared out at the cityscape from the hospital roof. The Shinigami had done this. They had taken their accursed war here, to his home, destroying everything he had taken care to build. Suddenly, to himself, he forgave his son his impetuousness and virtue. Suddenly, he understood the urge to fight and to kill. But, as furious as he was, Ryukin was still the master of his own emotions. He would stay here and protect the people in his care. That was his role as a doctor, the Hippocratic oath that was one of the few things in life he truly believed in. Usually that meant administering medicine or diagnosing illnesses. Today, it meant something else entirely. 3 Aaron Carr appeared, 100 yards away. Though he could not hear them, he could sense their intent, their malice, and glee. They had abandoned combat to go hunting, to prey on the richly spiritual souls of Karakura. It was a hollow's nature to be greedy, gluttonous, and self-serving, and it was this predictability that meant not a single one of them had even seen him yet. Ryukin raised his bow, pulled back the string and closed one eye, aiming. He could see them now, approaching the crowd, seconds away from lunging. Many of the people could see them, backing away in a panic. The first arrow struck the Aaron Carr at the back through the skull. It fell over, limp. Quickly, Ryukin charged another shot, breathing in to steady his aim. He let a second arrow fly, catching the foremost one in the neck. There was a spray of blood and then he too fell, as dead as the first one. The third one looked around, and Ryukin could sense its panic, trying to discern where the attacks had come from. Fearing for its life, it dashed to the left, away from the crowds. Ryukin drew his bow again, carefully tracing the Aaron Carr's movement, and let it fly. The arrow ran right through its skull, and the last Aaron Carr tumbled to the ground, his brains scattered across the pavement. Lowering his bow, Ryukin scanned the immediate vicinity, his long disused senses reaching out. None near, but more were bound to come this way. Ryukin flexed his hand a little, looking at the bow curiously. Despite all these years of avoiding his powers, of using them only when necessary, he hadn't missed a single shot yet. It came back to him like no time had passed at all. It was like riding a bicycle. He almost felt a little pride at the thought. The crowds were murmuring, and many were pointing in his direction. The shots would have been clearly visible to anyone with enough spiritual energy, and Karakura had plenty of those. Such a public display of power was anathema to both Shinigami and Quincy, but Ryukin cared for neither one. They were well past the point of maintaining a facade. Suddenly, his cell phone vibrated. Still holding up his bow, Ryukin took the call. "Ryukin. Masaki?" he said sharply. "Where are you? Are you all right?" "We're fine. Ichigo came by and made us hurry out of here. We're on a train headed south right now." "Good," said Ryukin, feeling relieved. He knew they could take care of themselves, but the best way to avoid being hurt was to be away from danger. "You're doing the right thing. It's a war zone down here. Are you okay? I know you're out of practice. Maybe you should come join us too." "Just a second," said Ryukin, spotting an Aaron Carr in the far distance. Aiming with the one hand, his eyes narrowed. The shot was weaker, charged without pulling back the string, but he let it fly. It struck center mass, right in the chest, and the Aaron Carr fell over and twitched. It did not get up again. "All right, I'm back," he said calmly. "No, I think I'll be fine. Don't worry, I'm somewhere safe right now." "Well, if you're still in Karakura. I was wondering if you could do me a favor." "Anything." "It's Ichigo. He stayed behind. I know he's strong and all, but I worry. Do you know if he's alive?" "I'm sorry to ask, I know you hate using your gifts dash." "1 second. I'll check," said Ryukin, closing his eyes. Concentrating, he let his senses reach as far as they could. This part was a little more complicated, but his training held true. First he tried homing in on Ichigo's position, but it was chaos, 1,000 different sources warring with each other at once. Concentrating further, he homed in on the biggest sources. The most powerful Arrancar. The captains. He calmly sensed for each one of them, distinguishing between Shinigami and Hollow, between those fighting and those at rest. Then, finally he sensed it fainter than before, and with a worrying overtone of Hollow to it, there was Ichigo's signature. Far weaker than usual, but seeming quite stable. Ryukin. He's alive, said Ryukin confidently. He's at the periphery of my sensing abilities, but I can feel him. He's stable. I think he's just fought a heavy battle. With any luck, he'll be too worn out to go for another. Oh, thank goodness, Masaka said, sounding relieved. I don't want to trouble you anymore, but dash. I'll keep an eye out, said Ryukin. If I sense things getting drastically worse, I'll try to intervene. She was probably the only one who could have made him say that. Nobody else was worth getting further entrenched in this mess for, except maybe his fool of a son, and he had been retrieved by his mysterious new friends already. Would you? I promise, said Ryukin. Unfortunately, I think I have to go now. Please stay safe, and don't come back here until this blows over. Of course. Goodbye, Masake, said Ryukin, ending the phone call before she could respond. In the distance, he sensed another half-dozen coming, and quickly. This part might actually be challenging. Jin was a prodigy of murder, and always had been. In normal circumstances, he would have delighted in facing a foe like Hitsugaya. But, not one but two things weighed on him as he dodged away from another freezing blast of ice, firing out a long strike from Shinsu. Rangeka was there. Jin was not empathic by any means, but he did know what it looked like to come at somebody with the intent to kill, and she was, by all means, trying her hardest. That was an irritant. He had set his entire life's path on following Aizen because of her. She was the only person besides himself that he had ever cared for. He would kill her if necessary, but he didn't want to. That was an uncomfortable, unusual position for Jin, who was used to fighting without restraint. Secondly, there was no denying she and her captain made a formidable team. Jin had quickly found himself forced to take them fully seriously, and he saw no obvious path to victory yet. They could, potentially, defeat and kill him here. If they did, Aizen would live. If they did, all of Jin's moves up till now would have been meaningless. Fighting should be a fun game leading up to a satisfying murder. It was the prelude to watching the lights go out in somebody's eyes, of feeling the absolute power of having taken somebody's life. It wasn't supposed to be complicated. Was this how others felt all the time? Intrusive, irrational emotions clouding their judgment and distracting from the real point of it all? Jin had realized early on that he wasn't normal, and now more than ever he felt that it was a blessing, not a curse, to be the way he was. If normal meant being this distracted when it all mattered, then it could never be worth it. Clad in his dragon armor, wings extended, Hitsugaya made another pass, sword held in both hands. Jin sped through the air, feeling it freeze around him, a telltale sign of a coming wave of ice. All around him there was an all-encompassing avalanche of cold, and Jin barely made it away as the air where he had stood turned into a huge block of ice, dropping toward the ground beneath them. Hitsugaya came in with a heavy overhead swing, Jin evaded and followed up with a quick stab forward as his blade extended. A wing of ice caught the blow, having been positioned in anticipation of the counter-attack. The wing twisted aside, and Jin felt his blade jerked to the side. He instantly recalled the blade, bringing it up to a parry just in time. Hitsugaya locked blades with Jin, giving him an intense glare. The boy prodigy, Jin said, having dropped his exaggerated accent. I always wondered about you. They used to call me a prodigy too. Ever wonder who is better? I don't define myself by other people, said Hitsugaya coldly. Good boy, said Jin, shoving him back and aiming another piercing strike. Hitsugaya parried, but Jin shot again and again, a barrage of stabs coming at the boy captain at impossible speeds. Raising his wings, he took a defensive stance. The difference between us, little captain, said Jin, feeling his heart pounding, is experience. You are good. Just not good enough. He would have kept going, would have kept taunting him while wearing at his defenses, but he sensed her coming in from behind. There was a gust of wind and the clouding of the air as the ashen form of her Zanpakuto came in, and Jin sped out of the way to avoid it. She could do some vicious things with that thing, more so than she probably understood, herself. He shot her a frustrated look, staring them both down from a few yards back. How many petals do you have left, Captain Hichugaya? Hissed Jin. How long can you keep this up? Long enough, said Hichugaya determinedly. We need to rethink this, said Rangiku. He hasn't even used Bankai yet, and he's still. He's not winning this fight, Hichugaya said matter-of-factly. He's on the defensive, and he's not a defensive kind of person. That should tell us something. Shouldn't it, Ichimaru? Jin did not give voice to his frustration, but he felt it keenly. Hichugaya was a prodigy. He had put his finger on the pulse of the fight, analyzing it correctly. If Jin could have killed them, he would have done it already. They were winning right now. What would he do normally? He would get rid of the irritant secondary concern first, and then focus on wearing down the most dangerous threat with his superior technique. But, that would mean killing Rangiku, and he did not want to do that. Thinking rationally, this meant one of two options: either get over himself and do what he had to do, or decide not to and adapt accordingly. It's not like he couldn't possibly overcome this challenge. He had yet to play his ultimate hand yet, and if he could find one opening to get it done, it would happen. Jin took a breath, and made a decision. He fired off his Zanpakuto. Hichugaya deflected the attack. Jin strafed to the left and away, Shinso shooting out time and time again. The prodigious captain blocked the attacks with his wings before surging forward, blade raised. Jin parried an overhead attack and stepped back so the chain off Hyorin Maru's hilt narrowly missed his arm. Jin's eyes narrowed as he kept moving, constantly trying to put distance between them, constantly trying to find an opening. Hichugaya never relented, always following. Jin found himself hard-pressed, constantly retreating. Then there came the hint of ash, dust on the wind that could shred his lungs if it got inside him. Instantly, Jin dashed away, not away from the dust, but right through it, away from Hichugaya. Rangiku, surprised, didn't will her Shikai to act in time. She had only an instant to do it, and Jin felt triumphant. It had worked. The point hadn't been to get to Hichugaya, but to her. Get rid of the irritant. Whatever it took, he couldn't be distracted when fighting the likes of Hichugaya Toshiro. Matsumoto! Cried Hichugaya, rushing right after, but Jin spun his blade around, Shinso shooting out. The wings absorbed the blow, just as he had expected, and just as he had expected, it stopped the captain's momentum, pushing him back. Rangiku was already trying to will the ash back to her, but he had come at her quickly and her Shikai was at the very furthest range it could be. She tried to dash away as he came in, but her movements were like those of a child to him. Never enough practice, never enough dedication. His offhand closed around her throat, holding her tight. Sorry about this one, Rangiku, he said, and lifted her up. With one mighty heave he threw her away, out of the sky. His blade shot out again, breaking Hichugaya's momentum a second time, and his free hand pointed at Rangiku as she fell. Bakuda 61, Rakuryukura. He hissed, and 6 pillars of light formed around her midsection, breaking her fall and leaving her hanging stuck in place. Rangiku cursed, batting at the binding spell, but to no avail. Though not a kata specialist, Jin was gifted in the arts and the spell had been executed perfectly. She might break free eventually, but not in time. Getting rid of the irritant didn't mean having to kill her. Funny how it worked out. He could solve his problems without needing to use murder. It just wasn't nearly as fun. Jin spun around just in time to parry a furious Hichugaya, coming in with a massive wave of ice. Jin evaded, catching the captain's blade as he came in for a thrust. Careful, now, Mr. Prodigy, Jin said mockingly. Don't aim that ice where you don't want it. Your vice-captain can't exactly dodge it where she is now. You bastard. Ah, and that's what I get for doing the charitable thing. There any wonder I turned out this way, when doin' good just gets ya nothin' but scorn. Shinso shot out in a flurry of blows, up close. Hitsugaya parried, but Jin could feel a few glancing blows land. Careful. Careful, Jin said, pacing around as they broke off. Getting too close doesn't necessarily work better than from afar. I know it's harder to parry, said Hitsugaya, scowling, but you consistently favor mid to long-range combat. I'm not about to let you sit back in your comfort zone. He was clever. Hitsugaya came in for another set of aggressive attacks. Jin made his blade extend to match Hitsugaya's, and met him head-on. The young captain's form was excellent, the kind of casual skill Jin had only seen in a handful of people in Aizen, in Urahara Kisuk, and in himself. Hitsugaya moved with the assured certainty of somebody who took to everything he did with ease because he instinctively understood how it worked. A virtuoso, a true prodigy. To fight like this, blow for blow with somebody so close in skill, for all that Jin felt concern for his own goals, he couldn't help but feel excitement. They traded blows in a lightning-fast exchange, neither one gaining ground over the other. Hitsugaya tried to ensnare Jin with the chain at his hilt several times, but the traitor was always ready, always anticipating it. Jin skipped back, narrowly evading a wall of ice. Now Yuri just cheatin', he said, smiling wickedly. Little ol' me, goin' for a fair fight man-to-man, and that's the thanks I get. I'm not playing your games, said Hitsugaya bluntly. Not now, not ever. Hyour in Meru. There was a sudden, icy cold wind, and Jin found himself forced back as a storm of ice shards sailed through the air. He raced away and to the side, sliding to a halt as Hitsugaya came in from above. Good distraction, that, Jin said approvingly. One day, I bet it'll work. If you live. Hitsugaya refused to respond to his taunt, launching into another set of strikes. Jin went on the defensive, thinking through his next move. The petals over the boy wonder's Bankai were fading, but much too slowly for Jin's liking. He was good, and if this kept on going, he could very well get lucky. Jin was a prodigy, but he held no delusions about his limits. Anyone could be killed, and that meant him, too. Inwardly, he made a face. He couldn't afford to drag this out anymore. He skipped back a few paces, lashing out with his shinso to keep the captain at bay. Wings raised to defend, Hitsugaya stubbornly kept coming. Jin aimed his blade under his sleeve, now thoroughly ruined by the cuts he had sent through it throughout this fight, and intoned under his breath. Bankai, Kamishinai no Yuri. Hitsugaya's stance tensed upon hearing the words. Then, a second later, his eyes widened. The length of Jin's blade ran through one of his dragon's wings and through his chest. A look of disbelief written on his face, the young captain stared his enemy down. You know, said Jin, dropping the accent, I really thought I might be able to find a way to deal with you without needing to go all out. Didn't want to waste the energy. It was stupid of me. You are a prodigy. His blade retracted, and Hitsugaya gasped, staggering where he stood. His free hand clutched the wound on his chest, fresh crimson painting his uniform. Thing is, you never knew my Bankai, Jin continued. If you did, you would never have got close. It works the same as it usually does, but a lot faster, and a lot harder. Simple, but effective. It gets the job done. His Bankai deactivated, he didn't need more than the one hit, and Jin surged forward. Hitsugaya weakly raised his blade to parry with just one hand, but Jin batted it aside with ease, and cut the young captain across the chest. Jin felt his heart thumping with excitement as he saw the blood spray across the air. Few things beat fighting a prodigy, and one of them was killing a prodigy. Hitsugaya staggered again, remaining on his feet but in shock, disoriented. It would take him only a second to raise his wings, but it was a second he didn't have. Jin aimed his blade at the captain's throat, smiling genuinely. Then suddenly there was a sharp pain raking across his back, and now it was Jin's turn to go reeling, trying to keep his balance. Shocked, he turned around to see Rangiku standing there, her blade transforming into ash before his eyes. Adrenaline was rushing through his body, as he tried to cope with the fact that he had just been cut, and badly at that. Rangiku, he said, sounding genuinely surprised, that hurt. How had he not felt her coming? He had been so absorbed in the act of killing that he had let himself be distracted. He always got that way. Had she known? Jin, I swear to God, Rangiku said, her voice trembling, I will kill you. You broke free, faster than I thought, he muttered, reaching around to feel the cut in his back with his offhand. Blood dyed his fingers red. You've grown stronger. Hitsugaya, breathing heavily, seemed to have gotten his bearings. Although in a sorry state, he was not done yet. Carefully, Jin evaluated the situation. Could he take them on? Yes. He had taken worse wounds. Was it worth it? An active Bankai, and Rangiku, too, for that matter. He would have loved to kill the boy captain, but to keep fighting would be to risk an injury too great to manage, and he had more important things to do. Hitsugaya was on his last legs, and he wouldn't be able to give much of a chase. See ya around, Rangiku, Jin said, taking a deep breath. You got me good, I'll give you that. I don't hold it against you, don't you worry. He turned around. You're just going to leave? Rangiku cried, sounding confused and angry. You could always chase after me, said Jin, but then you'd be leaving your captain behind. You're the loyal one. You tell me what you want to do. Without waiting for an answer, Jin dashed away, leaving a confused and frightened Rangiku behind. There they were at last. Kisuk took a deep breath, steeling himself. His ascent had been quick, but he had slowed down quickly when he approached Aizen. Not only because charging the likes of Aizen Saoshik blindly would be suicidal, but it felt wrong to face down this man without getting a word in first. Aizen stood with his back to him, putting the finishing touches on a wide circle of magical runes glowing in the air, slowly spinning around. The circle was massive, each letter almost as big as either one of them. Kisuk sensed immense power thrumming inside them, and couldn't help but feel fascinated as he looked upon the circle. I thought you might like it, said Aizen, turning around with a satisfied smile on his face. Mad as you are, this is quite masterful, said Kisuk, giving the runes a good look. Incredible. Nothing I couldn't have constructed myself, of course, but that's the difference between us. I would, and you wouldn't. Yes, said Kisuk with a nod, on that we agree. Because you lack the courage. Because I have the courage not to. It's easy for men like us to grab at power. The real challenge is to not do it. Like I said, cowardice. I'll never convince you otherwise, said Kisuk, shrugging, but thankfully, it is incomplete. For now. For all your great plans and machinations, it all came down to just throwing a massive army at us while you set up this ritual. It's a little simplistic, isn't it? The fundament of any great plan is that it has to work. I'm sure a former officer of the Stealth Corps would know that. The simpler the plan, the fewer variables to worry about. And, look at me now, every single captain and vice captain, and whatever allies you scrounged up, tied up in the fight of their lives. Every captain. I'm sure you do not count yourself among their ranks, Urahara Kisuk. The organization that cast you out and sentenced you to prison for life without a trial. That you put me through. I suppose you have reason to hold a grudge, Aizen said, his tone the verbal equivalent of a shrug, but you know as well as I do that if the Godei had been good and fair, you would never have been convicted. My illusions only go so far. I made it happen, but the Godei made it so easy I hardly even needed illusions. Corruption runs rampant. You lecture the Godei on corruption while partaking in it for a century. As did you, said Aizen dismissively. I doubt everyone you hunted down for the Corps was guilty. We're both practical men. Sometimes, one's hands need to be dirted. It is an inevitable consequence of having an ambition. Kisuk nodded. I have dirted my hands, yes. None of us are clean. But, I did not come here to exchange pleasantries. Your ambition ends here. Kisuk pointed his blade at Aizen, who calmly pulled his own weapon from its sheath. If you must insist. Perhaps I'll spare your life. It would be a shame to see your talent go to waste, even if you lack the character to put it to good use. Kisuk's eyes narrowed, and he lunged forward. Just as expected, he struck air, and but a moment later, there was a sharp pain as a blade cut down his back. Kisuk staggered, holding on to Benihime. Really, I was only humoring you, said Aizen amusedly. What did you expect would happen? Exactly this, said Urahara, regaining his bearings. I had to try, just to see. See what? I'm curious. If you were going to take this seriously, or if you were going to underestimate me like you underestimate everyone else. Urahara Kisuk, I am certainly not underestimating you. I am treating you with just as much caution as you warrant. Kisuk grimaced. You really do love the sound of your own voice, don't you? He reached into a pocket and produced a small pouch. He muttered a few words under his breath, and opened the pouch wide, spreading its content around him in the air. It was a fine white powder, slowly trickling down. He made a sign with his hand, there was a flash of Kidu energy, and suddenly the powder came aglow and scattered all around him. I know your toys are what you rely on, said Aizen amusedly, but it won't make much of a difference, I'm afraid. The gap between us will never close. Kisuk righted himself, held his blade low, and charged. Aizen, of course, was not there. He had been on the opposite side of where his projected image and voice had come from, charging in from behind. Thus it was a shock to him when Kisuk caught his blade, and with a flick of his wrist sent a burst of crimson energy from the tip of his own Zanpakuto, cutting right into Aizen's shoulder. There was a burst of blood, and Aizen staggered back. What? He said, outraged. Toys, like you said, Kisuk said with a smile. That powder was charged with spiritual energy. Its residue has stuck to you. It's linked to me through my own magic. It can't break your illusions, but it makes you appear inside them like, let's say a glitch. A blurred outline. Enough to make out where you're coming from. Impossible, snarled Aizen. Kyoka Suijutsu is perfect. Nothing is perfect, said Kisuk calmly, walking forward. There has never been a Zanpakuto with no weakness. Yours is powerful, but it has its limits. I can't be sure, but I would wager a guess that the illusions are draining, and that the more you use them, the more draining they are. I would wager that this ritual has consumed quite a bit of your not inconsiderable energy already. I would wager, Aizen Saushik, that you are not quite as strong as you think you are. You insolent dash. Kisuk came in with a quick stab, not allowing Aizen to finish his infuriated sentence. Aizen parried, defending with an expert's skill against the rapid series of thrusts Urahara laid into him. Finding an opening, Aizen evaded one parry and went for a counter-attack, only to find Kisuk already out of the way, his blade flicking up to slap Aizen across the wrist. Aizen pulled back, his face hard with anger. Then he felt a sharp pain, and saw a line of red travel up his arm, splitting into an open wound, the cloth of his sleeve tearing as if he had been cut. Benihime is a dangerous lady, said Kisuk darkly, and I've rarely had reason to unleash her. I can't seem to use her power without killing intent. But, you can handle it, can't you? You can take it all. You arrogant bastard, said Aizen, gripping his sword in both hands. You think illusions are my only strength. You think I need them to defeat the likes of you. Yes, said Kisuk flatly. You've relied on it your whole life. Pretty much all your schemes have revolved around it. Do you think it's clever to hide behind perfect illusions? You are not some mastermind, Aizen. You were gifted with awesome, nigh unstoppable power and you exploited it to its fullest. If you were the brilliant strategist you imagine yourself to be, you wouldn't have announced your intent nakedly to the Godii, you would have murdered them in their sleep. You are a vain, prideful diva, too used to being the smartest person in the room. Aizen's eyes narrowed, and he charged. He dropped any pretense at illusion. He would combat this arrogant coward head-on, prove who was the strongest. Their clash would have awed even the most experienced of swordsmen. Kisuk, wielding his blade in one hand with his free arm folded behind his back, wielded Benihime like a fencer's blade, always ready to find an opening, no matter how small. Aizen's strikes were as fast as they were measured, every move executed perfectly. Neither one gained any ground over the other. Neither one could seem to find the right opening. What's the matter, Lord Aizen? Said Kisuk, as they broke apart momentarily. Why am I not dead yet? Why are you the one bloodied, and not me? Aizen took a deep breath. Is this the psychological warfare 2nd Division taught you? I see right through it, Scientist. Whether you see it or not isn't what matters. What matters is that for as long as I live, your ritual will not be finished. And, we both know that Kita will expire eventually if not tended to, even an enchantment this potent. This favors me more than you. Irritably, Aizen lashed out. Kisuk caught the blade, pushing back as their swords ground against each other. You are much too used to supremacy, Aizen Saoshik, said Kisuk calmly. You are a genius, but I doubt if anyone's ever challenged you. You've never struggled. And, when things come too easily, we never reach our full potential. Aizen raised a hand, muttering an incantation, blade held at the ready. Kisuk swung his blade, sending a crimson burst of volatile energy arcing through the air. It looked like lightning, except lightning would have seemed somehow more stable. The ray of red cut right through Aizen's guard, running up his leg, across his body until it ended at his neck. There was a brief moment as the energy expanded like veins on his skin, then it burst. There was a shower of blood, and Aizen's eyes widened as he staggered back. Like I said, Kisuk said, walking forward, never challenged enough. Aizen let out a wheezing laugh, clutching his chest. His pristine robes were dyed red, and his calm demeanor was gone, but all the same, he remained standing. I will give you this, Urahara Kisuk, he hissed. You are more dangerous than expected. He placed a hand over his face, and slowly, elegantly whirled his fingers until they made a fist. There was a sudden shift in his Ryotsu, changing into something Kisuk had never felt before. It was like a Shinigami's, except fundamentally too negative, like a Hollow's, except fundamentally too positive. It was like a perfect blend, like something entirely new. Before Kisuk's eyes, Aizen's wounds started to knit together as his skin went pale white. There was no mask, but his features seemed to harden, and bony ridges developed along his forehead. His eyes turned yellow, and his nails sharpened. He seemed taller, leaner, and somehow a little more animal. Soon his wounds had closed, and he stood before Kisuk in his full glory as something more or less than human. What did you do? Said Kisuk, in between appalled and fascinated. This, said Aizen, his voice reverberating slightly, like there was a faint echo to every word he spoke, is the fruit of my research. Do you think your pathetic half-hollow allies were a failed experiment? I learned from everything. Once the Hujioka was mine, it was child's play to figure out how to perfect the process. To apply it to a Shinigami's cell structure was challenging, but far from impossible. And so you became a Vizard. To have this done by choice. Vizard. Aizen chuckled. I am far beyond those petty experiments. I am a hybrid, the first of my kind. My mind is my own, I retain my powers as a Shinigami, while enjoying the vitality and power of a Hollow. Not the first, said Kisuk, but close enough, I suppose. Aizen lunged forward with surprising speed, Kisuk only barely caught the blade in time. The scientist found himself pushed back, predatory yellow eyes staring into his own. Kisuk's blade flickered red, but before his Shikai could do its work, Aizen shoved him back and fired a Zero from the tip of his finger, almost instantly. Kisuk leaned back, collapsing backward so the beam of red energy narrowly missed. Kisuk spun around, but Aizen was already on the move. As the scientist righted himself, he felt the white-hot pain of a blade raking across his chest. He fired off a wild arc of red, destructive energy to force Aizen back as he staggered, just barely remaining standing. You think I never challenged myself? Said Aizen smugly, blade held low. You think I never made sacrifices? I have gone above and beyond anything you ever dared to do, little man. You can have your clever little toys. It is no substitute for power. Kisuk skipped back a few paces, eyes narrowed. That had been a good hit, and Aizen finally seemed through talking. There was nothing left to hold back. If only he could delay it a little bit longer. Bankai, he muttered, Kanen Bairiki dash. Then there was Aizen, appearing suddenly from his left like a glitched blur. He saw the illusion too late, it had to have been triggered late. Like the best of lies, the illusion was mostly truthful. A clawed hand reached out, grabbing Kisuk's Zanpakuto by the hilt. Red energy coursed through the blade, rending the arm that grasped it, but Aizen seemed to pay it no mind as he yanked Kisuk's blade aside and thrust. The blade slid smoothly through Kisuk's ribcage, running halfway through his chest. The scientist's eyes widened, and he coughed. Droplets of blood sprayed from his mouth. "For all that arrogance, look at you," said Aizen haughtily. "Still beaten, still fighting a losing war for a lost cause. Did you really think I need my illusions to beat the likes of you?" "Evidently, you did," Kisuk wheezed. "Who are you trying to convince, me or yourself?" Sneering, Aizen wrenched the blade free, and Kisuk staggered back. Before he could raise his blade, Aizen cut him from shoulder to hip. Slowly, Kisuk toppled over. Not content to let him fall on his own, Aizen raised a hand, contemptuously aiming it at the scientist. "Hey one, Shao," he said, and the shock of the spell sent Kisuk plummeting toward the ground. Aizen watched him fall. He could have killed him there and then, so easily. Maybe he should have done. But, a mind like that felt like a shame to waste, and he needed Urahara Kisuk to see he was wrong. Death meant an end to suffering. Urahara Kisuk deserved to live out his days in misery, knowing he was defeated, knowing he was wrong. Smiling to himself, Aizen let the hollow's essence fade, and turned back to his ritual. Kisuk fell, knowing he had failed, knowing it had been a long shot at best. He had to at least have tried. But, he was ever the scientist, and no good scientist wasted useful data. He opened his palm, and as he fell a hell butterfly dislodged from his skin, taking flight toward the Shinigami headquarters. Joe wasn't sure how this had happened. He had one of Finder's arms slung over his shoulders, supporting his comrade. Neither of them was in great shape after their battle with the Quincy. Either of them could fight, but not well. They had been lucky to find Idrid, bloodied but victorious, and when they all sensed their master in trouble it had been no surprise to find Loli and Mainoli converging on the same position. So it was that all five of them homed in on the same street. It was desolate, devastated by battle but surprisingly quiet. It wasn't hard to figure out why. Leaned against a lamppost there was Grimjo Jaeger Jacques, giving them a curious look. It was the stare of a tiger who had just eaten, but could perhaps be convinced to go for another snack. Joe breathed in. Further down the street, behind Grimjo, lay their master. He was still on the ground, but his Ryotsu was stable. He was weak, but not dying. "Gee, get out of our way!" cried Loli, taking a step forward. Grimjo shot her a glance, and turned his eyes back to Idrid, ignoring her altogether. "I'll be damned," Finder muttered, easing out of Joe's supportive grip, standing on his own 2 feet. "Is this how we're going to die?" "If we have to," said Joe, staring down Grimjo. He had no doubt about it. Grimjo was a brutal thug, an old-school hollow who loved the monster he had become. There was a pecking order in place, and all 5 of them combined were still beneath the likes of him. But, all the same, Joe refused to back down. Here and now, he understood what his master believed in. Some things were more important than living. Lanza Jelal at the mercy of this monster was unbearable, and he'd rather be dead than do nothing about it. Did you do that to him?" Mainoli demanded. "Goddamn right I did," Grimjo said, his lips curling into a twisted grin. "He was all talk until I gave him the smackdown. All that big talk, and in the end he still failed." Looking closer, Joe realized that Grimjo seemed a little worse for the wear. His energy level was lower, and he had little cuts and scrapes across his skin, still not healed. Their master had not gone down without a fight. "You bastard," Loli screamed, drawing her blade and rushing forward. "No, don't!" cried Joe, knowing it was a death sentence. Grimjo easily sidestepped her swipe and backhanded her. Loli went flying into a wall. She fell to her knees, brick and mortar running over her where she fell. Grimjo just calmly put his hands in his pockets, not even bothering to take a defensive stance. "Relax, dips hits," he said. "He ain't dead. Believe me, if I wanted him dead, he would be." "That much I do believe," rumbled Idrid, taking a step forward, "but I wouldn't believe it if I couldn't see it myself. You were my master not long ago. And the master I served would have loved nothing more than to rip out the throat of the likes of Jelal Fernandez. You found his idealism not only stupid, but offensive to what we are as hollows. Why? I had my reasons," said Grimjo evasively. What were they? Get fucked. You talk like my old master, but you do not act like him at all. The fact that we stand here speaking instead of fighting speaks to that. What happened to you in captivity, Grimjo? Did they brainwash you? I guess you could say that, said Grimjo, shrugging. They didn't really change my memory or anything, but they got me to see some things I hadn't seen before. Joe felt baffled. This was nothing like the bloodthirsty brute he had come to expect. What did they make you see? Fuck off, Idrid, Grimjo snorted. What is this, a group therapy session where we talk about how that made you feel? Very well, said Idrid, but perhaps what you learned will allow you to understand why I cannot sit idly by while my new master lies there beaten. Now, let me make one thing fucking clear, said Grimjo flatly. I am not decided on him being alive. I could change my mind any time. I ain't suddenly turned all moral on you, like that high and mighty hypocrite fuckhead over there. You make a move on him, and I'll kill all of ya, and him too. You know we have to try anyway, said Idrid resolutely. Fuck me, I can't tell who's supposed to be the Shinigami in the hollow, Grimjo growled. That sounds exactly like the kinda dumb, principled shit Erza would say. It's brain rot. Didn't ya hear me? I'll fucking kill ya. The only reason I ain't done it already is that I got some shit on my mind I was figuring out. Some things are worth dying for, said Joe firmly. No, they ain't, said Grimjo angrily. Only your own self matters. Just hearing you say that dumb shit makes me want to rip out your goddamn spine and shove it down your throat. So, why haven't you? Said Idrid, taking a step forward. Just a whim, said Grimjo, with a shrug. I served you long enough to know when you are full of it, master, said Idrid, raising a fist. Joe gave Finder a look. It was almost go time. He only wished they had a plan. Oi, Idrid, said Grimjo, his eyes narrowing, I'm warning ya. If you keep this shit up I'm ripping your throat out. I know, said Idrid, slamming down a fist. Grimjo caught it in the palm of his hand easily, barely flinching as he took the hit. He stared down Idrid. The giant refused to back down, pushing down despite the difference in strength. Joe, despite himself, remained in place. What was going on? Whatever it was, he had a sense he shouldn't interrupt. You grew a spine while I was gone, didn't you? Said Grimjo, easily holding Idrid off. I found a new master, and in him, purpose. And, you're happy to die for it. Not happy. But, if I have to, I will, said Idrid stubbornly. Grimjo looked up, and shrugged, taking a step back. I actually missed you guys, you know that. Idrid's face went from determined to blankly surprised, entirely caught off guard by the admission. What? Shalong, Deroy, Eelford, Nakeem, you. I was lying to myself when I said I didn't. That's one thing I did figure out when I was their prisoner. We went through a lot, and them dying, that meant something. Okay, said Idrid, completely dumbfounded. Who was this man, and what had he done to Grimjo Jaeger Jacques? On that note, last time we met I worked you over. Wish I hadn't. It was weak. Idrid was dumbstruck, and so were the rest of his fellow Fraxions. You asked me what I found with the Shinigami. The answer is, the same thing you did. Purpose. Only difference is, I ain't figured out what that purpose is. Killing's fun. Fighting's fun. But, I want more than that, and I don't want anything to do with the fucking ladder climb or the espada anymore. And, humans, they got more to offer than I thought. So, for now, I'll be sticking with Red. She's alright, for Olympic Shinigami. Master, said Idrid, you truly have changed. Don't fucking push it, Grimjo growled. I ain't gone soft. It's just a change in priorities. Of course. So, on the matter of Master Fernandez. Oh, said Grimjo, as if he had completely forgotten. Yeah, that dipshit. Yeah, I don't actually give a fuck about him. You can all go get him or whatever. I already beat his ass. Loli and Mainoli hurried past them at these words, and Idrid held his breath, just waiting for Grimjo to lash out. To his surprise, his former master remained still, ignoring them entirely. "I am glad of this, Grimjo," said Idrid, "even if we are enemies still." "Don't make me change my fucking mind," Grimjo muttered. "I only let him live so he could feel how fucking bitter it is to lose, so he could live with knowing he was wrong." "Of course." "Yeah." Grimjo shook his head, and flexed his shoulders. "Ah, enough thinkin'. There's a battle on still, and I got a free license to slaughter. Real shame to let it go to waste. See ya around, Idrid. Good luck babysitting your master." Before Idrid could reply, Grimjo was already walking away. Idrid watched him leave, still a little stunned. "Do you think he got knocked over the head really hard?" said Finder, seeming no less taken aback. "Maybe," said Idrid, "but I don't think so. It's a shame he is with the Shinigami now. I wouldn't have said this before, but I think Master Fernandez would be proud of this change." Halibel was as magnificent as ever. It hadn't taken long for the both of them to acknowledge that they both needed to go all out, and so it was that Erza stood in gleaming plate whereas Halibel wielded her great sword, Bankai and Resurrection clashing just like before. Their battle had been waged for some time already. Erza had opted for her Sea Empress armor. The green plate had served her well, and along with her black greatsword she had so far managed to hold on against the Tercera's furious assault. But, only hold on. Only so much. When Erza had used her armor to manipulate the great tidal waves Halibel threw at her, the Espada had simply decided to stop relying on her water powers, only using them occasionally. She went up close instead, hammering Erza with fast, heavy blows. Erza parried and evaded, trying to find a weak spot for her blade, but there was none to be found. Halibel had learned. She was not repeating her old mistakes, just like Erza had expected. She didn't dare switch armors, knowing Halibel would take advantage of it the moment she did. The Sea Empress plate was a buffer against one of her major assets, and that's how it had to stay. Bizarrely, her Bankai was doing little more than prevent a single skill from being used. "Is this it?" said Halibel, breaking away briefly. Erza stood upright, breathing heavily. "You had so much more to offer last time. Is it exhaustion from our last battle? You seemed healed well enough." "You sound disappointed," Erza shot back. "Would you rather I put up a really strong showing and maybe killed you? I thought the great Tyr Halibel didn't care about frivolous things like an honorable fight." Halibel's eyes narrowed. "I do not. But, I am disappointed. I suppose I always was. In the end, that is how I feel about you. Not hate, not anger, not bitterness. I feel disappointed." "Sure," Erza said dismissively. "Don't lie to yourself. This is deeply personal to you. This was always your problem. You had all these feelings, and you just bottled them up. I know you didn't have a choice, but it's hurting you." "How so?" "Certainly not in this battle. You are losing. You will die soon. You know this as well as I do." "Even if I die and you get everything you want," said Erza quietly, "I need you to do something for me. A last request." "Yes," said Erza firmly, "if that's what it takes for you to listen. If I die here, let my life be worth one lesson to you: treasure your own. Keep your friends close, and let them know what they mean to you. Don't hold it all in. Jelal is right about one thing: there is a better way, whether you are a hollow or not." Halibel looked bewildered for a moment, then raised her blade, gripping it with both hands. This was about to get violent again, any moment now. "You squander your last words on me? You will not plead for the life of your friends?" "My friends can look after themselves," said Erza stubbornly. "I believe in them just like they believe in me. It's not they who need help. So, yes. My last words are for you, because you need them. Are you patronizing me? Have I ever been anything but honest with you? For the life of me, I will never understand you," said Halibel, taking a step forward. An instant later she had closed the distance, and Erza parried the strike at the last moment. A lightning-fast exchange followed, and Erza shook down to her very bones from the ferocity of the blows they exchanged. She was fighting on pure instinct and muscle memory, their battle much too fast to involve any real thought. And Halibel was winning. She was the faster, stronger, and more experienced of them both, and it was true, Erza was still weary from their last fight. She had recovered most, but not all of her powers. She was running out of time, and quickly. Finally her guard slipped, and she felt a jet of pain as Halibel's massive bone blade cut into her shoulder, her plate doing little to stop the blow. Erza reeled back, dropping to one knee. Slowly, she stood up. "You could have killed me there," she said, staring Halibel down. "I would rather take your head when you stood up." "You do believe in honor of a kind," Erza said, clutching her shoulder. "You may not want to admit it, but you do. Any normal Arrancar would have taken my head there and then, but you're better than that." "I am not responsible for your delusions," said Halibel with a shrug. "I simply need to know that this victory was neither cheap nor false. Victory is victory, whether honest or not, right? You told me that once." "Be silent." Halibel snapped. "Do not dare twist my own words, or I will dash." "Kill me," Erza said dryly. "You certainly won't torment me." "You're not cruel, Halibel." "Ruthless, but not petty, and not cruel." Halibel grit her teeth. "This absurd exchange is over," she said, holding her blade up. "You are wounded and weak. I will finish this now, and I will give you no mercy except that of a swift death." "I'm sorry, but there is one thing I have left," said Erza, straightening her back, her ryotsu rising. "I didn't have enough energy left for it back when we fought. I was dumb enough to try and take you head on, instead of using my trump card from the start. But now, I am rested enough." "What? You claim you held back?" "I won't have long. Maybe a minute at most. But, believe me, it will do." Erza held Render up high, her energy peaking. God Emperor Armor, Armadura Fairy. Halibel had learned from her past mistakes. So had Erza. Momo stared into the distance, enthralled. The bindings she had placed on Halibel's fractions were solid, and it was a good thing, too, because she might not have noticed if they started to break free. Out there in the distance was Erza, her friend and lover, giving it all she had. "Worried yet?" spat Apache, straining uselessly against her chains. "Halibel is going to turn her into mincemeat. Just like last time, when she had to be bailed out by you. Nothing's changed." "You think so?" said Momo, sounding like she was only half listening. "Goddamn right," Apache snarled. "She's dead meat. No matter how much she improved, she's got nothing on our mistress. And, if you think you get any mercy just because you didn't kill us, you're wrong," said Mila Rose gleefully. "Halibel will finish her, and then she'll come for us. You're next." Momo sounded like she wasn't even there. She was totally engrossed in the fight, following every beat as best she could. "Don't try and act all cool with me, dipshit," Apache cried angrily. "Didn't you hear me? She's dead, and so are you." "I think," said Momo quietly, momentarily turning back to look at the angry Fraxion, "that you underestimate her. A lot of people have, and none of them are here now." "Pff." Mila Rose snorted. "What, you think a bit of a speech will make any difference? You're her cheerleader. Of course you believe she'll win." "She does have a point," said Sun Sun. "It was closer than expected last time, but she is nowhere near Halibel's level. So, what makes you think she'll pull this off?" "Let's just say I have faith," said Momo cryptically. "Bah," Apache said angrily. "Blinded, like every Shinigami is." Then it struck them, a massive surge of power, overwhelming even from a distance. There was a radiant golden glow that almost hurt to look at, and a presence so incredible it barely even felt like a Shinigami's for a second. "What?" said Apache, gaping. "Faith is a funny thing," said Momo, smiling confidently. "It doesn't have to be blind or irrational. I believe in her, not just because she's wonderful and smart and strong, but because she's legitimately powerful." It looks like she finally stopped holding back. "How?" Mila Rose said, just as taken aback as her companions. "If it's any consolation, said Momo, she will show your mistress more mercy than your mistress would show her. Erza was a resplendent sight. Thick, ornate, golden plate mail with an eagle motif over the chest covered her from head to toe. A set of laurels adorned her head, her red hair flowing freely in the breeze. She held a great, burning blade in her right hand, and her left hand had a glove that was a massive claw, 5-foot-long blade digits making a cruel-looking hand. A great, red cloak flowed behind her, and her eyes glowed with power. "You hid this from me our last fight," said Halibel, sounding astonished in her own reserved way. "Like I said, I drained too much power to call on it. It is imperfect, but this is the ultimate manifestation of my Zanpakutu, in all its arrogant glory." She sounded different. There was an undercurrent of authority and confidence in her voice that contrasted the humility Halibel knew characterized her. It was Erza, but at the same time also not Erza. It was intimidating. "Given that," continued Erza, "I really don't have the time to stay around and chat. I hope you do not die, dear Halibel, but I cannot guarantee it." Erza surged forward, raising her blade. Halibel faced her head on, parrying the strike. It was not particularly elegant, but as it hit home, Halibel realized it didn't need to be. The Tercera found herself flying back, sliding to a halt almost 100 yards away. The sheer force had been unbelievable. She hadn't felt raw power like this since Stark. Not quite like his, but not much unlike it, either. She looked down on her bone blade. There was a crack in it where she had parried. "Fight like your life depends on it." It was Erza, suddenly standing just 2 yards away. When had she moved? Halibel hadn't felt it happen, hadn't seen anything. She was just there. Because it does. The burning blade came down, and Halibel felt its searing heat as she parried again, just barely reacting in time. Where had this power come from? It was like Erza's strength had been amplified tenfold, like she was fighting a whole other caliber of warrior. There had been a difference in power between them, but never vast. The real difference had been Halibel's superior skill. Now Erza was simply bulldozing through her defense with overwhelming force, like she wasn't even there. Forced on the defensive, Halibel took step after step back. Every blow she parried made her arms ache, almost going numb with the sheer power of each strike. She sidestepped a vicious swing and went in for a counter-attack, but Erza raised her clawed hand and parried. Erza stabbed her burning blade forward, and Halibel felt the searing heat as the tip narrowly missed. Erza raised the blade high and swung down. Halibel, having taken a step back and put well outside the blade's range, did not parry. Why would she? Yet even though the blade passed by, missing her by a foot's length, a wide slash manifested across her chest. Shocked, Halibel stumbled back, bleeding. "I told you, Tyr," said Erza, stepping forward relentlessly, "your life depends on this." Halibel brought her great blade up just in time to parry a ferocious strike but found herself forced to back away before she could retaliate when Erza's clawed hand raked at her. The two weapons worked in tandem, the strikes slow and heavy but furiously powerful. Her blade was cracking. The great bone blade, so raw and powerful that nobody she had ever fought had been able to dent it, was being shaken to its core. She felt it starting to break, little by little. This was unbelievable. Anger rose in her chest. She would not let herself be beaten. She had a debt to repay, and she would take Erza's head or die trying. Ignoring the fissures in her blade, Halibel threw herself into the fight, her blade rising and falling more quickly than ever. Erza's claws swiped at her sideways, but she evaded by stepping to the side, parrying the sword swing she knew would come next. Redirecting the blow, she found her opening and swung her blade into Erza's side, cutting through her armor. Erza grunted, blood seeping from the wound. She was not invincible, it seemed. Halibel pulled back just in time to avoid a fierce stab aimed at her head, feeling her skin blister as the burning blade passed by her cheek. Just a minute. She could not keep this up forever. Halibel skipped back, a rapid step of Sonido carrying her 20 yards back. A blue orb started to form in her hand, and she poured a copious amount of energy into it. Gran Rey Zero. She snarled, the blue orb growing bigger than her head. Erza did not run. She did not attempt to avoid it, nor did she try to charge in close, nor did she even brace herself. Instead, she raised her blade, surging with power to match Halibel's, and as the blue light became blinding, she brought her blade down. Dragon Strike! The Zero exploded forward in a blinding beam of raw force, one that could have leveled several cities. Halibel poured as much as she could into it, determined to match this sudden burst of power. The blue light was met by a fiery red, bursting forward like an explosive tide of flame. The two beams collide, and suddenly the world went white. Even closing her eyes, even turning away to keep herself from being blinded, Halibel found herself blinking and trying to make sense of the world around her, seeing stars. When her vision finally cleared up, she saw the ground beneath them rocked by the sheer force of the explosion, two huge buildings halfway ruined just from being in the outer proximity of it. The force of it had rocked her, pushed her back, the explosion growing into something greater than either of them had produced. And, just as Halibel caught her bearings, she saw Erza marching toward her resolutely, flaming sword in hand. She burned brightly still, radiating an intense power. It was like looking into the face of some elegant, terrifying deity of war. Halibel steadied herself, holding the cracking bone blade low. She had to be running out of time. And, even if she wasn't, Halibel was loath to back down and give up. She had a score to settle. This, she realized, somehow mattered more to her than surviving. "Come on, then," she hissed, walking to meet Erza. "This ends now, one way or the other. Do you truly hate me that much?" They paused, just a few paces apart. The pity in her face made fury well up inside of Halibel, more than ever before. She grit her teeth. Her grip on her sword tightened. "You have the nerve to ask me that? This will end soon, like you said. I want to know before it does. How you feel, and dash. You betrayed me?" Halibel snapped, surprised at the naked anger in her voice. "You dared to call yourself my friend, and you turned your back on me, on us." "I wish it could have been any other way," said Erza ruefully. "Truly, I do. I missed you and Nilil both." "Don't tell me you did," spat Halibel. "You threw us aside like we were nothing." "I'm sure that's what he told you. In reality, he had me locked up in the Godii, and I would still be there if not for the help of a friend. I had to run and hide for fear of being found." "You lie. That doesn't sound like your Lord Aizen. Your benevolent master, who would never resort to such methods." Erza shook her head. "You don't believe that? I will ask you one last time dash." Halibel raised a hand, and summoned by her will a tidal wave slammed into Erza. She was knocked back, and Halibel charged, striking before Erza could regain her bearings. She launched into a series of heavy swings, a hateful focus to her attacks. She would take Erza's head, and she would finally avenge herself. Then she would know peace. It was a lie, and in her heart she knew it, but she convinced herself it was true nonetheless. Erza was only momentarily taken aback, and now parried every attack. A backhand from her clawed gauntlet sent Halibel reeling back, and the next swing cut into Halibel's blade almost halfway through. "Surrender," Erza demanded. "You're not like the others. You're better than them. Go to hell." Halibel snarled. She wrenched her blade free and went in for another swing. Erza simply caught it in her clawed hand, the 5 edges of her digits cutting into the bone. With one furious swing she cut the bone sword in two, severing it almost at the hilt. Halibel screamed, leaping forward with the Zero charging in her offhand. Erza kicked her in the chest, deflecting the Zero with her clawed hand. She lashed out with her blade, cutting across Halibel's chest. The edge of the blade cut cleanly from one shoulder to the next, and Halibel felt the shock of the impact, felt her strength draining from her. Eyes widening as the blood arced through the air, she stumbled onto one knee, then down to both. Before she could start to plummet toward the ground beneath, she was caught in the grip of Erza's clawed hand, almost gently. It closed around her chest, locking her arms. She felt the edges dig into her flesh, almost like her arrow wasn't there. Erza raised her blade, pointing the edge at Halibel's face. The searing heat was only inches away. Halibel felt tired, weak, and angry, but she would not close her eyes. She would look her death in the eye. "Do it," she said defiantly. Erza stared her down, their eyes locked onto each other. Then she lowered her blade. "Don't you dare," Halabel snapped. "I am your enemy. I have come at you with lethal intent. I may not be the kind of base monster a lesser hollow would be, but some things do not change." "They can if we want them to," said Erza stubbornly. "I hate you." "Tell me one thing, Halabel," said Erza, and the glow around her started to lessen, the armor becoming translucent, seeming more ethereal now. "Do you really believe in Eisen's vision?" "That has nothing to do with this." "It has everything to do with this. If I am to kill you, I want to know at least that much. He is a warlord like any other. There will be peace. That is all, and that is enough. You know, I used to never beat you. You also used to tell me I was a bad liar. Now look at us. The situation's been reversed twice over. Just kill me." Halabel snapped. "I've failed, and there is nothing left for me." The grip of the claws lightened, and the armor disappeared. Erza stood before her in just her Shinigami's uniform, her blade reduced to its sealed state. She grabbed Halabel by the hair, and leaned in close, anger written on her face. "You'd like that, wouldn't you? The easy way out, so you don't have to start asking yourself the hard questions, or God forbid, be honest with yourself." She shook her head. "Well, you're not getting an easy out. I refuse. You're beaten, and I don't kill the helpless. I didn't kill Zaraki Kenpeki when I had the chance, and he's the worst. I sure as hell won't kill somebody who is actually a good person." Halabel's eyes widened. "I'm not Dash." "Yes, you are," Erza said stubbornly. "Deep down, hidden under a lot of stupidity and bitterness, but you are. You just need to make the right choice. That's all it takes. That's all it ever takes. It's not about your past, or our past. You just need to stop being stupid. What do you expect me to do? Renounce Eisen and go back to being the best of friends? Yes. It really can be just that easy. It can't. Why not? He's too strong, and, even if he were to lose, they would make me a prisoner. I would be executed. You know, if I can reform Grimjo Jaeger Jacquez of all people, then I'm pretty sure I can handle you. It's impossible." "Tear," said Erza, her voice thick with emotion, "I never wanted to leave. It doesn't need to be like this. It can be like it used to. It's all up to you, but it can be." She took a step back, extending a hand. Halabel looked up at her, in disbelief. Who was she, to offer up her friendship like none of this had ever happened? Like she hadn't just almost killed the woman less than a day ago? What kind of person would do that? Only Erza Scarlet. "You never changed. Did you?" "I've changed a little. Sometimes for the worse, but I've never lost track of who I am and what I believe in. I am still Erza Scarlet, the friend who learned so much from you. The one who saw what you are behind that mask of yours. Somebody so much better than what the likes of him would have you be." The sheer earnestness in her voice would have sounded fake to Halabel had it come from anyone else. Without really thinking, she slowly raised a weak, trembling hand. She felt Erza's grip, surprisingly strong, pulling her to her feet. "It won't be as easy as you say," Halabel said defiantly. "We can't just go back to the way things were." "That's fine," said Erza, "but if I make an effort, will you?" "Yes," said Halabel, not quite believing what she was saying. "Then that's a start. If I were to, then I want assurances. Will you vouch for me? For my girls?" "I swear it," said Erza firmly. "I need to think about this." "But..." She shook her head, in disbelief. "You are unbelievable, Erza." "I try." The both of them thoroughly exhausted, they drifted toward the ground. Halabel was in a bad way, and Erza had only the faintest trace of spiritual energy left to her. It was just as well, thought Halabel. At least now she'd have an excuse if things went bad. Check the description for the links to the author.